like that movement is needed. It's just the next biological adaptation of black men, bro. Like, they're not going to cooperate. We have to, evolve past, eventually they'll die out. So it's the way it is.
Hey, cross y'all fingers that we win this case today, bro. This coming out in June.
Y'all niggas not gonna win.
I don't know, bro. It looks like 5-4 to me, bro. Gorsuch and Roberts are the only ones when I was watching this shit, bro.
You want to make a bet?
What's the case?
The birthright citizenship. I just got to watch the whole thing.
I read this is the first time in history that a sitting president is sitting in on the oral arguments.
Yeah. What? No. So I thought Sauer did really good, like the general, right? They got arguing in the case of the government. But Gorsuch and Roberts, bro, the way that they were asking questions at the very beginning, bro, was like very skeptical about like the theory. But I thought, dude, what's wrong with bro? I was looking at the timeline and like how people are kind of grafting the whole civil rights, how people are able to exploit the civil rights movement to expand to all these other groups. I was like, hey, this is like a clubhouse argument.
I'm gonna put money on it right now. $100.
I'm not putting no money on this.
$100 unanimous decision that they gonna reject that bullshit.
Nigga,
what's on the table exactly? I don't remember what's on the table.
Wait.
That all that blue brown niggas need.
Let's run it. Hold on. The wording is unanimous.
Should be alive today.
All right, cool. So we got $100. You're saying it's gonna be unanimous, right?
You wanna say?
Yes, absolutely. So it has to be 9-0.
Wait, why are you
run it? $100. No, hold on. No, you said 9-0. Let's run it. $100. It has to go against the opinion. Bro, I already know that fucking Alito and Clarence Thomas is already a win. So just shoot me the bell.
No. Yeah, you're fucking
smoking crack, bro. Sorry, brother. Let's go.
Crack.
No, that's totally fine.
You can ask anybody.
That's totally fine, but that is the deal, though. $100.
Yeah. That's fine. We're gonna.
So you guys made the bet?
Yes,
sir.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you.
Yes, sir.
No, let them clear it up.
Yeah, you just gonna interrupt me, bro? Like this what?
Be nice to her. Be nice to her.
You gonna interrupt me?
They can put your hand back in your pocket, Eric.
You felt like you had to interrupt. Like you heard me speaking. Like the fuck, the entitlement is crazy. But anyways, look, it's anybody with like any sense of decency or like knowledge of history or legal theory, bro, they will tell you that this is complete, utter bullshit. Like I'm just imagine when the case was first heard against birthright citizenship. Like I think it was in like 1800s or something. This was a very racist time in America. Like there was Jews, Chinese, or any other group that wasn't white here, like specifically from like England, was discriminated against, right? And you had that, like, what is it, I think, 7 times
after Guam. If they wanted to clarify Guam and make domicility a requirement, they would have simply done that. Why? They had power in Section 5 of the 14th Amendment. Without birthright citizenship and an open jus soli, there would have been nothing to situate the Negro as American citizens. Hello? Strangely, the argument that the Trump administration is arguing would suggest that my ancestors, strangely, were less citizens than Juan Kim Ark was. That's the insane part.
You know what else is insane? The fact that Trump's test for allegiance would also have made children born to Confederate soldiers within the seceded states non-citizens of
Confederate soldiers!
They argued for some time today that the reason domicility is important is to ensure that one can measure
Domicility.
the amount of allegiance that a child's parents have to the United States. And I don't know how one could argue that folks on the Confederate side were loyal to the United States. They were not, because they wanted to secede. So
He's stealing all my hellos.
but they wouldn't argue that all of those whites who were born on the Confederate side
were not slaves.
were not citizens.
Make it make sense.
It is a strange, and again, I'm gonna put my cards on the table. If the United States got rid of dual citizenship, many countries don't have dual citizenship. Many countries, Japan doesn't have it. China doesn't have it. You know, that's one thing. You know how they can get rid of it? Through Congress. You know how they can clarify Section 1? Through Congress.
Well, they clarified it already.
Well, I mean, they could change it. Yes, I said they did clarify it. Exactly. But I'm saying they can change it.
Oh, yeah.
It's a political argument. Just make the political argument, go to the American people, win enough seats, get rid of the filibuster, and change it.
So Trump and his friends are trying to do the thing that they accuse the folks on the left of doing. They're the ones who are trying to turn the Supreme Court into a judicial activist.
Yes. This would be the height of judicial activism.
Yes.
I still don't, again, if you don't like the fact that there's, as Trent said about anchor babies, the Russian, they can easily change that. Just propose a law, pass it, and somebody could sign it. Well, it's that simple.
There's already a regulation that allows the U.S. government to turn away women at any port of entry who appear to be pregnant. They can do that if they want.
Yes.
So there is a way to solve the so-called anchor baby problem. By the way, one thing, when they asked Sauer for evidence about the anchor baby problem, and his response was, the Chinese media tell us that the number is in the hundred thousands. Did you hear him say that?
Unreal.
It was crazy.
I don't know what they're doing.
The Solicitor General of the United States would refer to a foreign newspaper.
It's unreal. From China.
From China, of all places.
A Republican.
Yes. I was blown away.
I mean, Andre's explanation is the best. It's a certain kind of political red meat. I get it. But Supreme Court decisions, as we now see, they kind of come and go. If you want real political red meat, why was this not part of the SAVE Act? Huh? You could have made this part of the SAVE Act. You made so transgender in sports is a big deal that Congress needs to fix to save America, but not this. Come on, man. That's why this MAGA movement has hollowed itself out. It has hollowed itself out. It makes absolutely no sense to me. They can go to Congress, and Congress can fix it. They can run on it in the midterms. Run on it for presidency. It was just terrible. But it is, I'm gonna have to say, that all the people that are making the claim that, this is about Black Americans, if you listen today, the government actually effectively made the argument that Wong King Art is more of a citizen than many of us Black Americans. That's actually what they said today. That's exactly what they said today. Nobody can convince me otherwise. That's exactly what they said today. Y'all keep rolling with Donald Trump and right wing. I'm going to stay on the plantation, at least pragmatically. They made the argument that because his parents were domiciled, and he was domiciled, this is what the administration said, he was a citizen. Enslaved persons were not domiciled, and they certainly did not have allegiance to the United States, and many of them were illegally trafficked here after, say, 1808, when that law that Jefferson signed went into effect, that is the ban on the transatlantic slave trade. Let alone, even when the trade in the slave trade was legal, people were still illegally trafficked and smuggled and conscripted. It was still illegality in how Black people got here. That's the argument the government made today. That the Trump administration said that many of our ancestors were less citizens or should not have been citizens than Wong Kim Ark on domicility and allegiance. If your parent, how about I'll put it this way, Frederick Douglass, did he have a, was he, where was he? When they went to Canada, it's a mess. By the way, I don't want to get too dorky, so I'll stop there, but I will say this. They never brought up free blacks. There's a whole bunch of free blacks that had been freed before the formation of the United States. Where do they fit in? Where do their ancestors fit in? A complete mess. Yeah, they gotta stop doing history. I don't know what it is with lawyers and history. You know, I went to a lecture where I'm not gonna talk about it, but I once talked to Gary Carter. I don't want to talk about it. But anyway, this is a mess. This is the worst shit I've ever heard in the Supreme Court. I can't think of anything more poorly argued. And the man today, I'm gonna be honest with you, I feel sorry for him, Hurricane. You want me to tell you why I feel sorry for him? He didn't believe any word he was saying.
Well, listen, I would love to see how many students sign up for any class he teaches. He sounded like an idiot today, and his recitation of history was just abysmal. I'm not a historian. I barely know anything about history.
It was awful.
But even I could tell that he was lying through his teeth. And the way Barrett and Gorsuch and Kavanaugh were coming at him and asking him these questions, they were like, listen, we all hang out together, but this is some bullshit. What's going on?
Oh, Trump tweeted, "We are the only country in the world stupid enough to allow birthright citizenship." President Donald J. Trump. Huh?
I got two questions, if I could, if there's time.
Go ahead, brother. What do you think?
So, two questions. The second one is pretty serious. The first one is, it's actually serious. Bam, do you realize that when you get, like, really angry, has anyone ever told you that you sound like Ice-T? Have you ever heard that? Okay, second question.
I like that. That's funny.
You really do sound like Ice-T, for real. Second question, it's pretty serious. If I'm black, because this is LeBron James of Beijing doing the damn bad. If I'm black and Chinese, what does this really mean for me?
Well, I don't know where you're citizen. You can't have dual citizenship with China, so I don't think
You can't.
Yeah, so you're not. No. By the way, I looked it up. Unrestricted jus soli is United States, Canada, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Jamaica, Barbados, Uruguay, Venezuela, and Peru. What do all of them have in common? Anybody know? They're all New World countries. They're all New World countries. Unrestricted jus soli arises out of new imaginings of the nation state vis-a-vis the advent of the so-called New World. There are historical reasons for it. Why would you want to go to the French system? Trent says it's stupid. Why would you think the French version of citizenship makes sense? It's not stupid. That's the whole draw. I don't understand people. It's a dumb thing to go back to old world. Like Hurricane, were you listening to the way the man was trying to go through? Not only, I don't know, y'all might have missed this, British common law, but at points he was alluding to Roman law.
Yeah,
What the fuck?
the reason they did that is that there's this guy named Ilya Werman from the University of Minnesota Law School who has published at least one article about the origins of birthright citizenship turning on domicility, and his references are Old British common law and Roman common law. So Werman is responsible for all that bullshit.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I don't know. The case opened when Thomas.
Roman.
Go ahead.
To make the basis of the child of an enslaved person coming through will be perpetuated by the mother during the colonial period.
Mm-hmm. second part? What was the first part, Richard? I missed. I'm sorry.
Whether didn't they use Roman law to do that?
Oh yeah. Part 2 central. Yeah. Roman law. That's why it's so odd. I mean, I don't want to get too dorky. Roman law is effectively the foundation for slavery in the Anglo world, in the Anglo-American world. That's what the British relied on in the UK and in their colonies, including Jamaica, the United States, Barbados, etc. It's a very it was an interesting shout out. But I don't know, man. I'm offended. I'm not really offended. I'm offended. I'm not really offended that much on this stuff. I just can't believe that these people suggest that people in my ancestry were less entitled to citizenship than Juan King Ark. I'm offended.
Trent said it's stupid.
I mean, well, Trent doesn't care about the law. He's just saying stuff.
Hey, peace to the room. I'm sorry, Ben, were you speaking?
No.
So, today, peace to the space. What up, y'all? What up? Patty, what up, everybody? My squad. So today was the first time I think I've ever heard Donald Trump use the word slave. Right? I've heard him use the word slave, and I was listening. I don't know what the source was. It was the TV in the background, and something to the effect. And you guys may have discussed it already.
We just listened to 3 hours of 2 and 4 minutes, 2 hours and 45 minutes of Supreme Court arguments.
Okay, cool. So, you know, this was anyway. You know that the amendment was written for the children of slaves. That's the first time I've ever heard what this sounded like. I don't know. You know, I gotta listen to it again, but it sounded like that was a gift that he gave us. Like it was some form of, like it just. And I'm gonna listen to it again. But that's what it seemed he was saying. He was alluding to. And so this is today's the first time I've ever heard Mr. Trump use that word slave or slavery. Today's the first day.
How does that impact the arguments we just spent almost 3 hours listening to?
I didn't listen to the arguments today, but I'm just making a note on the back. I'm just marking.
Now, he's used the word slave before.
Yeah.
Many times.
Many
on
times.
Twitter and in speeches.
Yeah, it's it. Okay.
In the last year.
Okay. Come on, y'all. Talking about an argument. So what was it? Domicility? Alexandria said birthright to citizenship. It's all over, Omar. The whole thing is done. Birthright to illegal immigrants is chaotic. It's actually not chaotic. What's chaotic is what the United States is proposing to do. How do you do the domicility test? That's actually chaotic. It's not chaotic at all, in fact.
Oh wait. The person someone is saying that the domicility test should be part of the 14th Amendment. So.
Well, there was a moment where Jackson was asking, how do you determine allegiance, not allegiance. His allegiance to his answer on allegiance I thought was fine. But how do you determine his allegiance, domicility, etc.? Do you go to the hospital?
Oh yeah. So it's asking how they would work it out.
Yeah. I mean, it was you know, you would essentially be creating stateless babies, as Patty and Andre said, based off of the test that they're arguing. I think part of the reason why people have issues is they have their political, like Trent's talking about, like policy and economics. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about legal tests. And based off of what he was arguing, the legal test makes no sense. And then what do you do? And he's like, they have computers, what they do this thing. Again, I'll ask again. What is the citizenship of somebody who is in the United States for 10 years and they have what is the citizenship of their child? They've been in the United States for 8 years. They're in a community. They pay taxes, et cetera, and they're domiciled here. And then the mom gets pregnant. What is the citizenship of the child? He can answer it.
Under whose test?
Under his test, under the domicility test, under the government's test.
Well, they'll say not an American citizen because at least one of the parents isn't lawfully present. That's what they would say.
But he's they're domiciled here. I'm saying under domicility test.
Yeah, but he's saying that if you are unlawfully present in the United States, then you are necessarily not domiciled. That's what he would say.
Yeah, it didn't make sense based off of his reading of Kim Ark. That's the problem. The domicility test was based off of the court's opinion in Kim Ark. They were here for 20 years. They could not be naturalized because the Chinese exclusion. I think there was also another control act in the mid-70s. They were not diplomats. They had a business in the city and county of San Francisco. So the boy was a citizen. Based off of their test, he wouldn't. Based on what you just said, he wouldn't have been. I don't know. My head is spinning.
Sauer also said that it wouldn't matter if the state's trying to figure out if the newborn child is a citizen got it wrong, because the parents would be able to challenge it on the back end. That's what he said. So if a kid's declared not a citizen of the United States and the parents think that the government got it wrong, they could simply just file a lawsuit to check that conclusion, and they could fix it. That's what Sauer suggested. And of course, all the stuff that happens to the kid time, you don't care about.
If I could say something, I mean, I agree with Dan and Hurricane that the argument that Trump or the Trump administration is being for doesn't make a lot of sense. I will agree with that. We need to have amnesty in this country for people that are here undocumented, but Congress does need to pass legislation that prevents the I don't like the term anchor baby, but I don't have a better term than that. The anchor baby problem and the fact that people come here pregnant just to have a baby to gain citizenship. It's to me, I didn't realize what a problem it was until I was down
Tell us, how big of a problem is it? Put some numbers on it. How big of a problem is it?
It is. There was a point in 2023 where there were more in some hospitals, not every hospital. And this is down here. This is not. I'm not talking about the entire United States, but I'm talking about the border of Texas. But in particular, there's a hospital in Mission, which is down Bryan, which is the street that the border crossing is on, that you guys saw a lot. And there were more undocumented mothers having babies or in those rooms, taking up rooms, than there were citizens. They had to move citizens to different hospitals. And again, this was at the height of, when we're having the crisis under Biden in 2023. So, it's calmed down now, but it would make a lot of sense to make legislation that prevents that type of thing from happening. But we also have to just,
but how would changing? I don't know, but you just close the border. I mean, that's not. So wait a minute. So we need to change the 14th Amendment because of an 18-month overrun of South Texas hospitals?
Well,
that doesn't make any sense.
No, so the border enforcement has changed. It's not nearly the problem it was.
Wait, Trent, just one quick question, because you're doing the thing.
What thing?
Where you tell a half truth and a half lie and you try to sell it to us as a truth. These undocumented women that you claim were giving birth to babies in the hospitals, were they in the United States for the sole purpose of having their kid born in the United States, or were they in the United States for another reason?
Some of them were in the United States for the sole purpose.
How do you know this?
How do you prove that?
Now, how do you know this, Trent? How do you know it?
Because it's a common occurrence on the end of the.
I'm not an idiot. Tell me how you know that these so-called undocumented women who just hopped across the border from Mexico.
We got mixed up.
stomachs. We got big stomachs.
Hopped over the border so that they could have their babies in the United States. Tell me.
Because it's a common, very well known. You don't have to. It's okay. I'm not here to argue with you. You can ask Marshall. There are pictures of it. You know, it was a very common occurrence for women to come over pregnant, cross the river, especially when it's low in the summer, because they can walk across, and to have a child because it would gain citizenship. It's not something that doesn't happen. Most mothers.
Hold on, sir. Great. So hold on. I accept, for the sake of argument, or conversation, that it was a common occurrence in Texas. Can you tell me if Texas counted these women who were hopscotching across the border to have babies in Texas? Were they quantified? You know, so that the state of Texas could put a headshot on it, so that people could understand the gravity of the claimed problem.
I don't know if during that period in time, but I can go back and there are articles back from 2006.
I'm not asking for articles written by liars. I'm asking for data collected in good faith. That's what I'm asking for.
Yeah, there's no data on that.
Exactly, there isn't. And you know what else there's no data to support?
Yeah.
The claim that the anchor baby problem in the United States is so big that it's fucking the United States up. That's a claim that Sauer made today in front of the Supreme Court. But when asked for evidence to support the claim, he had none. Nothing. The only evidence that he tried to give the Supreme Court was a vague reference to Chinese media.
That was insane.
Yeah, that's
Media
insane.
from motherfucking China. The China that you say is trying to bring down the United States.
I've never said that.
That's the evidence that Sauer gave today. And by the way, it's the same evidence that people supporting the administration's position presented to the Senate Judiciary Committee when it had its hearing on the Birthright Citizenship Executive Order several weeks ago. I don't know if you listened to that. I did. It was over 2 hours long because I'm actually interested in this. They gave the same evidence, vague references to Chinese media. That's the only evidence they had.
I'll grant you that, and you know you don't have to take what I'm saying as gospel, but you know obviously I'm around healthcare a lot, and it's been a significant
How
problem.
are you around healthcare a lot? You work for a car manufacturer.
There are people in my family that.
Sir, you're not around healthcare a lot. Sorry. If that were the case, then I'm a motherfucking healthcare professional given my family tree.
Okay, that's fine. It's neither here nor there. I just put an article.
Then don't say you're around healthcare a lot, because you're not.
Oh, that's fine. I just put an article in the chat from 2006 from the Houston Chronicle.
Wait a minute, 2006?
My man, can I finish what I'm saying? Do you mind if I finish
It's
what I'm
his
saying?
birthday. Please stop yanking his chain.
Listen, I know. I do talk to a lot of healthcare officials. What I'm trying to say is until I moved down here, I didn't recognize and I didn't give the weight to the problem and recognize what a big problem it was. And you know, it's just, even though I lived in Houston, and I thought I knew what was happening down here, I didn't recognize what a strain that it was putting on the facilities down here and how big of a problem it was. Now, the 300,000 to 400,000 births, 2 undocumented, those are not all that people have talked about, especially on the right. Those are not all anchor babies, right? But there is a solution to this problem. It is a lot better now that the border is closed. But if we would grant amnesty to these folks so that they could pay taxes, and I'm saying this for healthcare reasons, because our healthcare is out of control. If we would grant amnesty so these folks can pay taxes into the system that are already here, and you know, tighten up laws and modernize them so that, you know, to prevent things in the future, I think it would be a good thing. I'll end right there.
Hurricane, can I speak, please?
What you mean, Hurricane? Can you speak?
Oh, sorry. I know I'm a moderator. Sorry. You know,
Hey, Miss Fifi. No. But I do want to hear from you, Odie. This is his opinion. I would like to hear somebody give their opinion, not necessarily based on his opinion. But go ahead, Odie.
I actually thought that Trent would say he's a lawyer because Trent, like I always see, is the master of every profession. He's an oil explorer, he's an oil producer, he's an immigration lawyer, he's the new industry, he's in healthcare too.
That's a
Healthcare.
fact.
He just said,
That's a fact.
he said he's in healthcare. And when queried, he said he has families. Then Hurricane retorted by saying, if that's the case, Hurricane is also a healthcare person. His father is a doctor. So, I mean, I don't get this anyway.
And over 10 cousins, let's get into it if we want to.
Sorry, even your sister.
Brag, okay?
Even your sister is a doctor too, so I forgot about that, you know. So, but again, it is Mr. Trent. The Trent of political correctness. Hold on, let me just tell you. Let me finish.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Don't care about you. I'm just saying that you've claimed to be everything. Okay, so now I understand the argument about vectorism. I mean, the arguments have been there since I was a kid. You know, so do I support it? Do I not support it? These things can be easily changed. Go to the right way. Go to your legislature, pass the laws. Now, but there's something Hurricane said that I don't see interrogate. The very idea that people hop through the border to come and give birth in America is, that argument can be made, but it's still not the same. People just come to America to the border to get a better life. If giving birth in America is part of the better life, so be it. But what I will agree with you is that were there people who deliberately made visa, got money and came to America to give birth to make their citizens. I cannot deny that fact. I know plenty of people, even relations of mine who did it. But you know the very funny thing? Those are wealthy motherfuckers. Let me tell you, wealthy. Your hospitals were running a racket. People were paying $15,000, $13,000, $20,000 even the time to do all those stuff. It wasn't cheap. So everybody was involved in the racket. I'm telling you, I know a girl who her job was to do that. Rent a three-bedroom in Alabama. My close friend. Alabama. People that were moving, they were spending a minimum of $50,000 into the American economy. So while I understand the exploitation, I also understand the exploitation of the other way. Everybody, every rural hospital did it as a racket. So those are the people that I can listen to you that you're talking about. But those guys had money. So I'm neither here nor here. If you want to do something about it, great. But you can just go through the right way. Thank you very much, Hurricane. But let me end with this, Hurricane. Very soon, Hurricane, you will no longer be a citizen of the United States. Because by the time the Supreme Court agrees with Trump, you and your parents will pack your baggages and come down to Nigeria and leave. Thank you very much.
If I can just real quick, my wife is director of operations and of a major, I don't want to say major hospital here, but a major surgical hospital of a major hospital here in South Texas. So we interact regularly with the county commissioners, the county commissioners, the county healthcare commissioners, I should say, the CEOs of these hospitals. And so again, and this is a problem that's been well documented, like in our community because of how taxing it is. You know, the Mayor Mario Burlegos has talked about that, and so it's a national problem. It's occasions in all of society.
It's so well documented that the only piece of evidence you can present to support your claim is a motherfucking newspaper article from 2006.
Please let him finish.
Yeah, listen, I love the people here, and
Get some focus on what you're responsible.
He lies, First Lady. That's the problem. He says it's well documented, but he can't present documentation.
But
You don't
but
have,
we can.
but you're saying it's well documented. You're lying. That's the problem.
Okay, well,
If
just
it's
say.
well documented, where's the documentation? Where is it? You don't have it. I asked you.
So
No,
if you're
if
gonna treat it like court, then you have to act like you're in court. First of all, you would need to say objection if you want to actually interrupt
First
and
Lady,
add
First
that
Lady, we
piece
ain't
to
doing
it.
that. No.
Yeah.
No, we're not, because you don't know the rules of evidence, ma'am, and I'm going to play my best.
So,
Excuse me, I have people that work with me that also know it, okay, sir? So it doesn't always have to fall on one person.
And she knows the trend.
Oh,
yeah, if I can just finish what I was saying.
15 seconds.
If you're going to win Texas, you have to win South Texas and the border. And if you don't understand why these people stopped voting Democrat and started voting Republican, this is one of those issues. You'll end up losing the Senate race.
Okay.
No one cares about that. No,
Thank you.
no one
Thank
cares. Yes, they get rid of birthright citizenship, then the Democrats will with Texas. We're not even talking about that. Go ahead.
And the Supreme Court found over like you can tell by the questions that the Supreme Court's not going to overturn it. Dan actually, I think is going to be right on this one, where it's going to be basically Alito and Thomas on one side, and a whole bunch of concurrences on the other side. So yeah.
Well, I'm not convinced of that anymore. I mean, Thomas might concur. I mean, the domicility argument, the allegiance argument, the way he was reading ARC, he never dealt with the statutes, the slave history. They Donald Trump and them should just stay away from the history of slavery. That was a total mess. I don't know. I really don't understand. Again, Congress can fix it. If you see it's a problem, Congress can change it. He could have included it in the Save America Act. He didn't. It's really that simple.
Yeah, I agree, and it might be 8-1, right? I do think that there will be several concurrences.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Which is whatever. But it doesn't appear to me that the Supreme Court's going to overturn. Like it says, yeah, it's not that.
Listen, Amy Coney Barrett said, listen, I might be a white woman, I might be a handmaiden, but I got some black babies, okay? So I need to do something for them today, okay? Let me show that I do know a little bit about the blacks.
It was so offensive. I can't believe the government was making that. It was just so. It was wild because, as she rightly said, she's the best. She was the best on the history today. There were enslaved people who were illegally trafficked to the United States. They were not here legally. The 14th Amendment gave them and their descendants citizenship. Based off the government, they should not have gotten citizenship. The government's arguments today. That's a nasty, 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 anti-black, anti-Negro, anti-African American argument that the Trump administration is arguing. It's nasty. It is absolutely nasty that the Chinese boy, Wong Kim Ark, whose parents were subjects to the Emperor of China, that because they were domiciled in San Francisco, then he should have been a citizen. But based off their tests, many of you should not be citizens because your great-great-great-grandparents were here illegally and not domiciled. This is why I was telling people when this case came up, this
slaves. Cool. We get to there today and we realize we can't be slaves. Nasty. Oh, you know what else? They also lied about the scope of the executive order. They're like, oh, we're just asking you, the Supreme Court, to make sure that it applies prospectively only. What about the people who don't have passports? Or who don't have all of their birth certificate documents together? What about them? Even what about the ones who are 30 years old or older? If they want to get passports today, they'll have to fight the executive order too if they can't pass Donald Trump's test. So the idea that it's going to apply to only babies born after some date in the future is not true. Yeah. They're just liars.
Yeah, the Solicitor General his response was really weak when it came to the prospective relief, and it's just really different. I mean, like, guys, Justice Jackson did a fantastic job. Like, what are you going to sit down pregnant women for depositions to prove that they're citizens? Like, what the hell's going on? Like, just like, how do you make that test work in real time? It's just something the government can answer. And then also, like, questions regarding indigenous folks here. Like, the fact that the government wasn't prepared for those inevitable questions. Just, I mean, this is what happens when you get cuts in, like, the Solicitor General's office in the DOJ, and everybody leaves. Like, you don't have people who can actually even prepare you adequately for Supreme Court or arguments. Fucking ridiculous.
I'm gonna lie to you. I've never heard a Solicitor General I've never Solicitor General unable to answer a question about how a proposed test will work on the ground. They always have an answer. It's gonna be like this and like this and like this. His answer was, I don't know, but you can look at our briefs and see.
Did you come up with the We came up with did they mention the Confederates, or that was you?
Oh, I asked about the Confederates today. I don't recall them talking about the kids of Confederates during oral argument, but
it's an obvious question. I mean,
yeah.
The first question that was asked, I remember it was Clarence Thomas. He asked about. He said, "Does the Congress talk about immigration when they formulated the 14th Amendment?" And people who are in favor of the EO hope the answer is no, because they've never read the Congressional Globe and the Congressional Minutes. But those of us who have know that they did talk about immigration. Do you want to know why they talked about immigration? Because they wanted to make white immigrants citizens. Huh? It's so bizarre. You'd think that a Congress in 1866, 1867, 1868 weren't looking out for white people. They were still white. They might have got rid of slavery because of the Civil War. They were still white supremacists. Of course they talked about immigration. But based off what these people were saying today, many of them wouldn't be citizens. Not only the Confederates, but a lot of immigrants. People were here, quote unquote, illegally in the 19th century. It is, if you don't like immigrants, say that. Otherwise I'm speaking. Like, it's really that simple. But you can't say, I hate when they use Black history and American history the way they were using it. This was a nasty day. I'm offended.
When it's convenient, they use it that way. When it's convenient to their argument, they use it. Any other way, any other time, they don't want it taught in schools, etc., etc.
Chain. Ooh. Wait a minute, BT came to stage. What you come on stage for, BT?
BT came to tell us that the 14th Amendment was
on stage.
Oh, who's GOAT?
Golden Lad.
There's no one on stage by that name.
BT, did you hear the arguments today?
No, I only heard like 5 minutes of it.
Okay.
Can y'all replay it? You had the
3 hours.
Jesus.
I'm wasn't here for it, but yeah, yeah.
You know, I like real.
No, we don't.
He was just right here listening. He was just saying that how embarrassing it was and what their arguments were based on. We weren't listening.
You can listen to it. It's all over the internet, but I'll give you a quick rundown. So part of what they were arguing for why illegal immigrants, why their kids should not be citizens, is because they're not domiciled here and they don't have allegiance to the country. But earlier, before they got to that part, which was really the meat of it, they were talking about slavery, which was odd because many enslaved persons were also here illegally. They weren't domiciled here, or they didn't choose domicile, and also had no allegiance. And so the argument, they started off by saying it was like, sorry? Sorry?
It was an ad-lib.
No, that's fine. That's what I'm saying. And so the problem was when you it was for the slaves thing, when you get to what the test for whether or not someone should be a citizen, many of the enslaved and their ancestors would not qualify, and the immigrants would. That's why it was a nasty argument. Many of y'all's ancestors got here after 1808, for example, like even 1808. And you're now Black American Negro, and you're on censuses in 1870 and all the things that people online tell you to look at. You derive from people who got here illegally and who didn't have allegiance and weren't domiciled legally. Based on what the Trump administration argued today, you and your ancestors should not be citizens, huh? That's what we learned today. But Wong Kim Ark should be a citizen because his Chinese citizen parents who were subject to the Emperor of China, they were properly domiciled here. Many illegal people were here illegally. I mean, many enslaved people were here illegally.
Did they talk about, like, I'm reading stuff, did they talk about, like, the justification had anything to do with, like, national security and the CCP and birth anchor babies?
They talked, there was a little hint there, here or there about that, just a little hint.
So can I explain that?
I was going to quickly say that the EO doesn't contemplate national security.
I'm going to get drowned out. It's like
I just responded to your remark. Like the EO doesn't contemplate national security. If anything, it has more to do with public charges and stuff like that, more than it does with like national security.
So if you were black, like based on the conversation here, this word illegal, which became real popular, in the last election, illegal. Unlawful is a different word. Illegal, this idea that, well, enslaved people were here illegally.
Yeah, some were.
So, with today's understanding of the word illegal, this is where the semantics and the BS just continues.
Well, semantics matters for law.
This is where the BS continues.
Not BS.
Bro, why can't I finish a thought without being interrupted, man?
Because I want to.
I haven't even got what, It's so brilliant up in here. I mean, damn, I thought you wanted to have a real conversation. You just want to echo.
For real sweet, but it don't matter.
That's okay, man. I went nice and
Chinese
calm.
life don't matter. Like the whole
I can put it as a distinction
CCP, but forget it.
between unlawful and illegal.
Go ahead, got it.
I'm not speaking.
No, you can though, right?
I mean, sweet, can you help me?
I don't know why I still give hope that there may be a dialogue in here one day. But go ahead, you got.
What's the distinction? What's the distinction between unlawful and illegal in this God? Like there may be a distinction. I'm just not aware of it.
They used it today. Go back and listen. They used the word unlawful a statement. That's all it was.
He said, what's the difference between? That's
I was, go ahead, go.
He wasn't
Turn
paying
it off,
attention.
though. We
Repeat
can't
it.
have no dialogue. I can't even let nobody finish a thought.
So anyway, my point was, you said that the reason why I brought you up is you seem to be questioning whether or not slavery here is unlawfully. And they
Well, you know what I was going to bring? I ain't said that yet. It wasn't me. I was saying,
Oh my God.
they
All right.
brought me up because you
Let's
thought
just
you
go
know
on. Y'all just hit on me. Go ahead, sweet. One mic on.
Hey, see how you got to handle go? And then you might get the mic a little bit.
Go ahead.
So, again, illegal. And this whole idea of illegal. So, what came out in today, what came out was the idea of what was considered legal, who was considered lawful, who was even considered a citizen, will always be the conversation no matter what the Supreme Court decides today, tomorrow, whatever. So the idea of who was even considered a citizen, while it wasn't legal, according to Goat here, to be, you could be a slave and be here illegally. So damn, you're breaking the law. You over here enslaved and breaking the law. Damn. Hey, you talk about can't win for losing. You here as a slave, and now you illegal too. Shit, y'all got a double whammy. I mean, damn. Because the reality was, just like people drink from certain fountains, it wasn't lawful or legal to drink from certain fountains at one point. So let's just understand this evolution of this, what's legal and what's lawful in this land called the United States of America. Was completely at the whim of whoever the hell was coming from this high moral ground of, are you even...
What happened?
God blocked it.
What happened?
God blocked it.
Wait, why?
No. I think it was him. It's not us. Nobody dropped them.
No, I didn't.
No, he just mentioned me. He said somebody did.
Man,
No, because I was going to explain the trafficking part in the 1808 law. Y'all gotta let the dummy. Sometimes, if I brought a reason.
It was bad, man. It was bad.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't bad because in his ignorance, I was going to explain the relation to domicility and the 1808 law. Not about being a slave breaking the law, about whether or not they were legally here. And many weren't legally here.
You know what it is? Because of your particular endowment,
I have many children and many others want to get on it because of that endowment.
No, I was just gonna.
That endowment gives me all types of citizenship.
No, it's not that. No, because of your particular endowment, you find it much more easier to teach, to impart knowledge than someone.
Yes.
That's what it is.
He was almost done because he was repeating himself, but his point was he didn't know what he was saying because he didn't listen to the arguments. I was specifically talking about ACB's point about enslaved persons, their domicility and their allegiance. But if you guys,
and then we're talking about color.
Go, am I audible? Because I have my Bluetooth fixed.
yeah, we can.
Band, are you able to hear me, Band?
Yeah.
Okay, so what you just educated me on, you even might say you professed it, if you will. Would that be what led up to them even talking about one? Secondly, so they're saying even though we've been here longer than them, because some of our ancestors were here illegally, and even if they popped in 1920 and now they are more American than us, and thus spread, or I'm trying to figure out.
Cracking up a little bit.
Damn.
Let me answer the first one, white reception. So it came up because he was making an argument about being in the United States legally, and the children of people here legally should be the ones to get citizenship. And then Amy Coney Barrett brought up the point that you guys have been talking about slavery, but were they always here legally? Where were they domiciled? Did they have allegiance to the United States? And the answer would be, in many cases, no. they became free in 1865, and their children, more to the point, were citizens. And so that's why she was making the claim that the domicility argument and allegiance argument doesn't make any sense. And related to that, they didn't bring up dual citizenship. So she said, for example, when people were snatched up from somewhere else, they still had allegiances somewhere else. And they were enslaved. They were snatched up. So you come, you a Fula boy from Togo, and you get snatched up, and they put you in Walterboro, South Carolina. You're legally domiciled in the United States and have allegiance to the U.S. so that your children and grandchildren become citizens? This doesn't make any sense. And then I added on to it. Many wanted to get the fuck out of the United States, wanted to go to the Caribbean, wanted to go back to Africa, wanted to go to Europe, wanted to go to Canada. Some of them fought against the United States in the Confederacy, in the War of 1812, in the American Revolutionary War, in the Tripoli Wars. Well, not the Tripoli, that was naval. I count most of it. Many black people fought against them. So yes, it was all over the place. It was really offensive to black Americans. But many people on your side in this particular issue will only hear the anti-immigrant stuff and won't hear how it was really offensive to the Negro. Without birthright citizenship, free of domicility, at least, etc., what else would we have to situate the Negro as a citizen? That's why America had birthright citizenship. It's a mess. But y'all keep falling behind conservative Republicans and black.
And it was done, and I forgot it was Justice. I think it was Justice Jackson who raised this point. It was done so that Congress would not all of a sudden go back and try to change it. The language was very clear. Another thing too, the government's argument regarding domicility was very circular. It was like, what's domicility? It was like allegiance. Okay, what's allegiance? It's domicility. Like it was just kind of like I don't like it seemed like it was couched in nothing. Which Justice Sotomayor I think raised the question. I think Gorsuch had maybe hinted to it if he didn't say it explicitly. But some of the justices just were confused about that kind of framing of like what don't related to the authority and how that's even related to jurisdiction, subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
Just a small but important point. Justice Jackson said that the history shows that the citizenship clause was placed in the 14th Amendment to put it beyond the reach of not only legislators, but also executive officials, just beyond the reach of any government official at all. They didn't want that question to be decided by anybody who could exercise power over anybody else, because they wanted to make sure that the formerly enslaved people were fine and that they wouldn't have to litigate questions about their citizenship ever again, or just to anybody else who had been previous citizenship. They just didn't want people to have to litigate the question again, which is why it was there. It wasn't just legislators, but also executive branch officials too.
Where was Wong Kim Ark's parents' allegiance?
I think, wasn't it China?
So so then the domicility, I don't know, what kind of relationship is that? A tautological one, or I don't know, is one of synecdoche or menem? I don't even know what the relationship is.
So I can tell you, I think domicility enters the conversation this way. They believe that jurisdiction requires a certain amount of allegiance from the person. And the way to demonstrate that you have the requisite amount of allegiance is to be domiciled in the United States permanently, I suppose.
Right.
That's
So the point then is then Wong Kim Ark's parents, they weren't domiciled then, because they didn't have allegiance to the U.S. That's what I'm saying. You can't use one as a proxy or an extension of the, I don't know, maybe they're a Mobius strip type relationship or Euro relationship. I don't know about to describe it, but their allegiance was to China.
Agreed.
But they were domiciled in the U.S. And if they're using if they're saying domicility and allegiance are extensions, are sort of mutually constitutive. There you go. Well, that wouldn't be mutually constitutive, but one is constitutive of the other. Let's say that.
Yeah.
It didn't work in the Kim R case. They at least was the China.
They couldn't decide. So Sauer couldn't decide whether, I recall, he couldn't decide whether he wanted the Supreme Court to overrule Wong Kim Ark or leave it alone. Because he at one time said, leave Wong Kim Art alone and distinguish it. And then another time, or many other times, he seemed to be arguing against the holding of Wong Kim Art. So that's another reason they were confused. They sounded confusing to me. I couldn't tell. He sounded as if he knew what he wanted, or how to get where he wanted to go.
And shout out to Cecilia for saying the government said do not over to their argument, because that's really why they're there. And so you're absolutely right, Hurricane. Like, just the unwillingness to say that, but basically saying, like, or physically, third point, don't overrule it. That basically is the case.
Yeah, but their argument requires overruling of Wong Kim Ark. You can't keep Wong Kim Ark and uphold the executive order. You can't. I don't think you can. You would have
He
to
was
do it.
arguing. I don't know if you caught this part. He was actually arguing that we have misinterpreted Wong. He was actually just tried to make the claim that Wong Kim Ark is on their side, because at one point Gorsuch was like, I don't think you want to use Wong Kim Ark. He was like, well, actually we kind of do, because, and that's why he kept going to domicility, because it is domicility. And then we had a discussion when you guys came in here, Neil Lippman and I did, on, is he suggesting that the domicility was, or it was dicta? I couldn't tell what he was doing. It was a total mess.
It was very messy, but within that mess there is a clear argument. I don't think it's a winning argument. Clear argument. If you move away from allegiance whatsoever, you may consider domicility, and the government's position would be that Wong Kim Ark should be read as the parents' domicility was part of the dicta, right? And we should read Wong Kim Ark as parents' domicility it should be included in the test, and in their reading, Wong Kim Ark does exactly that.
But then, okay, I see what you're doing. You're trying to find a coffee bean in this shit. I see. That's why I don't drink that coffee. But I would though. Actually, a chance I would definitely try. So I'm trying to understand. So then, how does the slave part? So they're saying slaves, even those who were here illegally, or unlawfully, shout out to Sweet, that those people were domiciled in the U.S.
Yes.
Legally domiciled.
Yes, they would say. He said that in one or. But again, it's messy. But yeah, if he was making a cleaner argument, he would say yes.
So wait, so if I'm here for 10 years, but I'm undocumented, and me and my wife are undocumented, and we have a child, we're not legally domiciled. But an enslaved person who came illegally in 1830 from Africa or from Jamaica, rotted pussy clot bum clot yarabada rum pum pum, that person was legally domiciled.
Well, not necessarily. That's where you run into the problem. This is why I don't think it's a winning argument, because now you just replaced one problem with another, because an illegal person, this is why the justices were asking how you're defining domicile, right? And if domicile hinges on intent, right? An illegal person that made himself part or herself part of the community with a full intent to stay, right? By ordinary understanding of domicile, would be domiciled in the United States.
Why? I mean, I guess he's doing it because it's his job. This man is arguing a position that he knows. This man with the Duke undergrad, Harvard Law School, and a master's from Notre Dame. He knows full well that this doesn't make any sense.
So Ben, I think you're going a little too far. You know that. Okay. Now you're saying, when you say he knows it doesn't make sense, are you claiming that to show that
wants it to be the case. As a conservative, I can understand that. But I don't think he believes that the domicility allegiance test that he's reading in Kim, I don't think he believes that. Now, he can say that Kim was bad law, but he wasn't saying that.
Yeah, most of these people don't believe what they're saying when you talk to them privately.
Wait, that's not true.
Well, see, I don't like the internal belief argument. I don't like it.
Well, I'm just saying that the legal arguments on their merits was so full of inconsistencies, and you saw one thing and another bigger problem, one problem, another one pops up, that he couldn't, I don't think he thinks that what he was arguing was logically and legally sound. He's too smart to know it was. But you really think that he thinks that Kim Wong-R case is on their side? Come on.
Man, I have no choice. If that's what he's arguing, I just have to take it at face value. What else?
That's fair. I agree with you on that.
Eric, can you ask the interbelief question? Why do you ask the question, now you're like, oh my God, internal belief?
No, he did ask it.
Yeah.
It's how they get these billable hours. They ask a question, you spend an hour, and then they ask why you discussing it. You spend another hour, and you forget they were the ones that did it. It's double billable hours. It's nasty work.
Do you mind if I went and got some of your data for Hurricane? I'm going to post it in the chat so you can see Hurricane. And I'm going to explain it a little because it's actually very interesting when he sent it to me. I was there in the chat now. Okay. Last year, Greg Abbott, governor of Texas, put in an executive order that all hospitals require to report undocumented versus regular citizens' payer so that they can see the payer plans. Previously, surprisingly to me, this was not recorded. There's a reason this wasn't recorded. The reason why it wasn't recorded is in a lot of these articles go back to 2006. I was like, why is 2060 popping up? Carol Keaton Strayhorn, by the way, y'all don't think I'm crazy, but I actually did help her campaign when I think 2003 when she ran for governor. I might be off on the year, but Carol Keaton Strayhorn was great. She was comptroller of the state of Texas. Very smart lady. She did a study on undocumented versus Texas citizens. And the study back in 2006 showed that immigrants were a net benefit to the state. So therefore, the Texas conservatives in office, I think Perry's in office, let it go. Now, with the executive summary that I just put in the chat, it does not break out pregnancy. I asked, it doesn't break out pregnancy, but it takes all payers. Greg Abbott asked for the data. You can see it from fiscal year 2024 to 2025. It was just released 2 months ago, and it shows the $1 billion hit to the state in providing for healthcare. Now, that's not, to be fair, that's not the count. I think I've seen some numbers as high as $4 billion in taxes and revenue that undocumented generate for the state.
But hey, Trent, I have one or two questions for you because your story is way too long. You posted summary. What is this thing called? Executive order data summary. Yeah. So I have a question about the types of visits. 5 types of visits. The last called total visits and costs not legally present. Can you explain what that type of visit is to me?
I don't know.
No, the last one is all of them combined.
That's what I thought. That's what it sounds like to me.
Total cost of visits, that is all of them combined, all the undocumented visits types combined.
That's not what Ben is saying.
No, that is. That's all the, I added them up. The top 4 rows, all of them combined is the 5th row.
Yeah. So So all of them combined is the fifth row.
Yeah.
Okay. So then what does this tell us about the burden imposed on Texas by undocumented women giving birth to children in Texas?
And that's what I'm saying. It doesn't break out first.
Okay.
Yeah. But in totality, this is taking all the visits. That's what equals the billion. It's not $1.5 billion. It's $1.05 billion. So that's the $1 billion number.
But this doesn't show what portion of the financial burden is created by lawfully present people, does it?
No, it does show unlawfully present people. Yes, it does.
Oh, okay.
This is just this is total business and costs, not legally present. That number, that $1,050,642,000 number, that number right there is the total burden to the state in costs.
And that burden is created solely by the United States?
In Texas, yes.
Okay, Ben, is that how you're reading it too?
I mean, I don't understand it because on the first and third rows. Let me go back to it. The first and third rows. Oh shoot, I just lost it. The first and third rows say Medicaid and CHIP, and it's total visits and costs. But Medicaid and CHIP, undocumented illegal shouldn't be getting. So I don't get it. I'm stuck on that.
I would have to ask because I'll see if I can get a clearer explanation. But the $1 billion.
Hold on, Trent. Listen. So let me tell you what I did. I didn't want to say what Bam was saying because I didn't want you to tell me I was being combative and an asshole and all that stuff. But when I read the shit, it didn't say what you say it said. So I asked you questions so that you could expose yourself. You didn't want to expose yourself. So Bam joined the company, exposed your ass. That's the problem. This executive does not tell me what it tells me and tells you. It doesn't.
What it says is, in the article that this came out in, says that Texas spent more than $1 billion on healthcare for undocumented immigrants in 2025.
I don't care what some newspaper article says. I want access to the data, and I want to know how the data was used. And I'm telling you that when I read this executive summary, it doesn't tell me what you say it says. So I don't know, but I might be wrong because numbers aren't really my thing. But
let me add on here. This is where Trent, you may be correct. This is where the numbers make sense. If they're suggesting that these are state Medicaid and S-chip funds, and that could possibly be the case, but I don't see. Damn, y'all just lost the game. I don't see it say S-chip, so maybe that's what it means. That being said, respect, it's only $1 billion. How much do illegal undocumented contribute to the? I know there's a bunch of people building in South Texas who are cruddy because they put down some foundation and can't build the houses.
That is true, and so then I have to go back and look for now. But I believe in 2006, when Carol Keaton Strayhorn studied, they were contributing between $4 to $5 billion in sales and state income tax. Well, they don't pay income tax, but sales, state taxes. So it was a net positive on that. Now, healthcare isn't the police force and some other services in order to count how much illegal immigration is costing, but it would lean to that in Texas, it's a net benefit to the economy. And this goes back, and this is the last thing I'll say, because I'll be here tonight once we get Trump started. This leads to Milton Friedman, Ben, I think you'll like this. I think it was 1978 or 79, when he talked about immigration is a net positive to the economy as long as you don't give them benefits. And as soon as you start giving them benefits, that's when you run into a problem.
Cato did a nationwide study. I don't see that statewide it would be much different. It's trillions of dollars. It's 1994 in net benefits to the United States.
To the state, it's probably a net positive. Now, and we won't get all into the immigration conversation. There's some net negatives to you as an American citizen. But to the state and the state coffers, it's probably a net positive.
I mean, again, if we're talking about healthcare costs and what's driving it, it's definitely not illegals getting service and illegals getting babies delivered. I mean, you can look at the cost of health.
That definitely, that everybody I've talked to says that's a factor.
Well, it's a factor because when you deliver a baby, the obstetrician comes in, stands there, somebody pulls it out, then they charge you $8,000. $40,000. Well, I'm specifically talking about the delivery itself. Maybe, I mean,
If you account for everything,
no, go on to be more than that. I'm just talking about the actual delivery. Like, why is pricing never the issue? So you're saying if we get rid of that 300,000 anchor babies, the cost of my healthcare and insurance is going to go down? Absolutely not. It'll probably go up because the economy will contract.
Yeah, interesting take.
Now, Ben, and he has a point of healthcare. He absolutely has. I actually agree with that too.
With the money, if it didn't go there, just curious.
One problem with the cost is litigation. The amount of insurance that these doctors have to carry to compete with the litigation if somebody dies or is injured in surgeries is insane. So tort reform.
How's that even connected?
How's that connected?
I knew you were a Republican, but I didn't know you were such a Republican. You think the cost of healthcare is being driven by insurance liability costs? That's great.
I'm curious, where do you guys think the money goes?
Yeah, you know why?
Yeah.
You're like a Republican from you're like a Lindsey Graham, John McCain, new Republican of 2006.
Nothing wrong with that.
I am, baby. I told you that. No, but in all seriousness, I McCain was my first politician back in 2000, the McCain Express. But no, the tort reform, if you remember our man John Edwards back, was that 07? There is a problem with the amount of insurance that these doctors have to carry. Now, they also do make well over $500,000 a year. So, there's you got to be the boss. But there's multiple factors in it. I'm not trying to say that insurance alone is the problem, but it's not the insurance, it's litigation. I'm not saying that alone is the problem, but it is part of the problem.
Definitely a factor that goes into it and accumulates with everything else, yeah. It's crazy because if they don't, you know what I mean? Like, oh no, that's. So what would you do with that extra money if you were the government? It just vanishes? Doesn't attribute to anything? No, I don't think so.
What extra money?
What?
Extra money that is not there anymore? What do you mean?
I'm not repeating myself.
Oh, that's weird.
The government thing. I don't know.
It's so simple to understand. Like, if you're not using that, where does the money go? Does it just vanish or anything else, right, Neo? So basic.
What is it?
Neo, if you don't pay your rent, you don't have to pay your rent, and you have that extra money, what can you do with that money? Does it just vanish? You don't make that money anymore? That money doesn't go to your bank account anymore every month?
I'm asking what extra money you're talking about.
Oh my God, I thought you were neoliberal. What the hell?
I am?
You know, Trent, at least Trent understands. At least Trent understands me, okay? That's all I need.
I'm just not following
No, I don't.
Okay, Trent, so, alright, so what did you put the 100 sign to for me when I was speaking? What did you resonate with?
The very first part when you said about you think that this money just goes nowhere, but then when you said to the government, that's where I'm like, wait.
No. All right. So I'm just saying, like, whatever entity's in charge of dispersing these funds, you know what I'm saying? Like, if it does one source, where would it go, right? Where would you put it? It doesn't just vanish in thin air, right? So whoever disperses these funds, like, where would it go if that weren't a cost that they would have to, you know what I mean, supply funds to? Where would it go?
Yeah, I think the point is you might not have the funds to disperse. So you have to see what people contribute to the economy. So if they're not contributed to the economy, the funds there that they're dispersing on, say, having a child, might not be there. That's the dynamism of economies.
So when they first show up, they're not into the economy immediately as soon as they show up here.
In South Texas. So
wait, hold on. Dan, do you understand what I'm saying though?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Okay, all right.
I get it. But that's not how the economy works. You show up, then you get $1 out. That's also true. When you were born, if you were born a citizen, when you first showed up.
Yes, I was.
Okay, when you first showed up, you also weren't contributing. That's not how things
Right,
work.
but these are adults though.
I know. So
and I wasn't contributing. Paying father and my work. Hold on, that's what I'm saying. But hold on, but man, let me work with you. My father and my mother work. I don't contribute, but they contribute for me. So we, the American people, are their fathers.
I get it. When the men show up in South Texas, they are working. We're talking about South Texas.
Oh yeah. Pick some tomatoes for me or something. I get it. I understand.
No. They build that. They boom the economy through like real estate, the housing market.
Right, through illegal practices of paying minimum. You know what I'm saying? Not paying by the book. Then all of a sudden you have all these developments that were. Nah, come on, it's not a secret, man. It's not a secret.
What do you mean?
It's not a secret, man. Ben, my father. No, I'm very chill. Wait, hold on a second. Stop yelling. Relax.
When you say they're paying, you said not by the book. What do you mean?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you what I mean, right? I don't know if you have any experience with like construction.
I've never owned a construction company. What did you mean?
No. You don't have to own a construction company.
What do you mean by the book?
Why are you interrupting? Can you relax, sir? Can you show like some type of like control over?
Fucking ignorant dumb. Shut the fuck up. Your inability to have a conversation is insane. You are so stupid.
So, if
I never speak to that in real life, what would you do?
You are an idiot. You are low IQ. You want to be smart, but you're not. You don't show emotional intelligence. I'm sorry. That a person younger than you got you that irritated to where you have to curse me out. You know you can't speak to me like that in real life. Enjoy this application and the buttons. Enjoy it, man.
Watch this.
Enjoy it. Go ahead. Do whatever you gotta do. Do what you gotta do. Enjoy. Indulge yourself. That's why your life is not better than mine. I'm sorry.
What would happen in real life?
In real life, you will not raise your voice at me.
Why?
I will laugh in your face, and I will tell you, let's compare lives. Let's compare living status. Let's compare finances. Let's compare manhood. And you will fucking crumble to my feet. That's what real life is all about. But since you hide behind this app, you can do whatever you want, Mr. Moderator. And then your little fucking crowd can fucking cheer for you because they are inadequate. And they know that. That's why they fucking try to ridicule me in the chat. It's okay.
Okay.
I'm sure of myself. Press that button. Press that button.
No, hang on, bro. Listen, I think that Ben makes well of No, these are well established.
It's fine, Dad.
Yeah. I could run my I could pull my dick out too. Don't worry.
Just go ahead.
No.
I can pull my dick out too. Am I really?
It's not the birthplace point.
Yeah, we don't
We don't have to go there, right? So why the fuck does he have to
hold
be?
on, man.
First of all, you're contradicting yourself, man.
What?
Telling me, oh, don't interrupt me, don't raise your voice, blah blah blah.
Wait, so you were correct on that. We do have a underpaying of wages for undocumented workers, especially when it comes to construction. And it's not just South Texas; it's actually across the entire southern United States. But so yes, they do affect. That's why I said it may not be good for the average citizen, especially in the working class, especially the blue collar class. Illegal and undocumented immigration affects your labor. It brings down your wages. It makes you less valuable. But to the state and the state's coffers, it is actually probably a net positive. But Miriam put in the chat that
incorrect undocumented statement.
Hey, my man, hold on. Miriam put in the chat that in 2022, Texas generated $4.9 billion from taxes. That's about the numbers that I had. So I agree with that. So I don't think if we look down at a net benefit to the state, and we are seeing to Van's point in South Texas right now, that immigration has been a net positive, and as these people have been pushed out, and we have decreased on the crossings of the border, this area is actually seeing some decline for the first time.
Okay, so might be a correct particular statement about some very particular industry. As a general statement, it is incorrect about blue-collar work. Immigrants are not net burden on employment either, specifically native-born employment. Native-born employment wages actually improve with immigration, including immigration.
They don't.
Particular.
We're seeing it now. They don't.
Yeah, I'm fine. You can make the caveats and exceptions. That's fine. But it's a general statement. What I said is true. What you said is wrong on a general statement.
No.
If you want to make it particular,
my man, first of all,
to some
Texas
industry and something okay, that's fine.
You don't live here. Texas is.
That's why I said if you want to make it about some particular locale or specific industry, that is fine.
But it's happening across the United States. Okay?
Okay, across the United States.
It's happening in Georgia. It's happening all over.
Give me a study that says on net that immigration on net in the United States, not particular industries, is net negative.
You don't need a study.
Wages.
Neoliberal needs a study because he's not in the United States, so he's going off of what he has.
I need to go get a measurement of your take on ATR.
So Trent, I'm not gonna dispute.
I just want to address.
He needs a study because he's not here. I'm just being fair to
I need it from Trent. Yes, I need that study from you.
Yeah, no, but you know.
Yeah, but Trent, you understand. Don't even listen to his joke. Like, you understand. Like, he's not here, so you don't.
Yeah. There are multiple industries right now, especially in agriculture and in construction, which are paying higher wages, much higher wages in trade.
I don't care about narratives. Study.
It's not a narrative.
It is. It's literally.
Neo only thinks in studies. You have to speak to him on studies.
Yes, that's
even if they're false.
Yeah. Look,
we can.
You don't need a study to know.
He only regurgitates studies. That's the problem.
Correct.
Yeah, you don't need a study to know that if there is more labor, right, and you have the same amount of relatively the same amount of demand, but if there is more labor, it brings down the wage. What is happening down here in South Texas isn't necessarily that there's a worker shortage. It's just that you now have to pay more for these workers. And there are some people here that are happy because now as a painter, they can make 15, 16, 17. Carpenter, they can demand 22, 23, 24 dollars an hour, where these jobs previously were around. And so what's happened is it's and that's why I'm saying for the average person, for the average American, especially the blue collar workforce, and this goes into factories and automotive factories in Georgia and Tennessee and other places. When you have less labor available, it raises the wage of that labor, and it is probably for you a net positive as an American, but not necessarily for your state. I'll land right.
Again, studies show the opposite. Native
that's all
born wages actually increase with immigration. I agree, Trent, that there might be specific locales and specific sectors that don't see that relationship. But again, this is why Trump policies have created a native-born workers' wage decreases or growth decreases, and in some places actual decreases rather than the opposite.
So what happened during the last administration when New York got, you know what happened in New York, right? Or you want me to tell you that the person actually works there? That actually works there and actually sees the effects.
No, but happened on with what? Wages, employment, what? You have to get the thing.
So work, wages, safety, overall living, like going outside and seeing it look like Beirut.
When? In what years?
In the last 3 years.
It looked like Beirut.
Actually, in the last 3 years.
I think 2020 was the worst year in New York.
So I can speak on yeah. But if you just want to look at the last 4 years, the last 3 years, 4 years, yeah, it's been terrible. It looks crazy. These people are living in hotels paid by who? I don't fucking know, right? We don't. This shit just fucking appears.
What does that have to do with the labor market? They're talking about labor markets.
Yeah, so of course, like the Democrats want to, and the business owners want cheap labor, right? Cheap fucking labor.
Well, I think Americans want cheap labor because they want cheap costs. That's why we import a lot of shit from China.
Right.
Yeah,
The problem with that is, what you said?
That's an American problem. It's not a Democrat. Oh,
so if you had a country, right? If you had yo, bro, why you gotta yell? I mean, you're passionate. I'm gonna just say that you're passionate. I'm gonna just say that you're passionate. It's not a problem. No, you're passionate.
But wait, you're saying kids don't like Walmart?
Oh yeah, we love Walmart.
Oh, you're a Republican. I thought you were just a Trump guy.
No, but see, that's the problem. I'm not a fan of nobody. I'm a Republican because I resonate with what it means to have a conservative mind, be fiscally responsible, you know what I'm saying? Like, have borders because they exist for a reason.
I got you. So what was the point? So the original point, to go back to where we are, you guys move the illegals for the hospital stuff, right? I was basically making the claim they were paying for it because of their contributions to the economy. All the other stuff you guys were talking about had nothing to do with the conversation. So you were saying, oh, well, the money can go elsewhere. I'm saying if they're not here, the money that you think can go elsewhere won't be here.
Where did the money in Minnesota, how did that pop up? The fraud that was occurring, where did that money come from? Where did the money, I'm giving an example, where did the money come from? Where did the money come from? With the fraud, where was that money originally pulled from?
I'm answering. I think that was fraud that was perpetrated through COVID expenditures and maybe Medicaid and other social services. So that came from Alexis.
Who pays Medicaid?
Who? God, man, I'm answering the question. Okay. Can you let me finish? If you cut me off one more time, I'm literally answering your question. Sound like a little bitch.
Hey, you're a bitch. Faggot. Press that button. You're looking for an excuse. I'm giving it to you. Press
your
it.
Mother's a faggot.
Press it. Your fucking family, your whole generation, your bloodline, your future. You're a coward. Press that button. Take away from the conversation. Press that button. You know you can't fuck with me.
This is not a conversation.
Press the button, you fucking faggot.
This isn't a conversation.
Faggot. Press the button.
Please.
Listen to him.
Who pays for Medicaid, Ben?
Medicaid.
I do.
I can answer.
You?
I can answer. getting excited by him calling people a faggot. That was crazy. Let's bring it back up. He wants you to say faggot again. Go ahead, meow. Do you think?
Yes.
Somebody bring him back up. Can't bring him back up.
Invite him.
Why are you scared? Why you gotta bring me down when you respond to me?
I put you down so I get the Mofongo joke out. That's why I brought you back up.
Yeah, but listen, be a man. We don't do that.
No.
We don't do that.
This is the training session.
No, it ain't no training session. I can leave whenever I want. You guys won't have content. You won't have content because you're fucking monotone in your voice. Nobody wants to hear that, Neo.
Exactly.
We have a report on the United States, and I don't live there, but I'm obsessed with the government of the United States because shut the fuck up. You guys are pussies.
No,
shut the fuck up.
The F word.
I'm younger than you. I'm better than you. I'm looking at shit.
You want me to say faggot?
Stop playing with me. Run the country for us then, man. But you're not good enough to be in government. That's why you're here on Clubhouse talking shit. We pay for the fucking Medicaid, you fucking faggot. We pay for that shit. We pay to bring the fucking illegal immigrants here in the right way. You fucking faggot, you ignorant bitch.
Oh,
fuck out of here. Read a book. Read a book. Read a book.
He's training an AI voice to say so he can have different people saying faggot. Bring him back. We'll move him down.
Well, it's his room.
No, he got what he needed. We can move.
Oh, he got it? Okay.
He got
I think he might need a couple more takes. What are we doing? Like, what is happening? Like, I wasn't saying. Oh, God. Oh, God, that was funny. Oh, man. The markets really think the war is coming to an end. I don't know if you guys are following the
It's
market.
green.
And oil went down to only 99, so that's good. I guess it's still too high. And the Brent's all to 100. So now WTI and Brent are only $1 apart, which is crazy. So maybe the Iranians really did ask for a ceasefire. Oh, I don't know. They any attacks? Oh no, they hit a thing yesterday, right? They hit a. Excuse me. Never mind. Air defenses just activated in Dubai 3 minutes ago. I just saw this.
Yeah, there is no basis. The market is moving with. The narrative is completely disconnected.
That's crazy. Mino, come back up. Mino, why? Mino black. Mino, why? Mino black.
No, meow.
Well, you done? I think Mino literally needs a couple more takes.
Okay, now you guys can have a fully productive conversation without me. I'm just gonna be here.
Uncle, here we can go back to the recording because we haven't finished the oral arguments. He's just he's just doing too much.
Go ahead, Patty.
Yeah, we were having content before you came.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court, ask any American what our citizenship rule is, and they'll tell you, everyone born here is a citizen alike. That rule was enshrined in the 14th Amendment to put it out of the reach of any government official to destroy. When the government tried to strip Mr. Wong Kim Ark's citizenship on largely the same grounds they raised today, this court said no. 30 years after ratification, this court held that the 14th Amendment embodies the English common law rule. Virtually everyone born on U.S. soil is subject to its jurisdiction and is a citizen. It excludes only those cloaked with a fiction of extraterritoriality subject to another sovereign's jurisdiction, even when they're in the United States. A closed set of exceptions to an otherwise universal rule. My friend has now clearly said that the government is not asking you to overrule Wong Kim Ark. That is a fatal concession. Because Wong Kim Ark's controlling rule of decision precludes their parental domicile requirement. The dissent understood that, and the majority tells us 6 times in the opinion that domicile is irrelevant under common law. Lynch versus Mark was already the dominant American case on citizenship, and it held that the U.S.-born daughter of temporary visitors from Ireland, who took the baby sojourners' children being U.S. citizens. Justice Field said in 1884 that reflected the general understanding. That understanding was confirmed by Congress with its 1940 Act. The 14th Amendment's fixed line rule has contributed to the growth and thriving of our nation. It comes from it is workable and it prevents manipulation. The executive order fails on all those cases. Swaths of American laws would be rendered senseless. Thousands of American babies will immediately lose their citizenship. And if you credit the government's theory, the citizenship of millions of Americans, past, present, and future, could be called into question. All of this tells us the government's theory is wrong. I welcome the court's questions.
There are 5 exceptions to citizenship that you do accept.
Yes, depending on how many you count, Justice Thomas, how you count them.
What is the underlying rule of law that you use to connect these 5 exceptions?
Sure. So, as I just said, all of the exceptions involve situations where that U.S.-born child is not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, as that extraterritoriality, the fiction of extraterritoriality, the interaction of another sovereign between the United States' jurisdiction and that person applies to the child as well as to the parent. Everyone else born in the United States is subject to the United States' jurisdiction. To answer Justice Barrett's question to my friend, that's what sets those exceptions apart from other U.S.-born persons.
We've heard a lot of talk about Wong Kim Ark, and you dismiss the use of the word domicile in it. It appears in the opinion 20 different times, and including in the question presented and in the actual legal holding. And the government doesn't want it to be overruled because it will rely on that particular fact in that case. Isn't it at least something to be concerned about, to say that since discussed 20 different times and has that significant role in the opinion that you can just dismiss it as irrelevant?
Well, Mr. Chief Justice, I think we have to look at what the controlling rule of decision is in Wong Kim Ark. Justice Gray takes pains in the majority opinion to set out his analysis. He first starts with the premise that in construing the 14th Amendment citizenship clause, we look to the English common law. That was the rule that applied from the colonial era on, at least for the colonists and for European immigrants. He then says, look, Chief Justice Marshall tells us in the Skinner Exchange what subject to the jurisdiction means. Again, looking to the English common law. Under English common law, if you are born in the dominions of the sovereign, you owe natural allegiance. And those who are present in the dominions of the sovereign owe temporary allegiance for as long as they're present. The only exceptions, again, in common law were ambassadors, people born on foreign ships, and people in periods of foreign occupation. He then gets to his favorite page, 693, where he says, look, we have had this rule in the United States as to citizenship, at least for white Americans, from before independence. The purpose of the 14th Amendment, birthright citizenship, embrace and incorporate the common law exceptions with the single additional exception of the pre-existing exception for tribal Indians that we had in the United States, which is an analogous exception, and that's the closed set of exceptions. You can't make sense of the holding of the case without looking to the controlling rule of decision, which is the common law. And I think my friend agrees that under English common law, domicile was not relevant, and the children born to temporary visitors in the territory of the sovereign were always considered birthright citizens.
Well, Ms. Wong, I mean, everything you say strikes me as, yeah, that's the way I read it too, but then what are those 20 domicile words doing there? Like, even, some of them and say, they were just summarizing the facts of the case, but not all of them. And why did they keep on, why did they sprinkle that in the opinion?
Well, I think, again, those were the stipulated facts in the case, and it's clear we have textual evidence in the majority opinion that they were simply saying this is an a fortiori statutory application of that controlling rule that comes from the English common law. Justice Ray writes, rule and the exceptions, with the single additional exception of members of Indian tribes, that the amendment in clear words and manifest intent includes the children born within the territory of the United States of all other persons of whatever race or color domiciled within the United States. And as was pointed out earlier, the very next part of that same paragraph, he cites to Webster talking about Thrasher's case, and he says, people who are born in this country owe allegiance independently of a residence within, foreign nationals owe allegiance independently of a residence with intention to continue such residence, independently of any domiciliation, and independently of taking any oath of allegiance, which is totally contrary to both the government's theory of dual allegiance or partial allegiance and to the theory of domiciliation.
I mean, I might agree with you if domicile has simply been sprinkled in the opinion, but in Wong Kim Ark, it's a long opinion, but it begins by saying, here's the question, and it ends by coming back to the question. And it says, here's the question stated at the beginning of the opinion, namely, whether a child born in the United States of parents of Chinese descent who at the time of his birth are subjects of the Emperor of China, but had a permanent domicile and residence in the United States and are there carrying on business, and he states the diplomatic exception, and he says, for the reasons above stated, this court is of the opinion that the question must be answered in the affirmative. So why put domicile in? Sometimes it's hard to figure out. He tells us this is the whole thing of the case. Why put domicile in there? It's just something irrelevant that he wanted to throw in. It's like, whether a child born in the United States or parents of Chinese descent who once resided at a particular address in San Francisco who attempted to enter the country at the port of San Francisco. Again, it's irrelevant.
Well, Justice Alito, I'll give you two responses. The first is that, again, it was a stipulated fact. The second is that regardless of what the judgment in the case was, which again was an a fortiori application of the rule of decision, the rule of decision in Wong Kim Ark has binding precedential effect. Even if you think that Wong Kim Ark decided the case based on the stipulated facts, you have to controlling rule of decision, and if you follow that rule, you get to the same result for people without domicile. Wong Kim Ark says 6 times in the first parts of the opinion, as well as the page the government focuses on, that domicile is not relevant.
On that, what do we do with the fact that after Wong Kim Ark?
Let me put on a question, right? So if they keep talking about this domicile thing, I ain't read Wong Kim Ark. I only read like little paper. So when they keep talking about this domicile thing, even though they weren't citizens, they were still living in the U.S., right?
Yeah, San Francisco.
So they'd still be subject to U.S. law, right?
Yes.
Yeah. They would still be somewhat, quote unquote, some type of domiciled residence, whether they were. So I'm kind of confused where they're going with this domicile thing, because still the Constitution says we're subject to jurisdiction.
Yeah, they're not trying to overrule Wong Kim. They're saying that Wong Kim has been decided with taking the parents' domicile in account, right? So future law should clarify and make similar cases with domicile also in account, right? So adding on domicile through, like reading domicile into the Wong Kim decision, that Wong Kim was decided not because the mere jurisdiction thereof, but mere jurisdiction thereof plus domicile, right? So they're trying to convince the court that domicile is part of the Wong Kim decision.
So in that decision, did it have anything to say that that said that they had to stay forever, like some type of intent to stay in the United States forever?
Well, I haven't read I have read, but I just don't remember. But the basis is that Wong Kim Ark's parents, effectively, they did have a domicile in the United States. They had businesses in the United States. They clearly had, at the time, although they went back later to China, they had businesses. They clearly intend to stay in the United States.
Establish some type of residence, right?
I don't know, actually.
Not the business even of itself, but I think it contributes to the argument for their domicility.
Yes.
That's how I understand it. So if you have a business, doesn't mean, but if you say you have a domicile and you own a business, it contributes to the argument or to your claim. That's how I understand it.
And that's why she keeps bringing up the common law, like the just so late thing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anybody have questions? I just wanted to clarify certain things.
Yeah, it's again, I'm gonna have to go read it. I have stuff to do today, but again, neoliberal, maybe you can, it's dicta in of opinion, right? It's not a holding.
Well, that's the contention. So
because if we're relying on the common law, when it comes to common law, it's the king's protection, right?
No. I'm just saying, in the opinion, the majority opinion in that particular case, how essential is it? Is it dicta, or
I just don't remember. But that's the contention.
I don't have time.
So what do you mean dicta? I'll look it up.
Well, is it?
Well, I have to read it. Yeah, I have to read it. Dicta is the idea that it's a part of the persuasion and the reasoning, but it's not binding. So that they used it to come to their opinion, but it's not binding in the opinion. So you have dicta. I don't have time. I can't do it this week.
But even if you read it, it's not gonna
What the preponderance of the argument is, I just can't. I mean, I never took it as part of the ruling. I understood it as they're working through the particulars of his case, because he was suing for remedy. He wanted to come back in the United States and claim he was a citizen. That's how I took it. And because his parents could not be naturalized against Chinese in particular in the period, they used the family's domicility when he was born, some 20, 21 years, 22 hours old he was years earlier, to argue in his case. But then the ruling went on to say more. It's not a narrow ruling.
But his parents would have still been subjected to U.S. law.
Yes, and they were subjects to the Emperor of China.
Yeah, but we also can look at other law, including Supreme Court ruling, to understand that, okay, maybe even if there is an argument that you can read domicility to Wong Kim Ark.
There's also statutes.
Yep.
In the 19th century, they don't mention it. In fact, they just repeat the 14th Amendment time and again. I was actually surprised. This is going to be a little technical. I apologize. But if you read Wong Kim Ark, that case is they argue that the 14th Amendment is declaratory. That's what's so bizarre about some of the government's arguments. They were not establishing something new. The 14th is Wong Kim Ark argues that the 14th Amendment itself is declaratory. It is not the establishment of something new, but rather it is clarifying something that was already operative. That's what declaratory statute, declaratory amendment, or declaratory law, whatever you want to call it, or declaratory judgment, right? I don't. They weren't establishing anything new, and they certainly weren't. I don't know, but they don't mention it anywhere else, Patty. If you go to the 1940 law, where it says what the classes of citizen is and naturalization is, they don't mention. They literally say and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And I'll be honest with you, this is, from the stuff I've read, a lot of conservative prudence, voodoo doctrine. Not voodoo doctrine, witchcraft, voodoo. Because there was no confusion on what that term meant prior teeny bit. They never mentioned, because I said, and I went back and searched for it, well, this is one. They never talk about domicility like that. And they had no confusion on what subject to the jurisdiction thereof means either.
I found 4 Supreme Court cases that are against reading domicility. Do not discuss domicility whatsoever. Yeah, like it's not a thing.
It's not a thing. And again, then it runs afoul of the argument on the formerly enslaved Amy Coney Barrett, who had the single best line of questioning today by far.
She does most of the time. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah. She and, well, Kagans are very good too. And it's interestingly enough, they're the law professors, but shout out to the professorial class who knows what they're talking about. Well, sure. But like she made it today. She said you can make this argument around domicility and allegiance vis-a-vis the enslaved. Doesn't make sense.
They're arguing all this, but the one thing that keeps being brought up is like, if you're born in the U.S., you're a citizen. And then the other word is jurisdiction, subject to jurisdiction. And that's because of the Constitution, because of the amendment.
Wait, say that again?
So, if you're born in the U.S., that's where citizenship applies, right? And then another thing, subject to jurisdiction. So if you're subject to U.S. law, you're born in the U.S., I don't understand, where I'm getting confused is this domicile thing.
They're arguing that if people aren't, I think the claim is, I think Solicitor General Sauer is trying to argue that when it was written, and he's trying to argue this as well using the Juan Kinghart case, that if you were not domiciled, which is to say, legally here and a resident, so that requires, I think, 2 things, 2 parts of that test. You have to be here legally, and it has to be a permanence of some degree, a sort of indefinite permanence, he's arguing. If you don't fit that test, the 14th Amendment does not apply to you.
Then we change the rules for diplomats then? Because the difference with the diplomats, and you're talking about people that belong to a legal citizen, is the diplomat.
No, they have a special carve-out in law. They already have a special carve-out.
Right, but they're not subject to U.S. law because they have that immunity.
Right, so their kids aren't citizens. Well, and that's also strange, because I looked it up the other day because it came up, and so I read a little bit about it. So-called blue list diplomats, list ones do, or vice versa, I can't remember the list. So certain diplomats' kids actually do get it. It's a total mess, and the only way it can be fixed is with Congress to fix it, and Congress is totally dysfunctional. Well, let me back up. It's actually not a mess. They made a mess of it because they want to change it without going through the necessary. There's 2 ways to change it. You have Congress pass a law and then have that law pass constitutional muster. That's very, very difficult to do. The first part is extremely difficult. The second part will be difficult, but they have sympathies on the court, 6-3. That's fine. The second part is to change the Constitution. They don't even talk about that. They can change it. But instead, they want to do an executive order. If there's one person who in the framers, by the way, when they wrote this, Andrew Johnson was, just keep that in mind in your backdrop. If there's one person or one office holder who they did not want to be able to determine who was not a president, it's a mess. But they're gonna home in on this domicility thing, and it's gonna get them a vote or 2. I still think it could be 7-2 or 8-1 or 9-0, but they might get a vote or 2 on this domicility thing. But I don't even think the domicility thing matters because the Congress has clarified it time and again by simply repeating the 14th Amendment after Wong Kim Ark. I know I'm repeating myself, say it over and over again, but there's no confusion. The problem with this administration, as much as they like American history, they just don't like what other Congresses and Supreme Courts have done. They should just say that. Otherwise, I'm speaking.
No, they really don't have to change the law because I told y'all my dad was an FSO. So when you're, like, if you're a blue list, supposedly in the U.S., there's still still subject to. They're still subject to. They're still subject to the law. There's no immunity for them. Only if it's like an act like the president. If it's an official act within their capacity for the country that they're, then yes, they may be immune. Maybe immune. But if it's like personal, your kid goes steal a candy bar, then your ass is fucking your kid. And I mean, if you go steal a candy bar, then yeah, you're subject to whatever criminal laws in that area. So I understand that. No law has to be changed on that piece.
Now, I don't know if it would be subject to federal law stuff. It might be subject to state law. I don't know. So if you steal a candy bar, there might be a repercussion. But I think with federal crimes.
Yeah, but with the blue list, yeah, they're subject. With the white list, those guys get all types of protection.
100%. Yeah, right. So that's
my dad's best friends. This motherfucker's gonna murder somebody. They just gonna send him back to his goddamn country.
Yeah.
Well, I may be.
No, I mean, if it's federal, yeah, I think so. If it's state, maybe not. But yeah, I agree. I don't know how it works with states. Maryland probably has a special thing because they all live in Maryland, Virginia. But the domicility argument, it's just a strange thing because I remember when I read weren't they citizens, and this is what the government brought up in the case, a while ago. It's because they couldn't become citizens because of the time. I'm a
It's starting to get confusing to me. I think I got too much shit going on in my brain.
No, it's only you're right because you earlier the proposing and the general logic that they're offering is so bad that it takes you a good hour, like an hour about it out loud for it to get clarity, and you won't have to give up. It's literally that bad.
Yeah, I'm giving the best possible version of their argument that they are not really making. The general was making a real mess trying to differentiate between domicile allegiance and immigration status. It was insane. And I threw out allegiance because with allegiance, it just doesn't gel together whatsoever.
Yeah, so his parents first came. They first came and opened up a business in 1870s, and he was born around that time. I think he was born shortly thereafter, and the Chinese Exclusion Act was here in. And I think they left. And he tried to get back in and claimed he was a citizen.
The only reason I'm asking all these questions because this is kind of like worrisome. Not for me at this time, but at one time my dad wasn't on my birth certificate, and then my mom was here going to school in the U.S. and she got pregnant with me, so she never added my dad until like later on. So it's like there are kids out here that may have a citizen parent, a parent that's a U.S. citizen. They may not have their parent on their birth certificate because they weren't married at the time. Even though they got married later, it was not a big rush for them to do something like this until the first administration.
Oh, here it is, Patty. Here it is, right here.
That's not bad. That's the shit that's crazy.
Here it is, right here, Patty. The reason why, Neil, I don't know if the statute, I forgot about this. It was called the Naturalization Act of 1870. And it limited who could be naturalized as citizens to white people, persons of Africa. So it was a way to incorporate the formerly enslaved, like people of African descent, to be naturalized, right? So they wanted to naturalization and rights to black immigrants and formerly enslaved persons. So his parents were never eligible for naturalization. That's why the domicility part is key to the ruling. The is key to the ruling on his citizenship, but it's not he, as my understanding is, don't you correct me wrong, as a general matter, they were not limited to the domicile. And yeah, I agree with Neil. We should drop the allegiance. The allegiance thing makes no sense. It's very difficult. You're confused because the guy's making no sense.
Yeah, it's not. And then I'm trying to listen to the lady and I understand what she's saying when she's trying to say like how they're narrowing citizenship. Listening to the guy before, the Chief Justice is bringing up the domicile piece. I don't understand where I'm getting confused is how do they determine domicile when you bring up you're born in the United States and then you're subject to the law jurisdiction. So I'm so confused because I'm like, what the fuck? Why the fuck would they keep bringing this up? If that's the whole case, if the Constitution is saying you're born in the U.S., number one, and you're subject to laws, then guess what? You're a fucking citizen.
No, they're bringing it up because they're saying that the 14th, through their peculiar, idiosyncratic, and one might argue, I don't know, whatever way of reading our case, they're reading that the illegal immigrant temporary visas are not domiciled. And since they don't pass that test, and the illegal doesn't pass both portions of that test, they're not here legally, the undocumented, they're not here legally, and they're also not domiciled. Right? Because they don't pass that test, they're not citizens. They're not even talking about the subject of the jurisdiction thereof. And I'm surprised at how little that was brought up to the Solicitor General. That was kind of bizarre.
So the way the federal government's thinking about, and I'm looking at the brief right now, they filed to the Supreme Court, the merits brief. I'm just going to read it. Political jurisdiction is what they're referring to, is a reciprocal relationship in which an individual owes allegiance to and receives protection from a sovereign. They quote Wong King Ark right there. And this court has long interpreted the citizenship clause's jurisdictional requirement to mean that a person must be completely subject to the United States political jurisdiction, not subject to it merely in some respect or degree. And this, I think, is an important sentence right here. A person thus acquires citizenship by birth under the clause only if, under background principles of American law at the time of the 14th Amendment's ratification, he also owes primary allegiance to the country and has a complete claim to its protection. That understanding of jurisdiction to be a prerequisite for birthright citizenship is confirmed by ratification-era evidence tying citizenship to primary allegiance and is consistent with contemporaneous cases identifying the categories of individuals who become citizens by birth. And to your point earlier, Ben, complete protection, complete claim to its protection, then of course that would exclude black folks. It would exclude a lot of people actually, I think, because, what is the scope of that protection and what kind of legal context would that protection apply? So it seems like, I don't know what this political jurisdiction thing is. I haven't seen it before, at least in my years of practicing, which isn't a lot, but I've never seen a thing called political jurisdiction.
Yeah.
You know what's something about this whole situation? So, the first administration, there was talks about birthright citizenship. Nothing went forward. My parents they went to court so that they can get my dad on my birth certificate. Number one, because I was in the military. Sam was. I was in the military, and there were certain things that my parents were kind of worried about. My dad was more worried about because of his previous position as an FSO, in other countries. So it's sure your birth certificate looks good, but then I'm gonna tell y'all, 6 months ago, when I requested a copy of my birth certificate, my dad's name still wasn't on it. And we still had to send, I had to call my dad to get, the legal paperwork so that we can send it to the state so that they can update it. Because they were saying that whatever information I sent just to get it expedited didn't match. And they sent me a letter saying it didn't match. So there are people, I don't know why it takes so long for the fucking courts to fucking update certain things, but what happens to the people that, because I was trying to get a real ID, that's why I got that done. What happens to the people, like say for example, they decide that this is what with this, and this is not the rule anymore. What happens to the people that didn't have their shit updated? Because the state of New York did not update my shit. So like, and so I would still have been considered an anchor baby.
I don't think so, because your dad was a citizen.
Yeah, but we didn't get it updated until first administration. So let's say I didn't get it updated at all.
I mean, you might have got lost in the thing. They argued that that's the states just being whatever. But in the case today, you might have missed it. You might have been away. Justice Jackson asked, this is going to be a mess. How do you determine this stuff? It's a mess.
Right, and it will take a parent, like my dad, to say, hey, this is my kid. And I'm declaring this is my child. And then my parents had to pay for a court date just to get that updated.
Yeah.
And they had to pay for a lawyer. Everybody doesn't have the money to pay for a lawyer to get certain things updated for their kid.
Yeah. I mean, they're not really interested in that. Julian, can you come up? You said you disagreed with something I wrote about the 1870 Act. What do you disagree with? Can you say, or are you at work and you can't speak?
But separately, it's kind of only now dawning on me what you've been repeating a few times about slavery.
Yes.
If this ruling, like let's say it's not going to happen, but if this ruling is, if the government's position is upheld, that means the United States for a long time, the citizenship for black people, descendants of slavery, however the correct framing is, they were not citizens.
Correct. That's correct. That's exactly argued today.
Yeah.
And I'm listening to Ban talk about this shit, and it's really fucking with my head, because I'm like, God damn, because it's not fucking with me no more, because I got it updated. But what if I never, I only went to get the real ID just.
So.
Neo, go delete. Bam said that 17 times already. And you're saying it's just now dawning on you.
Well,
yeah, it's the gravity of what I'm saying. It took a while. It's like most of them. They come around eventually. But that's exactly the point. I know people realize that. That means that based off what we heard today, Odie is more than I or BT would be. Let me tell you why.
Big fact.
Because let me tell you why. Because Odie, based off what the Trump administration argued today, was naturalized under the 1870 Act. So he's protected by 1870. That had the Naturalization Act 1870. Let me read you what it says, since Julian says he disagrees. I have the statute. I don't know why he's coming here and think I'm just talking out of my ass. I actually read. Let me tell you what it says. This is what it says. It'll be further enacted that the naturalization laws are, why don't you listen first before you say the stretch? That the naturalization laws are hereby extended to nativity and persent. I'll say it again. The naturalization laws are hereby extended to aliens of African nativity and to persons of African descent. This is an amendment, or an extension as they call it here, to the first federal law, that is the Naturalization Act of 1790, which extended it to free white persons. So as a free white person, under this law, some 80 years later, alien, he's of African nativity and person of African descent. That is naturalization. My citizenship, I was not naturalized. Omar was not naturalized. BP was not naturalized. Our citizenship comes from being born here as descendants of enslaved persons. But based saying. That's what I'm saying. So people say, oh, I don't know. They're not going to retroactively take people's citizenship. I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying that the theory of the case today, if it were to hold, is that many black Americans and their kids and their parents were wrongfully granted slavery. Granted citizenship.
I mean, theoretically.
Hold on. Julie's saying cap. I want people to come up and tell me where it's cap. I listened to the thing for 3 hours. This is exactly what Justice Amy Kobe Barrett said.
Longer than 3 hours. Since 10 o'clock, man.
Hold on, Patty. I want Julian to come up and tell me where I'm wrong. That's exactly what ACB said today. There were enslaved persons, Omar put the number right, up to 10% of us come from people who were brought here illegally, unlawfully, shall I speak, after January 1, 1808. That's human trafficking. They're illegal. So they weren't legally domiciled. Based on the argument the guy argued today, that person, her descendants, were not covered under the 14th Amendment. Julian, just come up and tell me where I'm wrong. Listen. I'm reading from a statute. You're going to be reading out of your dingleberry ass.
Let me ask you another question, Bam. So my mom came on the app one day. She was at the house. Oh, she was on the phone with me, and I had her. The lady was in the room that day, and she said, "Yeah, I'm gonna apply for my citizenship." My mom has permanent residency. So how would that affect her when she has kids? She has me now. She has my dad.
I'll tell you. It means that if your dad were like your mom, say your dad wasn't Black American and your dad was like your mom and also legal permanent resident, based off what they argued today, your citizenship would be more secure than mine. That's actually what that meant. That's what that meant. If you think about it and take it to it, they actually were arguing today that Wong King Art's citizenship, the Trump administration, is more secure and more assured by the 14th Amendment than many Black Americans who derived from chattel slavery. That's what they were arguing today.
But how does that affect my mom, though? I got another.
It doesn't. She's fine. It doesn't.
So they did expedite it because of FSO and because of his prior military service. So if they did expedite it, but her citizenship hasn't been granted yet. She hasn't been able to take her test. She does her interviews, but she hasn't been able to take her test yet. So how does that? I'm just trying to ask questions, and this is very important to me because I don't know.
Important to us. They're going to
lose anyway. They're going to lose anyway. But people, maybe when we're done, we can rewind it. People should go back and listen to what Amy Coney Barrett said. If you're oh, by the way, that's when they were talking about allegiance. You're telling me an enslaved person in 1820, his allegiance was to the United States? That doesn't make any sense. That's what they argued today. That his elite, huh? By the way, well, I'll leave it there. That makes no sense. We'll have Julian come up and tell me where the cap is. I'm reading the law. We'll have Julian come up and tell us what I'm wrong. I'll read it again. This is 1870. It was passed July 14th, 1870. I'm reading what am I reading? This is the 41st Congress. This is their, the congressional record of 1870. Y'all like to dilly-dally. I'm sitting in my office now. I can look. In fact, I need to put my glasses on. That the naturalization laws are hereby extended to aliens. Aliens is not the enslaved. Aliens of African nativity. Nativity means birth. And to persons of African descent. That's the naturalization laws. Me, BT, Omar, Julian, we don't have naturalization. We have it from birthright. This doesn't pertain to us. We weren't naturalized. Our ancestors weren't naturalized. They were enslavized.
And they were considered property at one time.
Ish. That's a little complicated. Yeah, but they also had.
But property is what brought about 13th and 14th Amendment, right?
They were property, but not in the. That doesn't have any much bearing. That doesn't have any bearing on this particular thing.
Yeah. So why would it have bearing without the 13th or 14th Amendment? Because, if you're considered property at one time, or your parents were great, whatever, I don't know how far back, were considered property, they weren't considered citizens. And then the 13th.
No, but those aren't the only two categories. there's other categories. They kind of sat in betwixt and in between. But in the Constitution, they were considered persons.
Can also just...
They were counted as such.
Also, I think the property...
Like, I've been trying to get in, but I didn't go over the cat.
No, this was like the
on this matter goes more to the matter of citizenhood, which is like, I think, a little bit of a distinct category from citizen here, which is, I think goes to what Van's talking about. I think it's like particularly apropos for this conversation. Typically when we're thinking about like property, we're talking about like personhood, and even that was a little complicated, especially in the 19th century, because, Black people weren't considered property for purposes of, criminal prosecution, for example. So like it just like the context varied, but I don't think it's necessarily relevant for this like, Black people being property for the purposes of for the question of citizenship.
But property is what changed your citizenship, correct?
You said properties was I don't know what you mean by that question. Property change.
Going from property to being actually being a human being that has quote unquote domicile.
So for example, I think what would be more appropriate rather than thinking about just like the presumption is that all Black people, for example, were enslaved persons. So like if you leave that out, right, like just like bracket enslaved persons, think about Black free people, right, who were undoubtedly citizens. That's why I'm saying like the slavery question or people being property doesn't necessarily have to factor in here, because you had Black people who weren't property, they were free people, and we would still have a question of citizenship on the table.
But this is why I'm saying that. The only reason why I bring up property is because of the Dred Scott case. And then,
What is that? What do you mean?
So with Dred Scott, he had to be returned because he was considered quote unquote property, right? He wasn't considered like a human being or a citizen because of
be a citizen. It's very complicated. But they also want property, is what Black freedom is saying.
Okay.
Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying?
That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. Some women, very few, but some women did vote in 1870. I don't know why people make these absolutist statements when you can just go and look. It's very, it's just, yeah. There may be one or two Black women who voted. Maybe maybe one or two. Who's the other one? Did Julian come up? Because Julian said I was getting it. I don't know why the 1870 law, it says it right there.
I don't want nobody to think I'm stupid. I'm asking these my brain. I put them in my notes when they're talking. This has got nothing to do with me being a stupid ass email. It's me not understanding the conversation that's going on between the court justice and the people that's fighting the case. So or arguing for the case. No, I just want somebody to, I want everybody to understand. I don't understand. I can't phantom what, I can't understand when, in my brain, and it's what I've been brought up to know, is just Soleil makes sense, and if you're subject to jurisdiction, then guess what, motherfucker, you can go to prison, or you can go to jail, and you were born on the U.S. soil, you're a citizen. That's it. That's all it's been for me all my life. So now with these arguments, or even listening to these, or there is a confusion on why just Soleil or common law, what they're freaking pulling from, what would have been the original, how they started writing the Constitution based off of their quote unquote forefathers in Europe. I'm confused because now it's like, what the fuck is going on? Because I listened to a little bit of what happened prior to, and then I'm listening to what this female is saying. And now I'm confused because it's like, where does common law make sense when the Constitution clearly states just Soleil makes sense, and subject to jurisdiction makes sense, and then people bringing up, bringing up the blue and white, and then I know what what white looks like, because my dad really considered blue because he's not white. He's not that dude that was fucking just, he was on the financial track.
I think you're making all our IQs go down because we had it and now I'm lost.
No, I'm trying to understand is what the argument is, because if two things should be the final,
the argument is Negroes.
BT, shut the fuck up and go find out what reparations look like.
Trying to get out. Y'all immigrants are good. They're trying to make y'all immigrants
I was
look
born in the United States.
Get us back there.
I was born in the United States.
That's what's
fuck up, bro, before I kick your ass out.
No, I don't. If y'all don't mind. It was something that y'all talking about the domestic part, but he was, when asked about Native Americans or indigenous people, did you notice he got stuck? And
he shouldn't have got stuck because he got stuck. The facility came about back in, what was it, 1800s? Before they walk. The thing is, the facility would have been because they're considered a separate nation. So, like, it's like saying, oh, I'm from Ireland, and I'm claiming I'm a U.S. resident. Now, they overturned that because obviously the United States is the whole mass of land now. But at one time, from fucking, let's pretend it's like Wisconsin and you're not part of the 13th original colony. That, am I right or wrong? So somebody can fix this. From my understanding of history, when it comes to the Indians that were considered a separate nation, they're not the United States.
Well, I mean, it's a mess because there's many federal laws. It's a mess. It's a mess. So if a native lives on a reservation, born on a reservation in what is now Oklahoma, committed a federal crime, he was absolutely charged with, unless I'm wrong, I think he was absolutely charged with the federal crime. Was he not?
How could he be charged with the federal crime if he lived in Wisconsin and that was part of the 13th original colony?
Huh? I said in 1880.
In 1880. And the reason why he would have been charged with a federal crime is because the federal government had jurisdiction.
So they had jurisdiction over a sovereign nation?
Yeah, that's why it's complicated, because they weren't citizens that they were born in that sovereign nation.
Right. If I'm born in a sovereign nation, just because I'm in the middle of your goddamn country, I am a separate nation.
No. Patty, you guys are, y'all black. Y'all forgot how white supremacy works? When they want to take something away from the non-white, they take it away. When they don't want to have them, they keep it from them. When they want to punish them, they punish them. It was an unequal treatment of the law. You can be treated as a citizen for punishment while not being a citizen. It's really that simple.
Yes, that's correct.
It's not.
That is correct, and that,
It's 1880. Like, what's going on?
Right, and if they were serious about it, and when you think about those treaties that they broke, all those treaties that they had between nations, they broke them.
So to 468 treaties. Literally.
We get a little off. We need to be.
I'm just
you in the matrix, but I'm wondering that when he said, I don't know, I have to look. I wonder if the Canadians, if they were choking on Saturday.
No, because they're not listening. Listen back to the tape. You guys want to do Clubhouse. Let me finish the arguments first.
It was a trap question from Gorsuch. Gorsuch always does this.
Yes.
American law. Every time he speaks, first he does the native land acknowledgement, and then he traps the Native American law. The question, but why was it a trap? Because the Citizenship Act was in 1924. And the legal theory that the government is building was before 1924, right? And if you tag on domicility to the theory, then and push it, right, narrow reading of jurisdiction that the government was arguing for, Native Americans become non-reading birthright citizens under Constitution at the time of before 1924.
But we had the man. So now you have to recognize that some of these nations, quote unquote nations, are within your boundaries. When it comes to
well,
right?
Okay. The way I understand it, right, like the government is arguing that not everyone born on the United States soil is automatically a citizen because domicility, etc., right? Historically, and this is before that, the whole theory is based on a pre-1924 law, right? Understanding. So old cases treated them differently because tribal sovereignty, right? Tribes were separate political communities that the whole argument on domicility and allegiance does not work, right? So he's kind of arguing against himself there, and that's what Gorsuch was trying to answer, right? Like, there is an inconsistency. Gorsuch dropped it, that's why he didn't answer, he gave some type of weight. He said, well, I have to think about it. That's what he said.
Yeah, he did.
Hey, man, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Two things. One,
Matrix. Matrix. I think we should just go back and keep listening to the thing.
You in the Matrix, BT.
Write it down, BT, and then come back. We got to listen to it.
At least some authorities took the view the non-domiciliary question wasn't decided, remained open, and even continued to press the view that domicile is required. Now, I know you've got a lot of good stuff on your side, too. One of them wasn't John Marshall Harlan. I liked your example from Justice Harlan's lecture here in D.C. So all of the government citations in their brief generally either were rejected by Wonk and Mark expressly if they predated Wonk and Mark. I'm trying to understand how the legal community understood what happened in Wonk and Mark. Just seems to me it's a mess. So maybe you can persuade me otherwise. I think I can, Justice Gorsuch. First, as to the post-Wonk and Mark authorities the government cites, each one of them is inconsistent with Wonk and Mark's reasoning or doesn't mention it at all. Most of them have very little reasoning at all. And in contrast, what we have on our side, post-Wonk and Mark, is numerous federal court decisions around the time of Wonk and Mark, between ratification and Wonk and Mark, that said that domicile is not relevant. They cited Lynch versus Clark, which again was about the daughter of temporary sojourners. We have the 6th edition of Kent, which was cited in Wonk and Mark, and of course was then cited after Wonk and Mark was decided by many authorities, again discussing temporary sojourners. Anyone who wanted to know what the law of citizenship was under the 14th Amendment after Wonk and Mark would go to the 6th edition of Kent, where he says in that footnote on page 38, that the rule was Lynch versus Clark, and temporary sojourners' children are U.S. citizens. We have members of Congress speaking on the record on debates on immigration laws, where they were finally passing these immigration restrictions that Senator Cowan wanted. And they all stated either that Lynch was the rule, that Attorney General Bates had stated the rule, again citing Lynch, or Kent, and stating the rule that everyone born in the U.S. is a citizen, and saying, look, children of Chinese immigrants, these immigrants who are unwelcome, these immigrants that Congress is now trying to bar from entering the United States, if their children born in the United States are citizens. We have in 1896, so a couple years before Wonk and Mark, but in 1896, State Department regulation, which said that U.S. born children of foreign nationals accepting only the children of ambassadors. And then you have Marshall Woodworth, who is a U.S. attorney who writes in a library article that he's talking specifically about temporary sojourners' children. I don't think that's a good rule from a policy. The general rule.
So this one, can I offer a possible explanation for why Justice Gray made a point of putting domicile in what he said was the holding of the case. And it is this. Wong Kim Ark and his parents, had they come to the United States from Europe, could have been naturalized. But because they were Chinese, they could not be naturalized. And they had done everything that they could to make themselves Americans by the United States. And so that's he couldn't get naturalized because of a racist law, but they had done everything they could to become part of American society. At the same time, there were many men who were horribly exploited, brought to the United States to work on the Transcontinental Railroad, to they were worked to death. They were treated horrifically, but they were overwhelmingly men. That wasn't an indication that they would stay here, they could stay here, they didn't have permanent homes. And the opinion is drawing a distinction between those two categories of people who would have been well understood at the time when Wong Kim Ark was decided.
No, Justice Alito, I don't think that's a plausible explanation for why domicile is mentioned in Wong Kim Ark, because again, the controlling rule of decision based on the English common law and cases from Schooner Exchange to Lynch versus Clark to State versus Manual, which was the North Carolina decision that said, look, the rule in the United States from in the English common law rule, it's that explanation inconsistent.
Isn't that explanation? I take his point, and I think he actually makes a good one in the sense it could be that Justice Gray emphasized domicile to help the public accept the outcome of this case. You're suggesting that the emphasis on domicile was not a part of the rule, meaning he wasn't saying you had to be like a foreigner who is doing everything they can and who can't be naturalized, but he might have emphasized those facts. In this case, precisely because Chinese immigrants were unwanted, precisely because he had to get this out into the public, and people were going to say, whoa, you're saying these people have this baby has citizen? And so one could imagine that it was important from a standpoint of helping people accept this citizen rule under these circumstances to emphasize that these particular people in this case were in Justice Alito's first category. I think that is very possible, Justice Jackson, and as evidence of that, I would point to the fact that if you look at the briefing in Wong Kim Ark, you'll see that even though the parties had stipulated in the district court that Wong Kim Ark's parent states, when the case came to the Supreme Court, the government's brief argued that it was impossible for Chinese immigrants to have domicile because they expressed the view that was common among people who opposed immigration by Chinese nationals to the United States. There was a common view that Chinese people were inherently temporary sojourners in the country. And so I do think it's possible, Justice Alito and Justice Jackson, that he was trying to dispel that notion and tell the government that it reads as though he's trying to calm everyone down. These particular people were domiciled, but we're following the English common law rule. And when you look at the English common law rule, domicile is not a factor. That's right. I think, who knows why the majority opinion mentioned domicile. We know it's a stipulated fact. We know the government tried to renege on that stipulation and rely on this assumption on the part of anti-Chinese advocates at that time that Chinese people couldn't form a domicile, and he followed the English common law rule. That's right. I just wanted to ask you a question about how the exceptions
You gotta pause it.
An exception, and some of the common law sources call
You
them
gotta pause it.
exceptions.
What people just heard and may have missed, but I caught it, was an over-prepared, over-educated, probably very smart lawyer in Cecilia Wang, not listening to the judges. And basing it, it was very Clubhouse what she did. She disagreed with what Alito was saying because it was Alito, and she thinks he's on the other side. And save her. Because what Alito was saying, which is what I've been saying all day, the domicile argument only had to do, essentially, what they were effectively saying, was how they were establishing Wong Kim Ark's parents because they were excluded from naturalization under the 1790 Naturalization Act and its subsequent updates, including the 1870, even though they were already here for that. Right? They might have already here. They came in 69, 71, I slipped on line, right? And Wang thought that he was trying to make the argument that that was key to the ruling. And Jackson had to come in and save her, saying, oh, no. He was actually just saying that to explain the Wong Arcs, their family's case, but the ruling was based on common law. Did y'all, I don't know, did you catch that, neoliberal?
Wow.
Yeah. She heard Alito, she's like, oh, that's not it. Jackson came in and said, oh, no, that is it. That's exactly it. Stop. Jackson literally just said, not that they were going to lose the case anyway, but Jackson literally came in to save her because Wang is not listening. She did Clubhouse. Somebody said something and people disagree. But what Alito was saying is correct. If you read the Wang case, the Wong Ar Kim case, they focused on domicility because the parents could not be naturalized under American naturalization law. But their ruling had nothing to do with domicility.
But you know, man, and this is to Alito's earlier questions, but for him, it does matter. And Jackson, I view her meeting as take what Alito's saying and actually flip it and say, actually, what domicility was, it wasn't one, a part of the holding, but two, it really just had to do with the parentage and describing the parentage.
I know.
Right? But my point is that it's not so much Wang mishearing this Jackson taking what Alito did is how it helps your
That's what Wang should have did.
Yeah, that's the lawyer.
That's my point.
My point is that, like, I'm addressing your point specifically about how for Alito, domicility actually is central.
No, I know it is. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think it is for him. And she should have said domicility is important, but only for the... That's what I'm saying. Jackson did what the lawyer should have did because the lawyer's not listening. It's like, well, I'll give you an example. Courtman said this morning there was on the Supreme Court. I asked him to name them. I didn't say there weren't. I said name them. And he couldn't. She should have said, no, you're Alito, Justice Alito, that's right. And the reason why is because of these laws. He mentioned the racist law. Alito brought up a racist law. She should have dug in. That was the point. That this stuff is giving citizenship notwithstanding the racist laws.
So she was Clubhouse. She was listening to respond instead of listening.
100%.
I don't think it's so. What it is that the way the arguments were briefed is that the respondents here, Cecilia and everybody else, they're like, this domicility argument is bullshit.
Correct.
Right? And so Alito finds that argument to be fascinating, and I think that his dissent will be based on that. He agrees with the government's theory.
I agree.
Right? And so I think it's not so much that I think Wayne isn't hearing it more than she disagrees with Alito's premise, and that's where I think Jackson comes in and says, this is actually how you flip that. And so I don't think so much
she flip it.
But this is what the justices do sometimes.
I know. I understand that. I'm just saying. But then what she said, we should play it back. Because she said, no. She should have said yes. And she should have yes and is what I'm saying. I know y'all like her. She's like black people. She's a liberal. She's ACLU. I know you all gotta like her because she's on your team. I thought she'd be terrible. I because she's a liberal from the ACLU, and she went to Berkeley undergrad, and she got her JD from Yale, and she clerked on, I think she clerked on the ninth, and court justice or two. She's really smart. She's an immigrant kid. I don't give a fuck. I thought that was. She should have. I would have said to him. I said it the day in the beginning. I said I don't want to hear it. I said that's exactly what the case is about. Because when I read the Wong argument, and that's been a couple of months since I've read this long, but I recall they were homing in on it because of the 1870. They said, look, he didn't have a chance to be this sort of thing. That's the only reason why we're bringing up domicility. That's it. She could have said that, but I know you defend her. She's on your team.
I think.
Is that why Black Freedom's going so hard to justify her or to clean it up?
That's what they did.
I mean,
they do team warfare. I'm the only honest one on here. These people do team warfare.
I mean, I mean, Ben, I get that reading. I just read it as you don't want to give any credence, at least as the attorney for the respondents, to the domicility argument. I think Jackson, more than anything, gives us a glimpse into how she's going to address the domicility argument in her concurrence.
Can you rewind it?
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, let's listen to the exchange.
From the top, please.
From Alito's questioning, which, by the way, he brings up a racist law. The racist law is the 1790 the first major immigration law in America, which said only free white aliens could be naturalized. There was nothing specific about Asians and Chinese in particular until the 1880s, but they could not be naturalized until later.
Alright, by the way.
Wong Kim Ark's parents were domiciled in the United States. When the case came to the Supreme...
Should I go back further?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
That's a good rule from a policy perspective, but that's the general...
Hold on.
States as to citizenship, at least for white Americans, from...
Are those your claws tapping?
Are those your fingernails? Intended to stay in the United States, but they just as they are positive.
Stop hating.
Incorporating what we had previously said it meant. Page 572 addresses this.
Oh, no, way before that. No, it's way after that. No, you're going way too far back.
Senator Wade's proposal. So, but these... Right, basically, government tried to strip Mr. Wong Kim Ark's citizenship on largely the same grounds they raised today.
Go, keep going with it.
The 14th Amendment's fixed, bright-line rule has contributed to the growth and thrive. It comes from text and history. It is workable, and it prevents manipulation. The executive order fails on all those counts. Swaths of American laws would be rendered senseless. Thousands of babies will immediately lose their citizenship. And if you credit the government's theory, the citizenship of millions of them, past, present, and future, could be called into question. All of this tells us the government's theory is wrong. I welcome the...
Five exceptions.
That's it.
That you do extend.
You go to Alito.
Yes, depending on how many you count, Justice Thomas, how you count them.
What is the underlying rule of law that you use to connect these five exceptions?
Sure. So, as I just said, all of the exceptions involve situations where that U.S.-born child is not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States because that extraterritoriality, the fiction of extraterritoriality, the interaction of another sovereign between the United States jurisdiction and that person applies to the child as well as to everyone else born in the United States. To the United States' jurisdiction. To answer Justice Barrett's question, my friend, that's what sets those exceptions apart from other U.S.-born persons.
We've heard a lot of talk about Wong Kim-ark, and you dismiss the use of the word domicile. It appears in the opinion 20 different times, and including in the question presented and in the actual legal holding. And the government doesn't want it to be overruled because it relies on, willing to rely on that particular fact in that case. Isn't it at least concerned about to say that since it's discussed 20 different times and has that significant role in the opinion that you can just dismiss it as irrelevant?
Well, Mr. Chief Justice, I think we have to look at what the controlling rule of decision is in Wong Kim-ark. Justice Gray takes pains in the majority opinion to set out his analysis. He first starts with a premise that in construing the 14th Amendment Citizenship Clause, we look to the English common law. That was the rule that applied from the colonial era. Chief Justice Marshall tells us in the Skinner Exchange what subject to the jurisdiction means. Again, looking to the English common law. Under English common law, if you are born in the dominions of the sovereign, you owe natural allegiance. And those who are present in the dominions of the sovereign owe temporary allegiance for as long as they're present. The only exceptions, again, in common law were ambassadors, people born on foreign ships, and people who were born during periods of foreign occupation. He then gets to the government's favorite page, 693, where he says, look, we have had this rule in the United States as to citizenship, at least for white Americans, from before independence. The purpose of the 14th Amendment was to embrace that universal rule of birthright citizenship, to embrace and incorporate the common law exceptions with the single additional exception of the pre-existing exception for tribal Indians that we had in the United States, which is an analogous exception, and that's the closed set of exceptions. You can't make sense of the holding in the case without looking to the controlling rule of decision, which is the common law. And I think my friend agrees that under English common law, domicile was not relevant, and the children born to temporary visitors in the territory of the sovereign were always considered birthright citizens.
Well, Ms. Wong, I mean, everything you say strikes me as, yeah, that's the way I read it too, but then what are those 20 domicile words doing there? Like, you can, take some of them and say, they were just summarizing the facts of the case, but not all of them. And why did they keep on, why did they sprinkle that in the opinion?
Well, I think, again, those were the stipulated facts in the case, and it's clear we have textual evidence in the majority opinion that they were simply saying this is off that controlling rule that comes from the English common law. Justice Gray writes, again, after setting out the English common law rule and the exceptions with a single additional exception for children of members of Indian tribes, the amendment in clear words and manifest intent includes the children born within the territory of the United States of all other persons of whatever race or color domiciled within the United States. And as was pointed out earlier, the very next part of that same paragraph, he cites to Webster talking about Thrasher's case, and he says, people who are born in this country owe allegiance independently of a residence within, foreign nationals owe allegiance independently of residence with intention to continue such residence, independently of any domiciliation, and independently of taking any oath of allegiance. Totally contrary to both the government's theory of dual allegiance or partial allegiance and to the theory of domiciliation.
I mean, I might agree with you if domicile had simply been sprinkled opinion, but in Wong Kim-ark, it's a long opinion, but it begins by saying, here's the question, and it ends by coming back to the question. And it says, here's the question stated at the beginning of the opinion, namely whether a child born at the time of his birth or so domicile and residence in the United States carrying on business, and he states the diplomatic above state. This court is of the opinion that
throw in. It's like, whether a child born in the United States or the parents of Chinese descent who once resided at a particular address in San Francisco who attempted to enter the country at the port of San Francisco. Why put it in if it's irrelevant?
Well, Justice Alito, I'll give you two responses. The first is that, again, it was a stipulated fact. The second is that regardless of what the judgment in the case was, which again was an a fortiori application of the rule of decision, the rule of decision in Wong Kim Ark has binding precedential effect. Even if you think that Wong Kim Ark decided the case based on the stipulated facts, you have to follow that controlling rule of decision. And if you follow that rule, you get to the same result for people without domicile. Wong Kim Ark says 6 times in the first part of the opinion, as well as on the page the government focuses on, that domicile is not relevant.
On that, what do we do with the fact that after Wong Kim Ark, at least some authorities took the view that the non-domiciliary question wasn't decided, remained open, and yet continued to press the view that domicile is required? Now, I know you've got a lot of good stuff on your side, too. But what do we do with the fact that if many sound legal authorities thought it remained an open question, even if one of them wasn't John Marshall Harlan?
I liked your example from Justice Harlan's lecture here in D.C. So here's what I would say. All of the government citations in their brief generally either were rejected by Wong Kim Ark expressly if they predated Wong Kim Ark.
If I understand how the legal community understood what happened in Wong Kim Ark, it just seems to me it's a mess. So maybe you can persuade me otherwise.
I think I can, Justice Gorsuch. First, as to the post-Wong Kim Ark authorities the government cites, each one of them is inconsistent with Wong Kim Ark's reasoning or doesn't mention it at all. Most of them have very little reasoning at all. And in contrast, what we have on our side, post-Wong Kim Ark, is numerous federal court decisions around the time of Wong Kim Ark, between ratification and Wong Kim Ark, that said that domicile is not relevant. They cited Lynch versus Clark, which again was about the daughter of temporary sojourners. The 6th edition of Kemp, which was cited in Wong Kim Ark, and of course was then after Wong Kim Ark was decided by many authorities, again discussing temporary sojourners. Anyone who wanted to know what the law of citizenship was under the 14th Amendment after Wong Kim Ark would go to the 6th edition of Kent, where he says in that footnote on page 38 that the rule was Lynch versus Clark and temporary sojourners' children are U.S. citizens. We have members of Congress speaking on the record on debates on immigration laws where they were finally passing these immigration restrictions that Senator Cowan wanted. And they all stated either that Lynch was the rule, that Attorney General Bates had stated the rule, again citing Lynch, or Kent, and stating the rule that everyone born in the U.S. is a citizen, and saying, look, children of immigrants, these immigrants who are unwelcome, these immigrants that Congress is now trying to block from entering the United States, if their children born in the United States are citizens. We have an 1896, so a couple years before Wong Kim Ark, 1896 State Department regulation, which said the U.S. born children of foreign nationals are U.S. citizens, accepting only the children of ambassadors. And then you have Marshall Woodworth, who is a U.S. attorney, who writes in a law review article that he's talking specifically about temporary sojourners' children, and he says, I don't think that's a good rule from a policy perspective, but that's the general rule.
And this is like, can I offer a possible explanation for why Justice Gray made a point of putting domicile in what he said was the holding of the case? And it is this. Wong Kim Ark and his parents, had they come to the United States from Europe, could have been naturalized. But because they were Chinese, they could not be naturalized. And they had done everything that they could to make themselves Americans by establishing a domicile in the United States. And so that's what this was about. He couldn't get naturalized because of a racist
but they had done everything they could to American society. At the same time, there were many, many men who were horribly exploited, brought to the United States to work on the Transcontinental Railroad, to work in mines. They were worked to death. They were treated horrifically, but they were not. They were overwhelmingly men. There wasn't an indication that they would stay here. They could stay here. They didn't have permanent homes. And the pen is drawing a distinction between those two categories of people who would have been well understood at the time when Wong Kim Ark was decided.
No, Justice Alito, I don't think that's a plausible explanation for why domicile was mentioned in Wong Kim Ark, because again, the controlling rule of decision based on the Schooner Exchange.
Pause it.
Clark to State versus Manual, which was the North Carolina decision.
So Black Freedom, he did not in fact give any this would be my whole thing with domicile. He actually gave the maybe you could be off domicile. I'm gonna pull it. And she said no. And then Justice Jackson came in and said yes. Y'all think that you thought she did a good job in the lead up to that? It was weedy. It was unnecessarily wonky. It was pedantic. It was wild details. When it was so bad. Kagan, I forgot. Kagan came in to help the lady out.
So can I just say something about the oral argument really quickly?
Then we're having a back and forth, bro.
So a few things. One, Alito said the reason why domicile was a part of the holding, and I think that, that's something that she rejects, right? That's something that our side rejects, because what happens is it's like, okay, to answer the question, domicile was a part of the question. What Wayne was trying to do was say, even if you think that that's a part of the holding, all these, the progeny of Wong Kim Ark shows that, domicile is not a part of how we understand this. All right, and so I agree with that. Right. So she's trying hard, right? So Alito says the reason why it's a part of the holding, right? Flat out rejects that premise.
Why it's part of the holding?
No, but keep in mind what she's trying to do. Domicile is not a part of this. She wants to move away. She's trying to move the court away from that, and they're trying to pin her down in that, right? She can say, hey, this is why domicile is a part of the holding, but that's the position that the respondents are against. Domicile is not a part of the holding. That's not how we understand this. And the distinction that Alito brings up between Wong Kim Ark's parents, right, and the racist law he cites, versus, folks, who have been Transcontinental Railroad here. I wish he would have elaborated on that more, but it sounded to me like he was trying to draw a distinction, despite the fact that the law was racist. The distinction is that those who've been working on the Transcontinental Railroad have domicility.
I didn't hear that.
Right. He didn't elaborate on it. I thought that's where he was going. But nevertheless,
no. But King Wong's Ark family were here as laborers. They weren't here to do the railroad. Brought here as laborers and slaves.
But they didn't establish domicility.
I know.
Yeah. Right. And so I think again, and Alito didn't elaborate on the distinction. You understand distinction better than me. But I feel like even Alito conceding the fact that their law is racist, he's like, okay, listen, this is English common law, all right? This is to China.
Yes.
Okay, they don't have domicility, so they can't even avail themselves to that kind of common law argument, right? Because they don't have domicility. Now again, Alito didn't elaborate on the distinction. I don't trust Alito, so that's where I thought he was going with it. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but nevertheless, I feel like Cecilia is trying to desperately move away. I mean, even when you see, you mentioned it, Kagan tries to throw her a different kind of thing. She brings up they're trying to bring in, right? Because they're talking to each other on the bench. The folks, someone like Alito, he's going to care about this domicility thing. Tell me what to make of this. And she's like, I ain't trying to tell y'all shit about domicility, because
a part of it. No, I understand that, but why can't? Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that our laws, then we have to follow the laws that exist to obtain power, to respect the law that we will impose. Because if we teach a disrespect for the law, how then can we use the law to serve us? And so we have all these people out here on the right and the left who believe that we can just enforce the laws we like, ignore the ones we don't. And this will always result in discord, in strife, in pain, in suffering, exploitation, and a total lack of our sovereignty.
The law was made to condemn someone. It was made to save them.
Don't worry about one supreme appendage.
Hey,
Theory, yeah.
can you hear me?
With that said, you say don't listen to the Supreme Court, but they did pass Dred v.
Oh, you're in the Matrix, Diego. You're in the Matrix.
I think Yaakov, Yaakov want to say something. Yaakov, you got it.
Yeah, John Locke, who probably one of the best political theorists, who really influenced Thomas Jefferson, the founding fathers, the Declaration of Independence, and the French Revolution, said governments inherently draw their liberty from the consent of the government based on three things: ensuring that the government provide life, liberty, and property, meaning the protection of property, meaning if the government takes some property, they have to provide you compensation. They just can't, rip your farm from you and say it's ours. Legitimacy comes from that, but you're inherently saying legitimacy doesn't come from that. I just want to make sure I understand.
Well, I think he's saying John Locke said that laws come from nature. It's the natural laws what John Locke actually.
I don't care. I don't care what John Locke. I'm not constrained by John Locke's conception of the legitimacy of a government. I am making it abundantly clear that we have the capacity to speak, to read, to write, and to the extent that we share conceptions from phonemes, words, we have the ability to explicate something called, and to agree to participate in a contract to create a solution for our violent conflicts that doesn't involve death and dismemberment. And when we do that, we can decide that our state, thereby created, the government that we consent to create, is gaining its legitimacy from any such thing. We've had multiple empires in the history of the world that drew their legitimacy, their claim, from God. We've had monarchies. They said, we're legitimate because we have the mandate from heaven. Okay? And if you believe that's legitimate, submit to it, so be it. It is maybe a matter for debate, but I think that it is generally accepted that the experiment, the revolution in the United States of America was predicated, nominally at least, in word at least, on the basis that we reject the legitimacy of someone who is not accepting representative government. We reject the idea that someone not here and claims something from before can have legitimacy, and that legitimacy must be predicated on something else. They confer and they describe this as the consent of the governed, because everyone has a natural right from God to be free and sovereign and independent. And we know that those people will want to naturally cooperate with others, and then where they cooperate, that cooperation should be explicitly bound in a contract. And as long as the contract's performance is delivered, then it is legitimate. And I'm telling you that the contractual obligation of the federal government created by the Constitution has not been performed. It is not a Democrat issue. It is not a Republican issue. It has just flat out been ignored. You don't have to go as far back as 1861 if that's distasteful for you and you're so ignorant that you can't disassociate those events from slavery is bad. When the state, as you say, fails to provide for life, liberty, and the protection of property or the pursuit of happiness, however you'd like to define it, and you can argue it has lost its legitimacy. I would agree with you. I don't care how you come to recognize the illegitimacy of the government, but it is wholly illegitimate.
And you know what he said after that was, When it doesn't provide those three things, then the people have a right for revolution.
It is not just their right, it is their duty and their responsibility.
That's
Their
right.
obedience to God or abolish the government.
Wake that shit up.
Resistance to tyranny.
Obedience to God.
You said a little bit. What's your opinion on the Talmud?
I have no opinion whatever on the Talmud. It's irrelevant. What we need to be doing is raising a new standard, and we need to be etching in stone what we will etch in our hearts, what we will defend, what we will protect, and we need to be focused. And so when I hear people having a conversation about, well, the Supreme Court will rule this, well, do you know, we don't need to worry about what an illegitimate government does. So I need us all to collectively take a deep breath and say, the state is illegitimate. We must work to create a legitimate system of government. We must work to protect the right of free association, speech, and the right to keep and to bear arms as the final solution to the tyranny of a state.
What are you preaching the last couple of days? And good afternoon to everybody. What are you doing?
I just want to point out before she asks me a question, I will not talk to women when it comes to politics, because that which is political is as Carl Schmitt said, you know, politics is warfare by other means, or was that who was that? Von Clausewitz, yes, yeah. The political is the extension of war by other means, and women have no place in war. I will not send my daughter, my wives, or my mother to go fight in a war, and I will not have fight in a proxy for war. So I will not have anything to do with anything women have to say on the matter.
Tell her you'll talk to her husband at best.
Very good. You may husband, and I'll take those questions.
Oy, hey.
Okay, so do we all take a deep breath? Are we all ready to engage in a little group activity where we can say, hey, definitively, the state is illegitimate. I recognize that, and I'm going to stop pretending or allowing this insidious idea to creep into my speech and into my actions when I take something that is wholly illegitimate, that I recognize could only rationally, logically be legitimate, and treating it as legitimate.
Trying to take away your rights, and while they're doing it, they're quoting the Sanhedrins.
I'm not going to speak to you any longer. Thank you so much for participating. I guess no one wants to participate in that group activity, but I assure you it would be very fun.
The state is illegitimate, and I'm tired of pretending it's not.
Let's go! Proud to count among the members of the Rich Party, Diego.
You turn on the news and you see Ted Cruz. He's talking about the Sanhedrins.
Diego's the only one with the courage. Diego's the only one with the courage to do it.
So you're saying the Sanhedrin, they're like good? That's good, or?
Let me help you with the understanding of Sanhedrin here. There we go. Now you'll have all the knowledge you need about the Sanhedrin. Everything you need to know, my boy.
I have a question.
You switched up sides. You got some power switched up.
Are you like an Israeli type of person? And I just want to know what.
Are you talking to me? No, I'm not like an Israeli type of person.
You must have the killer of the children. You don't have how many questions the immunity is there. But we don't have questions. I just want to see. I just want to like ask questions about stuff because I don't know which side to take. The United States or the Israeli side. I don't know which one to take. But both of them actually denied.
Those are the same side. I'm not really understanding why you see them as sides. They're not on opposite sides. They're on the same side. They're all working in the interest of transnational capital. Let me give you an example of this, okay? In World War II, a necessary precursor to the creation of the Israeli state.
My bad. I didn't mean the United States as far as Trump being sucked into the Israel thing. I meant the people who are trying to fight from the Israel thing. So when I say United States, I mean that side of the United States, the people that are trying to associate from Israel and Israel, and there's a part of the United States that are in a sense slaves to the Israel basically.
Israel, my brother.
Why don't you get back up on stage? I'm not Superman, I'm not God, but I want to understand your question, Young. I'm not really quite clear on what you're trying to ask. Let me give you a little example, though, that I think will be informative. At least, Diego, you might appreciate this. Do a little research research, and you'll find out that while English boys between the ages of 17 and 25 were fighting and dying at the hands of German soldiers, a bank vault in London held thousands of pounds of German gold for the Germans. Now, do you see the problem with that? The Germans are killing, but the English banks are holding and protecting the gold for the Germans who are killing them. This is transnational capital at work. That is the enemy that I seek to dispossess and destroy in the vein of the great Andrew Jackson, Old Hickory, apocryphally saying, "You are a den of vipers and thieves, and by the eternal God, I will rout you out."
Route you out.
Oy vey, who's running those banks?
Right, just say it. Just say it.
How do I have to shut him up for good? How do I put him in the oven? Is there an oven? Is there an oven?
He's got a point, right? Why does the British royal family have oil? I mean, he has a point.
Well, here's the thing: if you go back to the First World Wars, Chase was the man behind what Diogenes is talking about, and Chase is not a Jew. Okay, so this really has to do with greedy fucking bankers looking to capitalize on both sides and not really being loyal to any side, but enriching themselves and fattening their fucking pockets.
Well said, Sig. Wake that up and make sure that everyone fucking hears it, because this is so fucking counterproductive for you to get hung up on this idea. Oh, it's the Jews. It's the Jews. They love it. They don't exist unless you recognize them, and so they constantly fucking interrupt and try to make it about them because they are pathetic, servile little fucksticks who have never been able to successfully establish a nation. They are parasites. Cut them out. You are being actively betrayed by rich fucking white men, rich fucking black men, by rich fucking yellow men. It doesn't matter. The only constant thread is their ability to manipulate your conception of value and exploit you. To get you to send your blood to die while they enrich themselves thereby. That is the rule, and that is transnational capital.
I agree. I'm going to say something too also very quick, and I'm going to give it back. I'm going to say this very quick. In the Bible, it talks about the kings and God saying, hey, don't give yourself to these kings. You're going to be selling your sons off, and they're going to have to go to war, and they'll run in front of the chariots. And the kings will have this, they'll do all these things to you. And it's crazy you just got to mention that. And so our whole world is full of this manipulation. Yeah, so that's a good point, man. That's a good ass point. That there also.
Did somebody say adrenochrome?
Are you in the reserves, Diogenes?
No, I'm not. The only way that they can possibly get me back, Diego, is if they have a draft. I've already served all my time. My active time and my individual ready reserve time has already been served in full.
All right.
Yeah, so I'm not. I got a friend though. I got a friend who just got out, and I asked him. I was like, "Are you good?" He's like, "Yeah. Unless they draft, I'm good. I already did. My IR time was good too." I was like, "All right." I was worried about you because he was actually stationed. He was stationed with the 33rd MU. He just got out, like literally a month before the deployment. So,
I mean, we might have our political disagreements amongst Americans, but I'm praying for all Americans that do, if they end up getting deployed or drafted, because this is a bad one.
Yeah, it is definitely a bad one. It is. Look, the state is illegitimate, and if we can get them to wake up to that, we need to create a space for them to object to their participation here. Nav, I want you to come up here and take your licks, Nav, for being a fucking Trump glazier while he's doing everything I told you he would do. You told me I was wrong. You told me, oh God, he's America first. He cares about America. And I was like, Trump is not going to convict anyone of anything. He's not going to convict anyone. I said this very clearly to you. I said he is not going to convict anyone for stolen election. He is not going to convict anyone related to Clinton. He's not going to convict anyone for employing illegal aliens. And he is never going to engage in mass deportation. And here we are. You fucking voted for him. Because you know what the truth is? You're looking out for yourself and the military-industrial complex. That's the fucking truth of it. And I hate it, but here it's great that Brad jumped into the room, because Brad and I have had a disagreement on the basis that I was willing to criticize the blind participation in the United States military, and most importantly, the approbation and acclaim we unquestioningly are called to visit on them for their continual support for an illegitimate state. As I was saying, Diego, we should try to create a safe environment and going to servicemen who are dead at this point. The United States is not a thousands of dead U.S. soldiers from the Iranian strikes. We should try to wake up the other boys and girls who are being sent to die. And I saw pictures from the well deck of the 11th MEU, and I deployed with the 11th MEU. And I saw pictures from the well decks from these guys getting on the LCACs. These guys are fucking 18, 19, 20 years old, and I saw them look in their eye, and I was like, these guys don't even have the fucking famous conception of what a legitimate government is. And we have an obligation to protect them from giving their lives for something so goddamn foolish and worthless as money that's being printed right now as the Federal Reserve buys treasuries and the secondary market. And ask your fucking favorite AI where the money comes from to buy that fucking debt. They fucking make it up. And people are going to go and die for that. Because we're failing them. Because we're continually telling them, thank you for your service, and you're so brave and so noble because you signed on the fucking dotted line. And we perpetuate the ignorance and the continued tyranny of an illegitimate state.
Go ahead. Can I negotiate with, rather than for the federal government for you to be in favor of secession for your own state wherever you're living?
Well, so, we don't need to destroy the federal government as much as we need to create a new system. And because what you do, I think all experience in history has shown that what you do is you create a better system. You create a clear system. You create a new standard. You raise that standard. And as you do that, people will join your cause. And then you'll have all the questions answered for you. The path becomes clear. National Socialism in Germany, in Weimar Germany, was the only solution. It was the only reasonable thing for reasonable men to do. Far be it from the narrative portrayed in modern media that the Austrian painter, for all of his humble beginnings, somehow touched in something occult and became capable of hypnotizing the entire populations. He simply represented the will of the people. And he opened himself to channel the will of a people, oppressed and beaten down and exploited to the fullest extent by transnational capital.
So I'm not sure I guess it's a little bit clear what all of the range ceremony is, but just, and I'm pretty certain that every claim can be critiqued and dismantled. But one of them specifically that I have looked into before is the claim that British government was holding money for Germans. That's a very deceptive claim because those assets during World War I and World War II were frozen as an enemy asset with the label of an enemy asset. So they were not held, or no business was done in Germany at the time. Those assets were frozen just the same way as the Iranian assets were.
The bank, maybe. I'm not sure what the status of that gold was. But I will say national settlements was very clear, as it provided clearing services for Germany. And, when Czechoslovakia was taken over, ask where did the gold go? They said, oh, well, we just changed the name on the gold. We didn't move? No, it didn't move. We just changed the name on it. Because we don't really have any allegiance. And it was an American. Born in America, raised in America, who was responsible for the Bank of International Settlements. You know who made the Bank of International Settlements? It was, I think it was the United States. And they continued to process and clear transactions to ensure that National Socialist Germany could exist and import the things it required for its war industry. So the point stands. Transnational capital is the enemy. And I'm not trying to take a position as I want to be seen as criticizing the National Socialist German Workers' Party. I would hope that when all was said and done, they would have come after the Bank of International Settlements. But that history... But we are here now, and we can recognize that we have the ability to express values outside of a totally fabricated... And that is the basis for sovereignty. Everything that you buy everything they sell is mediated by a create out of nothing. That means that it is worthless. It has no value. And they're printing it right now, by the way. He's on the phone, not fair.
That's why you're seeing all the banks buying up all this gold, man. They know where the value's at. It ain't in this fiat currency, this bullshit dream they've been selling all of us.
Yeah, and I ask people who consider themselves informed about the financial system what the reserve requirements are for banks right now. Prior to COVID, I used to constantly point out that there was a fraudulent monetary system, on the basis that the fractional reserve was like 10%. You only had to keep 10% in reserves. But in March of 2019, something very strange happened. Something that I thought would make it clear that our entire financial system is as illegitimate as our government. And that was the banks had all of their reserve requirements reduced to zero. Meaning by law, no bank was required to have any reserves of any kind.
Not even remotely true. You're just doing.
I mean, that's 100% true, dude.
Pause.
It's not.
Brad, you're fucking
$1 million in 6A.
Pause.
Okay, so
Go ahead, look it up. Go ahead, look it up,
yeah,
Brad.
we can do this.
Okay, Brad.
It was March 2021, and that means there can't.
So we can do this, and I can finish my statement, and you guys.
Oh wow. Okay, go ahead and look it up.
Yeah, I can do this because again, I've been in this room longer than you guys. But like I stated, I'm going to finish it. Currently, the reserve requirements of depository institutes is 37.8 million. The trash amount, or what you would actually say the low reserve.
What are the reserve requirements, Brad?
Is 645.8 million.
Oh, the reserve requirements. What are the reserve requirements?
Give him a chance to rebut, bro. Give him a chance to rebut. All right. We can have a discussion because there's people who want to learn and want to hear both sides. So let Brad rebut and be fair. All right, go ahead, bro.
And I know that because
I actually need to shut your nigger mouth.
Yeah. So right now, the $37.8 million is what the reserve requirement exemption amounts are, and their previous amount was in 2024 $36.1 million. So it actually received the low reserve of 600.
I had to do that, so he moved me down for no reason. I didn't cut him off. I don't know why he did that. That was a bad move by me, but you can't do that. I mean, come on, you can't just.
Yeah. Here's the thing.
I was trying to cut everyone off. I didn't even interrupt.
Brad's a retard and doesn't deserve a vote.
But listen.
Lying. I want to point out he's lying. He's lying.
Hold on. Let me get order back in the room real quick. Hold on.
I don't even know what he's referencing.
Hold on, Diego. Just give me 2 seconds to get order back in the room. So here's the deal. All right. Again, we're discussing ideas, gentlemen. Give someone some room to breathe and rebut. All right. And yeah, Brad, don't drop people down who haven't, broken the rules or been disrespectful.
So actually, I dropped them down because they started modding Rico and absolutely.
Didn't mod anyone. How'd you know that? How do you know that I did?
Because I can tell.
Okay, so why don't you move everybody out of the mod? Yeah. You be the only mod.
I can do this because I can see the news on the top. I can see who did it. You did wait.
Yeah, so here's the deal. Okay, hold on real quick. Okay, so
first, you say it just didn't matter. These two twits were like modding absolutely everybody to have their little KKK crew come in and be like the overwhelming force of what they would do.
Here's the thing.
You see it, you can watch it.
Here's the thing, guys. We gotta be fucking, and I'm looking now. All right, yeah, I'm looking at it. Okay, so here's the deal. In my room, I'm the only one that's gonna mod people, all right? And I should be able to trust you gentlemen to be mature, be able to agree to disagree, but don't mod anybody else unless I'm the one that's giving the mod. But let's have the conversation because I'm listening to both sides and I want to learn too. I want to hear both sides. Let me turn hand raising off so I can get Diogenes back up here. Yo, we just fucking.
No, I had to. I added my link back. I had to get my.
Brad's a faggot thing. I don't know why you respect him.
All right. I moved you down, Keegan. Nobody's getting mine.
All right. Keegan, Diogenes, the last thing you want is Pepe to make me a fucking monster.
All right, so now that everybody come up, hand raisins off, come on up. It'll be, I guess, me and Pepe, because we got a bunch of fucking crazy, bro. This is trying to hear this shit. All right. This is crazy. What's going on?
What's going on? What's going on, man?
All right, come back up. Diogenes, come back up, man. What's going on, man? Why is everybody on their fucking...
I want to be clear and say, because we'll have conversations after this. Brad got on his stage, interrupted me, and then I let him talk. Diego said something, and he kicked Diego down. He advertised it. He said, "This is what I'm going to do to you," and he kicked Diego down. When he did that, I brought Diego back up and tried to mod him.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to move on, bitches. Okay. All right. That makes sense. Diogenes, yeah. Okay. All right. Well. All right. Well, let's keep the conversation because I'm learning a lot here.
Yeah. Here's the point. What Brad tried to do is lie by bringing up something that's completely ancillary to the fact that I state objectively true. There is a zero reserve requirement since March 2000. I was wrong in the year 2020. I thought it was 2019. 20. There is no reserve requirement, which means that the money is completely fake. You can argue, they said that these reserves exist. No reserve requirement whatsoever. You would have to audit the Constitution right now to verify did have and what they did not have on their balance sheets. And guess what? They legally have to have no value on their balance sheet. That's a fact.
Well, and they didn't have it before. I mean, you're just talking about physical dollars, but those dollars are instruments of debt, so they didn't have any value to begin with.
Well, yes, right, but I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt here. I mean, it's one thing to try and point out to those who are intellectually challenged that money, that the primary transnational capitalist tool to deprive nations of their sovereignty, of their blood, and of their soil is interest and debt. It's another to simply point out that how can you claim is legitimate in any way, shape, or form when there's zero reserve? The federal is actively printing money. It's actively doing that. So it's right now, as a matter of fact.
Basically, what they're trying to claim, I kind of believe what you're saying, though. But they're trying to claim, though, that in short-term T-bills, when it's only to get liquidity control and not economic stimulus.
Right. But three, you got to understand, always, your mic is a little low. I think I heard most of what you're saying. Understand, they're always going to have a practical excuse that depends on them being smarter than you are to justify what they're doing. And what you really need to look at is what is the actual legitimacy of their action. Fundamentally, legitimacy is obtained by is what you're doing productive and do other people agree to participate, especially when it comes to an economic model. The entire economic model in the United States is predicated on deception and your inability to conceive of the fact that the money comes from to anything. The idea, if you are to take them seriously to some extent, not the fullest extent, you maintain some healthy skepticism. You're not fully well, but you've got some healthy skepticism. They make an argument about gross domestic product. But gross domestic product is not measuring any real productivity. It includes money that is simply changing hands regardless of whether or not a good or service has entered the economy. And as I said, and you can verify this for yourself, the Federal Reserve is creating money from nothing. It is literally getting on a keyboard and telling the secondary market, give us treasuries and we will credit your account. The money, has there been an increase in the productivity in the United States? No, in fact, there's been a decrease. And not only has there been a decrease in the productivity in the United States, but globally, a world that has, up to this point, and it can be argued still, depends on U.S. dollars as the primary clearing tool, is gridlocked with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And they're printing more money. You can't deny that productivity globally is declining rapidly with the closure of the Strait. Yet we're printing more money. Clearly, money is not connected to real goods and services. And if money is not connected to real goods and services, I challenge you to show me a legitimate basis.
Marxist talking points that came up with some philosophical.
Well, he's not lying. I mean,
of course,
not lying.
Central banking is a key tenet of Marx's point.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
The problem.
Once you remember where the model is, I'm look at
The
you.
problem is not whether or not there's a central bank. You can have a central bank that is legitimate and issues money in a direct quantity to the goods and services.
So let's hear Brad. Let's hear Brad.
As a discrete nation.
Let's hear.
Just likes the sound of his.
Let's hear. I
don't have time in the office. I actually have a job. I'm not working part-time and then crying about the economic situation. Well, wives go off to Africa to go get anal.
So Brad, Brad?
That's a fucking prick, dude.
All right, guys. Okay, so Brad, I want to hear your rebuttal because everything that I've been researching the past few weeks. It's literally
anything about captives or resources.
Well, I want to hear it. That's why I want to hear your rebuttal. I want to hear where you
know about reserve requirements and all that stuff. So like, you know what, you got it. So, like, I mean, you're gonna let these guys do it, man. Because then you can't mod them. So
because hold on.
You know what? You can keep the Keegans. You can keep the
Because you're making this personal like you always do, Brad. It's not personal. I want to hear both sides, Brad. And just quit making this shit personal.
You don't want to, then.
That's why I just called on you and I said I want to hear your side.
Brad is moderate. We're gonna moderate all the fuck out of all of you.
All right. So again. I'm gonna block Keegan. Again. That's what I'm talking about, man. Yo, Rich, shut the fuck up. So yeah, I want to hear what your rebuttal is, Brad, because everything I've been researching the last few weeks, Diogenes, from what I've seen, is spot on. So what's your rebuttal and why?
So the current reserve requirement for all U.S. depository institutions is zero, but it changed over time. And the requirement now is $674.1 million in the low reserve tranche. What he's taking apart is because he actually doesn't understand the reserve requirement exemptions and low reserve tranche claims because he doesn't understand economics. What he's doing is he's listening to somebody online, kind of give a partial take on it, and then exemplify. The requirement is actually an exemption that's set at $39.2 million since 2026. So that issue that he just stated is null and void because he actually doesn't understand economics. Neither do the twits in here, nor do they understand federal regulations or actually IORBs. They don't have anything on this, and they don't understand the ONRRPs that exist within the financial realm. So, I mean, again, if you're going to have that kind of discussion, make sure you cover it from top to bottom and not just cherry pick it up as some Tinder thing and then think somehow or another this idiot's right.
I said there is no reserve requirement.
Say that, but go on to further. The reserve requirement exemption, the low reserve tranche, is zero. However, the Federal Reserve continue to publish its annual indexes and reserve amounts of low reserve is required by the statute. Exemption is set at $39.2 million. The tranche is set at $674.1 million. So you can look those up and understand that, hey, guess what? What he's saying is partially true just to try to trick you into giving it. It's like saying, oh my God, look at how evil this person is, but actually not looking at the whole structure behind it. And if you're not an economist, or if you're a part-time truck driver who just thinks you can fucking articulate some stance off of some Marxism or read it off some Reddit page to try to help facilitate your point without actually reading it yourself and making some conditions like this idiot just did. Brad,
just listen to me, bro. Hold on, Diogenes. Just listen to me because I'm very curious about what both of y'all are talking about, and I want the right answer. So I just looked up what is the trench set at, and does it matter? And it says the low reserve trench was the cutoff level of old deposits, but it's irrelevant. That's what it's saying. That's what it's basically saying.
The reserve requirement being set at zero allows banks to sit there and lend out 100% of their net transactions. That's all that means.
It's bullshit, Sherlock!
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's just the fact that they don't have anything on hand and the fact that they're a fucking bank, retard.
without any doubt, requirements. There are zero reserve requirements. Full waving your fucking hand.
You're not
Okay, so
Trying to learn, bro. Can y'all stop arguing? Because I'm just trying to learn from both of y'all. Because what you saying, Brad, it says what you said in 2020. It says that shit stopped in 2020 though. That's 6 years ago.
So let me tell you what the zero reserve requirement actually means. It's subject only to the capital and the liquidity of regulations. The Federal Reserve is interest on the reserve balance, or the IORB rate, which for those of you that work in finance or insurance will know regularly because you see that on the
Wait, say what was it? IRB? What was it?
It's the IORB. IORB. Interest on reserve balances. Okay. And then you have the ONRRP, which is over reserve purchase agreements that help set short-term interest rates and manage liquidity in the banking system. This kind of changes the way we did reserve requirements as a tool for controlling money supply. So idiots like Digenese couldn't figure out how they couldn't freaking go and falsify on debts. They couldn't fucking take out more than they wanted to spend. So they basically changed these requirements to ensure big corporates. And while these guys are spinning and freaking about it, they actually don't know how this system actually works. So they're just spinning this on one approach. It doesn't mean that there's not money in the bank. It doesn't mean that the requirements are somehow nefarious. What it does allow is a better, broader complication of loaning and lending while being able to recoup it at a faster rate. They don't
absolutely trying to respond to my argument without giving me horseshit.
Diogenes, hold on, guys.
That's what I mean, man.
Give the man.
What it says.
No.
Involve yourself in the conversation.
Yo, guys. Look, I'm not doing this fucking retarded, faggot fucking bullshit. We're all men here. Give Brad room. Brad, listen. All right, give him room to fucking rebut and breathe. One, then respond to the points. I'm taking notes down right now. So you can take notes down and respond to his points. Go ahead, Brad. You got the.
He doesn't want you to get convinced of the truth because he spent all this time.
Hey, Sid.
Hey, Brad's got the mic. Brad's got the mic.
I'm not trying to take Brad's mic. Just to let you know, can I read what they say it is, and then they can think about what the text is instead of reading instead of listening to opinions, bro.
I'm gonna let you. Okay, give Brad room to breathe, and then you can ask his question since it's the back and forth. Okay. Hold on, stop, man, stop. Yo, fucking. Hey, hold on. Quit fucking disrespecting me, bro. Brad's got the fucking mic, and then 3 respond, and then we'll open it back up. Brad, you got it.
So again, look at the actual requirements. These people that are coming on here screaming about like this guy, he doesn't actually understand the policy of it. So just because they're set at 0 doesn't mean that they can just go ahead and go bankrupt. That's called misinformation. It's called lying, and nobody would be doing it because you know who would be screaming about it? The Mandamis of the world, the AOCs. They'd be screaming about this all the way to the bank, but don't really understand how the Federal Reserve actually works in terms of that board. So the dollar amount of a depository institution reserve requirement is determined by applying reserve requirement ratios, which is specified out in fucking multiple board regulations. Like I think there's a whole, like it's 10,000 fucking pages long. These are outlined all the way to its reserve liabilities. So the Federal Reserve Act authorizes the board to impose new reserve requirements on transactions amount and non-personal time deposits. So if you have this actually going on in the insurance and finance field, again, I ask you, why not listen to people who work in those fields on a daily basis rather than listen to some guy who's driving a truck and then sits there and gets a TikTok information or goes on to like George Jones podcast and figures out, oh, I'm just going to regurgitate dumb shit. C is about to, or whoever the gentleman is about to read it to you. So apparently I'm not wrong. This guy that's about to try to argue my point is apparently wrong because he can't provide nothing.
I'm gonna let I appreciate that very much.
I'm gonna read what it says. Online so that we can figure out what the fuck is the truth.
Yep. And go ahead and look up Federal Register, Volume 85, Number 57, Tuesday, March 24th, 2020, Rules and Regulations.
You said Federal Register, Volume 55?
Yep.
Write it in the chat.
Yeah, let me type it in the chat. 12 CFR 204. Let me write that in the chat first.
I want to specifically address the IORB that he claimed. He's the one that is feeding misinformation. In fact,
Yes, and I want you to have the opportunity to do that, Diego. I want you guys to be able to pick apart the horse shit that he just tried to hand wave to convince people. Like, you see how his argument went from Diogenes is lying to, well, Diogenes is partially right to, well, Diogenes is right about that, but he doesn't understand how that's not relevant.
Actually, I never said anything. No, I'm not going to.
Insignificant little cocksucker.
No, man.
Shut the fuck up. Now we're disrespecting you, Brad.
No,
Alright, so
imagine.
okay, so we're gonna let Diogenes respond. We heard your side. Diogenes, go ahead if you want to
Oh, I got a few more
Ryan, I do want to reply.
We'll let Diego go. Brad, look, I'm asking you nice. And I hate the fact
I moved down. I got it.
okay, but you started Brett, stop.
Wait,
I'm asking you, brother, just put the personal shit aside so we can hear both sides. No, I don't have a different standards, Brad, because I go through this shit with you all the time when I'm like, you always bring this personal shit. I ask you, in this space, drop the personal shit and let's stick to the topic. That's all I'm asking.
I should do it. I will not talk about how, certain wives go to Africa.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, bro. Nobody cares about that. Let's stick to the topic. So, go ahead, got the mic, brother, so we can hear your rebuttal.
Thank you very much. I would ask that I not be interrupted.
Oh, I'm going to interrupt you all the time. Just
no, we're not. Jesus fucking Christ, Brad.
Bro, I should have just win, man. At this point.
All right, so here we go. Last time Diogenes is speaking, anybody comes on, you're going down to the fucking goo. That's it. Bottom line, Diogenes.
But I mean, he was able to do the entire time out.
We can clearly see that Brad went through the stages of denial where he started with Diogenes is outright wrong and he's lying. Then he went to, well, Diogenes is partially right, to Diogenes is actually 100% right. He made a factual assertion, but here's why his factual assertion doesn't have any real influence on the financial system. Great. So we got back to where we started, and we spent a whole lot of fucking time doing nothing. Because the fact of the matter is, the reserve requirements don't exist. Which means that when the money is being printed, and it is, you can go and look right now, the Federal Reserve is buying treasuries on the secondary market, and it is simply creating Federal Reserve entries on the balances with those secondary institutions. It is creating money from nothing. So it's creating money from nothing. The banks aren't required to hold any money, and you're going to tell me that this system has any legitimacy? Yeah. 3, I want to point you in the right direction. Ultimately, you're going to waste your time if you're trying to go through all of the different justifications that have been offered. As a matter of fact, the Federal Reserve did argue that eliminating the Federal Reserve requirements is just a sensible thing to do to improve financial conditions. But I ask you to have more sense than that. To understand that money needs to be tied to something that has value or has some persistence, some value that you can conceive of if you're going to use it accurately. Because at the point where it's fucking printed, brother, you're a fucking slave when you depend on it. And because the whip doesn't bite as hard, the manacles are not as tight, does not mean that you have any more freedom or sovereignty, because your entire conception, your mortgage, your rent, the food that you buy at the store is mediated by whether or not that counterparty can stop fucking interrupting me, you certified cocksucker. You are the most disrespectful. I can't believe Sig gives you a time of day. You are so disrespectful. Shut the fuck up. The point is not about what kind of excuses are used to justify the removal of the reserve requirement. It's that the reserve requirement was removed. And it was removed because, in essence, they needed to ensure that they could continue to keep the Ponzi scheme going. They needed to continue to manipulate the public's perception of the value expressed in US dollars.
want us to all collectively recognize that the economy is as illegitimate as the state. That's it. And if you guys want to look into that, you want to research that, cool, do it. But understand that they are not smarter than you. These people who spend all day figuring out how to justify their fraud and exploitation are not smarter than you. They wear suits and they dress up and they're well groomed in the hopes that this will convey a sense of betterness. But they're not. It's the age-old fraud. They're literally just making money that you have to work for. And they tell you, oh, we're making it because we need to make sure there's adequate liquidity. It's like, okay, give that liquidity to me, bitch. Because if you understand, and this is an irrefutable fact, that if you have a fixed amount of currency representing a certain quantity of goods and services in an economy, and while holding the goods and services in the economy equal, you increase the currency competing for the same quantity, you have just created inflation. You have just devalued the purchasing power for everyone else who holds that currency. And so the appropriate course of action is to only increase the currency in an amount directly equivalent to the productivity, the goods and services that have entered the economy to avoid deflation. Okay, acceptable. And if you are going to increase the currency, you're going to increase the amount of currency in that big system, then you should do it justly and fairly before the law, wherefore our men are equal, and ensure that in direct proportion to the purchasing power lost, you remunerate the individuals who hold that currency. Mm-hmm. Don't accept excuses for why we can't do this when you are required to file a tax return every year to tell the federal government exactly where you are, exactly how much money you made, exactly how much purchasing power you have. They know this about you as a matter of federal law, and they refuse to ensure that your purchasing power is protected when they print the money, and they hand it to the banks that have no reserve requirement to keep it.
So I got a question for you, Diogenes, based on your submission. Because one thing I've seen that constantly came up as a rebuttal is that this might be a 4D chess move to devalue our dollar to bring manufacturing back into the United States the same way China has done over the past decades or so. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, what I have to say, Sig, is that ultimately you can get in bed with the devil because you think he's going to make you rich, or you can get in bed with the devil because you think he's going to make you young, or you can get in bed with the devil because you're just a faggot. But at the end of the day, you got in bed with the devil. No 4D chess moves legitimacy to an illegitimate act that does not represent the will of the people and only serves to enslave them to interest on debt.
Diogenes and Sig, if I may, I want to educate Sig on a couple of very important things about law. Number one is, just I want to say from the outset so you know where I'm going with this. The reason that they're doing all of this is to bring about a digital currency controlled by a central bank of the United States. They're trying to create the third central bank of the United States. But, okay, the law is very clear. The Constitution, the first article, the first set of laws of the Constitution clearly state what a dollar is, who has the power to set the standards of weights and measures, and more importantly, creates these instruments of debt, which are not by any statute money, okay? 12 U.S.C. 411, they are instruments redeemable in lawful money, and they are illegitimate, or they are void ab initio, because there is no appropriation made by Congress for these instruments, which is a requirement, Article 1, Section 9, okay? So they're completely void, man. Complete Ponzi scheme designed to bring about total control on the U.S. population. It's not about making money for U.S. industries or anything. It's about basically laundering. So how do we, as the people, what do we do about it? What's the solution? How do we fight against it? Well, some people do Plan B. Are you familiar with Plan B? No?
No, what's Plan B do?
Plan B is it's a thing called Bitcoin. That's one option. Some people do gold and silver. That's kind of like the Plan A. That's the old school plan.
But isn't Bitcoin the digital currency you just talked about as far as the method of?
No, it's not. No, Bitcoin is a private, maintain voluntary participants, and it's not controlled by a sovereign. It's not money, okay? It's designed to facilitate markets.
Takes or so explain.
So
our Bitcoin will say is basically, do you think that our money that we have in the United States, do you think it will ever be backed by anything again, or this
It'll have to be right because eventually the legal system is going to be put into a bind where you have articles say that you can't do these things. You cannot create paper money. It's right there in the Constitution. And whenever it actually touches the Supreme Court, there's likely going to be a referendum, and they will eliminate the Federal Reserve note. They're going to have to bring back, Treasury notes at the very least, if not just straight up make physical money again, because that's the only thing that the Constitution affords. There's no other. I mean, you have to have some kind of amendment that will never get voted on. No one will ever accept it. So something's going to happen.
So, Diego, question for you: what's the difference between the central bank cryptocurrency and Bitcoin's cryptocurrency?
Central bank cryptocurrency is a violation of the appropriations. It's a violation of Article 1, Sections 8 and 10 powers and disabilities. And
you said articles section 1.
Article 1, sections 8, 9, and 10. Okay? Let me tell you how bad the situation is right now. As of May 16th, the Supreme Court passed a decision that it's PB, which is a sub-agency of the Federal Reserve, is now the first agency in the United States that has the legal right to create its own budget and pay itself. Meaning it can, like what Diogenes was talking about, where it can create money out of thin air, but now it can actually fund itself. So again, violation of section 9 of Article 1, because it's now, there's no appropriation, it just decides what its own budget is and then pays itself with Federal Reserve notes.
What's that shit you were saying about What's that shit you were saying about the IORB?
The IORB is the thing that replaced the reserve requirement, but basically what it does is it incentivizes banks to deposit money at the Federal Reserve because the interest rates are preferable. So it's not true what Brad is saying that there are requirements. There are no requirements. They just have this incentive mechanism that they've installed, and it kind of makes them have a reserve, but it's voluntary. They don't have to do it.
Is it the repo market?
No, this is what Brad was talking about. It's like it's the interest incentive system that they created to replace the reserve requirement. So most banks still keep some kind of reserve, but if you remember what Brad said, $39 million. Do you understand that just your average major bank in the United States is dealing in trillions? $39 million, that's a joke. That's like saying, hey, put a penny here, and that's reserve. Like, you know what I mean? A fraction of a penny for them.
Looks like Anna came early this year.
Yeah, so I saw baseball was in the chat disagreeing. Yo, baseball, what up, bro? Are you able to come up? Because I want to hear your side because you're disagreeing. If you're able to come up, bro. And definitely, it sounds like you work in the industry too, and I want to hear your take. And Brad, look, man, I love you to death, bro, but you're not being fair right now, bro. And I'm trying to, these men have been respectful to let you fucking speak, bro. Because I want to hear your side, so everybody deserves to hear your side as well, but you got to be fair, Brad.
First off, Tweedledee and Tweedlefuck, the guy who's his wife is getting fucked in the ass by a gangbang, and the other guy who can't afford child support. These two idiots, spare me about your fairness. Don't give me fair. You put me down in the queue so they can sit there and disparage me as well. And then you had Diego, who contradicted himself. It's literally a Bitcoin Ponzi scheme. That's all it is. And then he says, oh, there's no reserve requirements. But it's incentivized. But there are reserve requirements. The 30.9 million, or whatever it was, 35.9, that is actually required per bank, per financial institution. So no, it doesn't any of those set up, but it does need to have a lot more on top of that. And again, if you're looking at only major banks, yeah, but you forget that there's a whole freaking banking network across the country, and you're leaving those out. So the idea that you're going to take and manufacture into fucking Bitcoin, and that's the only solution to go forward, that's absurd. Like you're just investing in trade share stock. You're not investing in Bitcoin. It's nothing more than a share of a part ownership. You're not doing anything because it has no intrinsic value. It isn't gold. It isn't some consumer gold. It isn't any of that shit. So what they're telling you is fraudulently false. And if the whole currency system were to collapse in turn, because that's what they're fearing, your Bitcoin is fucking worthless. Because guess what? China would make it mandatory that you have to follow on their currency. Because
mute up, 3 skip. Mute. Hey guys, mute up so Brad can finish. Go ahead, Brady.
I'm saying his mic was fucked up. I couldn't hear him, see?
You know what?
Yeah, see if you can get a little bit closer to your mic, Brad. Go ahead.
But I mean, you got the twins there, you know, the two that like circle jerk each other. I mean, you got it all right. You got it all figured out, see? You didn't need oppositional voices. This is why nobody's coming up.
Don't do that. Don't do that shit to me, Brad. It's bullshit. Because if I had
fucking up.
Okay, you're not gonna fucking accuse me of something that's not true. I've been more than fair to hear your side. I want to hear your side in the opposition. That's why I got 6 notes in front of me right now, John. Everything all you guys have been saying, so I can go do my fucking homework. So don't put that shit on me. But go ahead and
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you got it, dude. You got your answers. Like, listen to these twat waffles who fucking have been in Clubhouse for 5 years. Tell what any of them do that actually provides some significant income and how expensive their lifestyles are. You got one who lives in a fucking home and works at an Ace Hardware as a lawnmower mechanic. You got another one who can't afford child support. Which is
denying insurance claims isn't really a job either, buddy.
You know what? You're right. I did it on nationwide scale. Carried a lot more than you.
Hey, Sid, can I ask a really quick question?
Yeah, you done, Brad? You done with your mic? All right, go ahead. Love to eat.
You're making these claims about Gay King. Oh, my bad, Viking. Can you tell us in 59 seconds, without using the gay app, ChatGPT, LGBTQ, what blockchain technology is? Thank you, Gay King.
Is it the same one? Is that the same one that gave me the powder for your?
Oh, so now you're gonna ask me. So you don't know what blockchain is? Thank you, Gay Lords. Thank you, you're amazing.
That whole thing of where
Thank you, Gay
actually where that failed.
I'll send you 20 bucks for a new butt plug. Thank you. You are amazing.
On an amateur card.
Can we go back to the topic?
For the record, I wasn't saying it's my point for the United States government. I was just saying that's an option for you as a personal individual. Obviously I want the
equating to, Diego.
Obviously I believe in the U.S. government's the Coinage Act of 1792. I believe that the U.S. dollar is a certain amount of grams of silver, and that's what I want to bring back. Obviously, I'm not like.
So you want to go back to the gold standard?
No, we never had a gold standard. We had a silver standard.
Silver standard. You want to go to a gold standard universally overall?
I want to go back to hard money.
Let's not change the subject. We can have a discussion.
You can just be quiet and sit down. Don't go. No surprise and go.
That's the point, right?
If you guys listen closely, you'll notice that when you're really trying to understand what makes sense to Brad and whether or not something is true, you'll see that he refers to the same authority that Bree is questioning. That there seems to be this idea that the better dressed you are, the better groomed you are, the better you are, the more of a claim to truth you can make.
He's a certificate whore.
Somebody is. Yeah, exactly. And he's essentially admitting it. He says, well, I make more money than you make. If I make more money than you make, then what I have to say is this is the reason Brad is really upset, that the money he's making is instantly worthless. And so in an environment where money is worthless, when it is printed based on nothing, goods or services actually exist to back it, the thing that actually has value, Brad, your family, your ability to produce primary goods like agricultural commodities, vegetables.
So here's what I'm gonna say, man, because this is, you know, and I got 6 pages of notes in front of me because I've been taking notes down to do my research. But what I can see with my own eyes is that yes, the fiat currency, American dollar, has gone down in value. My buying power is not as strong as it was 10 years ago. But what I can constantly see is that gold and silver and precious metals, which is what we used to back our dollar on before World War I. Is steadily going up, and that's what I see the central banks are currently. Hold on, Brad. But here, I'm giving you my take and what I witness and what I see, and I'll be more than happy to let you read about when I'm done. But what I'm seeing is the thing that the central banks are currently hoarding and buying right now. They're buying it up. This is why the shit's going up right now, because there's a fucking demand for it, and a big chunk of that demand is coming from these fucking banks. Okay, so what I've seen is the value of precious metals has gone up. The value of the fiat currency has gone down. I can clearly see this with my own eye, brother. The dollar I'm putting in my retirement right now is not going to be able to give me $1 worth of goods when I go to pull it out here in another 20-something years. So that's what I hear what you're saying. I'm going to do my research, but it's hard to beat that side and trust the system when I can clearly see that everything I'm busting my ass and scrape my knuckles for is becoming worthless and more worthless and more worthless every single day. Well, go ahead, Brad, if you want to read, you got it.
It's not becoming more worthless. First off, you're talking about trends and dynamics while inflationary growth occurs. But you're sitting there and equating that to less buying power. Okay, maybe, possibly. Consumerism at its finest, capitalism, great. You should be able to make that product and charge. If you can't afford it, well, sorry, your dollar doesn't work. At the end of the day, that's what capitalism does. The problem with what these idiots are proposing is that you either join in some socialist Bitcoin fucking Ponzi scheme, in which case socialism works great for the first, 3% of its term, until it runs out of other people's money. Once it does that, these idiots, they don't know it because they're too stupid. They don't know that shit is exactly what they're proposing. They're just trying to dice it up. These guys are just proposing Marxist economics and probably putting it on some kind of spin because they think somehow they'll have it. When in reality, these guys aren't economists. They don't work in the finance sector. They sit there and read like whatever fucking Reddit thread tell them about economy, and you're taking advice from them. And that's fine. It's in the baseball. He works in the economy. He works on economics. You have a mother who fucking is an actual accountant who can go into further detail. You have a couple. You have Bill on here who's an economics, economic professor. But I mean, shit. Why listen to any of us? You got it with these guys.
I'm a financial landlord. Please point out that appealing to authority as some kind of argument is actually a logical fallacy. To say that you should listen to my argument because somebody told me that I was right is actually a very, no pun intended, bankrupt defense. And this entire conception that in fact what's happening is inflationary growth is I don't know if that's tongue in cheek. I don't know if there's something else going on there, but definitely when you have inflation, you have a growth. It's a very bad growth. It's a growth in the decrease of your purchasing power because they're printing. No, Brad, what I want to know is do you understand how? Go back. Yeah, I mean, but I want to show everyone that I am acting in good faith.
I don't care about your good faith.
Yeah, I know, and I don't know why Sid continues to offer you a platform when you're so clearly a worthless, angry, ranting lunatic. You really are, and I don't understand why Sid left you up to you.
Hold on 1 second, man, because here's the thing, man, and you told a lie on me and you're inferring something that's not true, Brad. I don't appreciate that. So again, my mind isn't 100% made up.
and I'm not just taking their advice and just dropping it, okay? What I'm doing is I'm trying to hear both sides, because I've done a lot of deep digging these past few weeks on this shit. Is the things that I've come across, the articles I've read, the things that I've watched from people who are respected, and then it aligns with what they're saying. So again, don't put it on me that, oh, you're just taking their advice. No, what I'm doing is I'm listening. I say, okay, that aligns closely with the things that I've researched, but I'm willing to hear the opposing side. And again, this is why I have 6 pages of notes sitting in front of me right now, jotting down everything that you told me, Brad. Okay, so again, with Diego's point about Bitcoin, it's not necessarily Bitcoin. What I hear as far as the argument, and again, if you think I'm wrong, I'm more than happy to hear it. But what I'm hearing from Diego, it's not specifically Bitcoin, but it's a currency-based, that's open format for the public to check and track where everything goes and be able to have some type of accountability to the American people. There's no accountability with this money right now. So whether it's Bitcoin, whether it's Dogecoin, whether it's fucking Pussy Coin, whether it's fucking Fart Coin, a system that gives the Americans the advantage to be able to check the records and keep track of everything to make sure everybody's on an equal playing field.
But what you're talking about are appropriations made by Congress where they have to keep records of where they appropriate the budget. But just to be clear, the purpose of the U.S. dollar as defined by law is specifically designed to be private, to protect the privacy of every American citizen. It is the opposite of what you're calling for. If that's what you mean.
What Diego's trying to point out is that people are supposed to be free and secure in their persons and in their property, and the idea that the state will always know how much purchasing power you have, and that somehow is a good thing for them to have, has to be rejected. The state has granted itself, the illegitimate state has granted itself the ability, the same way that the Federal Reserve created an excuse for removing reserve requirements, it creates a problem in inclusion, which always is that we're going to have more ability to determine and control your value expression and currency. We should not accept central bank digital currencies. We should not accept any kind of currency that is wholly and totally controlled, or totally and wholly de-anonymized by the government. They will absolutely use it to prevent you from doing anything that they don't want. We saw what happened with the trucker protests. Nobody was convicted for abusing the truckers that way. They literally proved to you that if we know where the money is and where the money goes, if it goes a place that we don't like, we'll stop it. Your ability to freely express yourself will not exist. It cannot exist, and you're a fool to trust an illegitimate state to properly have that power. The Founding Fathers knew they should never have that power. The only power they need, the only power you should give up, voluntarily delegate to your state and to your federal government, is their ability to mint the money, to create the money, and the person who needs to be transparent is the government. The government has turned that on its head and said, oh, well, we need to know what money you have and where your money is and where you spend your money. When in actuality, the truth is that we are the ones with the power and the privacy and the right. We created the government. So Mark, in that capacity, as a servant of the people, we wanted to have the authority to mint a coin to prevent counterfeiting.
Brad, shut the fuck up. Let him talk.
You are insufferable. You are insufferable. There is no other state life.
Again, you're like, the Founding Fathers didn't want us to know where our money was spent. They actually did. They actually did.
My thing is though, you could debate this shit in a better way. I don't have to debate it with these incel bros. Here's the thing. The idea that somehow you're saying, hear me out. I'm trying to learn from both of y'all. Okay, great. You may have your points. The extra shit you doing is overshadowing the information.
I can do it because that's all that they got. And I mean, go ahead, do it. Doing your shit.
Yeah, and he's 100% correct, Brad. You're getting emotional. I mean, again, it's not a good look. You're trying to prove your point.
Let me just back this up. So he went up and said, oh, the Founding Fathers never intended to have this. Well, first off, the Founding Fathers really weren't totally concerned with any of the aspects that he was saying in the Federalist or Anti-Federalist papers. But you know what? We digress from that. In fact, Founding Fathers were kind of wonky. They actually believed in taxes, and let's not. They wanted to cling on to their wealth, so they made sure they held on to it.
operation of it as outlined in many of the state legislation and the houses. In fact, they didn't have church, and one of the primary reasons under Payne and others in Pennsylvania was to ensure that the church didn't have access to the funds and create distributions because why? They wanted to keep it. But you know what? These guys all want to take the Alex Jones fucking Martin Luther Queen speech and fucking put it on steroids and then tell you, this is what the founding fathers wanted. But it's not even remotely true. But you guys are reading this, right? Say you're actually going back and looking all this up, and you're reading their articles, and then you're reading the antithesis to the articles, right? You're reading why decisions were made in our current environment, why the modernality, and why certain taxes even have to remain. Now your buying power is actually decreasing versus what actually may or may not be happening, right? You're actually reading up on those. You're reading economic books in mass that grasp an understanding, or are you just reading the sources that these guys pull you from fucking Twitter?
No, what I'm doing is I'm looking at respected economists who have a good following, a good reputation. I'm looking at economists who. Can I answer your question? You gonna let me answer the fucking question, Brad?
I fucking let you answer, but did you?
Okay, then don't cut me off. Don't ask me shit in 5 words into it. You fucking cut me off. Ask me a question and give me the fucking respect to respond to your question. So what I'm saying is, I'm looking at economists who were laughed at when they were talking the same shit 5 years ago, 2008, shit like that. Everybody laughed at them. And then what they ended up predicting and saying has been true. Okay? And it makes a lot of fucking sense. So I'm asking you now, why is our fiat currency, why is my dollar devaluing? And if what you're saying is true.
There's not one fucking reason for all of it. There's multiple reasons. Fact of fucking inherent wealth has increased exponential fold. Fucking trade agreements. Decrease in manufacturing you can blame on. You can blame it on this.
Let him finish. Let him finish, Diogenes. Let him finish.
Come on. I want you to come to my house.
Send me the address.
I'll show you the back of your fucking skull.
Let's go. Diogenes, mute up and let him finish, man.
I got you.
Finish. Go ahead and finish, Brad. Go ahead and finish.
And fuck your wife tonight. Dude, you're getting fucking, you're all gonna enjoy it. There you go. Fucking A, I don't give a fuck about you fucking KK wannabe lights, you latte fucking white supremacists. You guys all have the same fucking jihadist fucking mind. Like, give me Bitcoin. You fucking want to decentralize, tear down the economic stuff. You want to say, oh, it'll prevent your fucking dollar from decreasing. But you got to invest in Bitcoin, which fucking, hey, last I checked, only one of us on the stage can afford to go buy a Bitcoin currently, and it ain't none of you, because you don't have the cash in hand.
Well, I know, here's the one thing, Brad. I know, and I can, again, this is what I'm seeing with my own eyes. I know more people who have increased their wealth investing in Bitcoin than going out and working a normal fucking 9 to 5 every day. That's one thing I can say for sure. I've seen personally.
You believe that?
I've seen it. It's not a matter of believing, it's a fucking fact.
You see the economic pictures?
Oh my god. It is a matter of fact.
These guys do it solely off of Bitcoin. No other investments in the stock market. No one, which is actually propelling and helping out increase digital currency. But these fucking guys, even know what budget they have.
So to answer your question, yes, when it comes to common working 9 to 5 blue collar guys that are on the same level as I saw them accrue more wealth with their investment in Bitcoin than fucking decades of just going and working in fucking 9 to 5 with no other investments. Yes,
can I touch on that? Yes. Can I touch on that without because I want to help you understand. I want to help everybody understand like that is a sign that the economy is illegitimate because no people who value productivity would ever allow a situation where speculation offered a greater return on investment than productive labor, than productive contribution to the total social welfare. No one would accept that. What is happening, what is emerging in Bitcoin, and ultimately what's happening in equities markets, is happening because there is no real productivity left. And you have bubbles in AI and in real estate that are being propped up by search accounting. At the same time that even more money is being pumped into this
by the Federal Reserve. I don't want to hyper-focus on the economy. I know it's really important, but it should be sufficient to say that if it is disconnected from goods and services, it is just a general rule that it has to chase fewer and fewer goods when you print more of it. This is not. I mean, this is just a fact, and there's no amount of hand waving, and there's nothing they can do to change that fact. This is just a plain law. The entire basis for Brad's argument, and I pity him for it. And again, I don't understand how anyone who really wants to understand what's happening and work to solve it could deal with these kind of personal insults and just repeated unnecessary digressions. I want Brad to be successful. I want Brad to have things that have real value. Because if we're all playing a fair game where we're equal before the law and we are able to constrain our government to transparently issuing currency only as the legislators permit, we don't allow a pseudo-private entity like the Federal Reserve to simply announce that it's going to create money to purchase treasuries, that it's going to monetize debt, but call it something else. We could actually fight back against the illegal immigrants. We could actually fight back against the traitors in our government. We could actually have representative government with free expression. We could. Baseball. I'm not propping up outliers. The truth of the matter is, and the National Socialist German Workers' Party recognized this, money is a tool. Nothing more, nothing less. SIG doesn't work all day. He loves the way the presidents look on the paper. Brad will do that. Brad loves Donald Trump, so when Donald Trump successfully puts his face on the central bank digital currency, I'm sure Brad is going to go collect it because he likes the way it looks. Fantastic. But that's not what SIG does. SIG has real shit to worry about. I have real shit to worry about. I don't want the paper. I don't want the currency. I don't want the money. I want the things. I want the food in my kid's mouth. I want a house. I want gasoline in my tank. I want real fucking things that really change the way that I live. They nourish me. They nourish my children. They improve my quality of life. And when you're telling me that in order to get those things, I have to use these tokens, then I'll use the tokens. But when I find out that those tokens are being created on a computer somewhere, I can see that that is unjust and unfair, and I don't want to play this game anymore. And I would hope red-blooded men would rise up and cooperate with me to rectify that grave injustice. It is the most serious crime against our sovereignty and our integrity that we would be deprived of our value expression. They are printing the money out of thin air, and they are doing it so quickly. Monica, women.
Call my stage, bro. Tired of this shit, man. Fucking tired of this shit. Shut the fuck up, Monica. Go create a fucking one face and you can do your little vaginal fucking bullshit. But the man is fucking talking, yo.
Based. So we want real things with real value. We want wives to have security. We want our family to flower and grow and develop. And we can't do that when we're relying on the ability to purchase bread. And then we find out when we go to the store that bread and beef, ground beef, for example, has almost doubled in price. 22 tons of beef. Where I don't want to abuse the people who clearly want to engage in a contentious debate and fail to accept my principles and predicates for my arguments. But I urge everyone not to be mystified by a man behind a curtain telling you that, well, you don't understand, there's exchange rates and there's the velocity of money and there's of course the tariff, there's all these other considerations. Those things would be relevant if the money had integrity in the first place. But it doesn't. And I welcome anyone to challenge the integrity of the money on those simple bases. And I yield.
And that's the one thing too. Again, what I've been looking at is 1913 seems to be the fucking key year all this shit fucking popped off. American citizens weren't charged income tax. It's when we needed I researched that video, bro, and everything that been researching from very reputable sources has been pointing to the same fucking thing.
I'm trying to tell you, so that's literally the time where
Actually, Diogenes is more correct that the Civil War is the key because that's when you had the legal tender cases that occurred.
Diego, that's what we talking about, Diego.
Oh, okay.
Civil War.
Civil War, yeah, because the legal tender cases allowed people to pay back debts that were made in gold contracts with paper, and that's what fucked everything up.
Yes.
Okay.
So right. Now here's you're gonna love this, okay? If you really want to know the inside baseball on what happened with the legal tender cases, the Constitution was clear in that it needed to prevent the government from having the ability to issue currency without any increase in goods and services. They understood that the money as a tool could not offer an exorbitant privilege to the executive, or it would be used to dispossess the people of their wealth. They understood that, and so it said that it has to be coined in gold and silver. Okay, and then this is essential because this is a thing of finite value. You cannot print gold and silver. We got to the end of the Civil War, and as Diego just said, people had made contracts that they had to pay in gold or silver because the Constitution limited the states from recognizing anything but gold or silver as payment for debts. And the Supreme Court ruled on this originally correctly. They said, yeah, we can read the fucking plain English in the Constitution. You have to pay it in gold. And then the Union said, we'll burn your fucking house down if you continue to argue this case. And so the Supreme Court reversed itself. And I think it is the quickest reversal in the history of the 250 outright reversals of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court reverses itself and says, oh, actually, you know what? Yeah, no, you totally can. You totally can pay the debts that were made in gold and silver, which the Constitution recognizes as the only thing that is able to be offered as legal tender for the payment of debts. You can offer paper. That's okay. You have to understand, and I don't want you to get caught up and confused that the issue was, we just need to return to gold and silver. No, that's not the issue. You could use anything as a backing, but it has to be finite and it has to be auditable by the people. The Congress has to be able to verify as your delegate, as the recipient for your voluntarily delegated authority in Congress as a legislator. In the House of Representatives, wherein all legislative acts must originate. All financial legislation must originate.
So, what is the solution to these problems?
Brad Diogenes has 6. To be able to save him. He's just a new pastor.
No, it's not. First of all,
that's exactly what's going on.
No, it's not what's going on. So again, let me explain myself. You're gonna accuse me of something. So no,
Brad tries to make a statement. Diogenes
and I told everybody else to shut the fuck up,
and then you allow it by allowing them to be.
Okay, again, don't fucking lie on me, Rich.
No,
don't fucking lie on me.
All of them, including Pepe, down to
No. You know why? You know why?
You could have made your own.
I could have moved you.
You could have controlled it.
Again. So what you're not gonna do is you're not gonna fucking lie on me. That's the one thing I'm not gonna tolerate. You ain't gonna fucking lie on me for shit. So I got 6 pages of notes in front of me, and I've jotted down everything Brad said. That's why I asked Brad to repeat himself with some of the things that he mentioned and said. So again, I haven't spoken to Diogenes in damn near a fucking year until 2 days ago. This is the first time we've had this conversation about this specific topic, and so again, this is the shit I've been researching, and this is the first time I had the conversation. So how is it that Diogenes is the one behind my train of thought, sir? That's not fucking true. First time I've had this conversation ever with Diogenes, today in this fucking room. But the things I've researched just happens to be on point with what he's saying. So again, when Brad was speaking, I told everybody else to shut the fuck up and don't interrupt Brad. And I've done it several fucking times. If you can't see it, I don't know what the fuck else to tell you. Monica, if you want to come up, you can have the fucking mic, but we're going to fucking be respectful, man. This is a conversation about information and throwing the ideas back and forth. But I don't want the stage to go to shit and drop the fucking emotion so we can have an objective fucking conversation. That's all I've been asking the whole fucking time. This is crazy, man. This is fucking nuts with you people.
Yeah, I don't get it. It is fucking nuts. And I want to point out, we are having a productive discussion when we start to recognize the history of value expression and we really concern ourselves with it, because it is a matter of fact that we have to mediate our value expression. I mean, literally and figuratively, through the United States dollar. And so if that doesn't have integrity, that calls into question all of our values. The moral decline in this country is directly correlated with the decline in the real value articulated in productive goods and services of our money. And this is just ridiculous. I think and I hate to say this, I think some of you guys are struggling to understand basic principles, and so you're getting upset and you're thinking that I'm making things up or trying to. I'm not trying. This is all basic, verifiable stuff. You would never agree to play Monopoly with me if I got to give myself free money. You never would. You'd flip the fucking table. You'd do what Jesus did to the money changers. You'd leave. You'd be like, you fight me. You'd say, fuck that. You're not gonna fucking sit there, go and collect $400. You think you're slick? I see the shit you're doing.
Yeah.
I'm not fucking gonna play this game.
Brad is like a court intellectual is what he is.
Yeah, he is. You hear his arguments literally were reduced to, we need to trust the people in the suits with the PhDs. And just ask yourself this. If you can't think for yourself, are you not a slave? Are you not submitting your intellect to someone else? And you know, even a dog knows when it's being kicked. Think for yourself. And if you think for yourself and you're willing to consider that the money is not real, that there's even the remote possibility that the money is being created without any increase in the goods and services available, and you just think to that basic, what has to happen there? You'll realize that you're being cheated. You'll realize that you're playing Monopoly with a thief, with a liar.
All I'm saying is there's no problem with questioning these people. Like, there's no problem with that. Like, if y'all got things that can back up what y'all saying, there's no problem with that either. I don't get where everybody is so fucking mad, bro.
Yeah,
we literally just sharing information. That's it.
Well, Brad is angry because Brad owes me $1,000 because he made a bet that he doesn't want to pay, and then his reaction to saying things that he's not going to deliver on is to issue violent threats, profanity, vulgarity, obscenity, unceasingly. He doesn't have an argument. There's no argument to make. You literally heard him go from Diogenes is lying about the Federal Reserve requirement to Diogenes is only telling a partial truth to Diogenes is telling the truth, but the truth doesn't matter. Here's how it's been explained.
Nowhere near out of my mouth, dipshit. So now that I have time, that never came out of my mouth that way, and you know damn well it did. So first off, you are fucking lying. You cherry picked one line out of it, and I thought you'd run with it and cook with it. And you even got the Civil War wrong. The reason being is that states were printing their own money. The Confederate fucking states were printing their own money, and as a precautionary tale to prevent any further revolution, it was actually a genius act to prevent states from printing their own fucking money. And in order to have the states say, hey, the only currency you can actually do that would be acceptable in a federal society, gold and silver, not fucking whatever you want it to be, and then label it whatever its worth would be, which would be fucking discombobulated, which would be an economic nightmare, which would allow for fucking states like California to be the prevailing authorities, and New York, and every other state having to sit down there and say, my currency is not accepted anywhere else, so this is all I can make. But you didn't look at that because you don't look at the economic picture. You just like to cherry pick something without actually researching it and then get this long drawn out pontification of fucking Martin Luther Queen speeches and think somehow you own on it. And you don't. You really are retarded.
What are you even talking about? What are you even
You are
what are you
fucking Alex Jones fucking type.
What are you even arguing? What the fuck are you even arguing?
So again,
what the fuck are you arguing? Baseball, get your ass up here and defend that.
You don't
Baseball,
know.
get up here and defend it. He needs help. What the fuck are you even arguing? What was the genius act you're referring to? The Legal Tender Acts, was that genius? And how was that genius? And how was that? Help me understand it because I'm confused.
Yeah, you are confused because you've been confused. I get it. Somebody who isn't prevailing in the system, you can tell immediately how they scream about the system that it's unfair. But But if you were on top, if you were doing okay, if you were actually applying yourself, you would actually be screaming, oh, it works fine for you. But since it's not working fine for you because you have incurred debt, you're not accountable for them, you have to pay child support or whatever the fuck you got going on in your life, it's not anything that everybody has an entire system for. What you have is a perspective from Alex fucking Jones and some other fucking Naziist fucking parties. And how they determined their economic picture, which you left off, was that at the beginning, prior to World War II, what did Hitler say? Fuck the debt. We're just not going to pay the debt. And that's how they inflated their fucking currency, because they didn't pay the debts were actually owed. That they were penalized on it.
Their currency,
that is absolutely 100% true. And then they went through and said this, and then again, you're going to go on this whole fucking, the Nazi socialist fucking extreme experiment was an economic picturesque, which had no sustainability, which had no fucking bearing, had no measurements, because they basically determined their own wealth, and guess what? It went corrupt. But you left that key card on.
National Socialist German Workers' Party certainly did not go bankrupt, and I think you're conflating Weimar Republic with the National Socialist German Workers' Party seizure of the apparatus of power in Germany. I'm definitely going to remain confused as long as I try to understand your arguments. And absolutely, the idea that you would continue to be a slave to interest on debt when the state can simply issue the money in direct proportion to the needs of the people to transact and express their values in real terms, that's a fundamental truth that I think every sovereign nation ought to enforce their legitimacy on.
Doesn't even work that way under the Fed in which you're saying. So again, you're conflating multiple points.
We obviously
Hold on, 3Ski. Let Brad finish his thought. Go ahead, Brad.
Go ahead.
No, 3Ski, go ahead, because it's like watching paint dry twice.
I want to hear from both of y'all, but obviously y'all both have different standpoints. So I just want to hear what both of y'all's solution would be to the problem, because we obviously have a problem with this currency. What the fuck is going on with our economy?
Well, Brad doesn't agree with that.
I just want to hear some solutions.
Yeah, Brad doesn't agree with the assertion that
talking about me. He didn't have shit, did you? Stay on your fucking square. Stay back in your little pocket. Stay right there.
To where you belong, in the back of the bus. That's where you are. That's where you'll stay.
Understand me now?
I thought so.
You're saying that for the black guy?
Did he say
I said
the white guy?
Damn right, because again,
sit on the back of the bus. I'm white. Let me sit on the front of the bus.
yeah, again, all the same fucking KKK wannabes, the lattes. That's what your group is, just a latte light, screaming about how it's unfair to have to share division of wealth with various people. But again, there's many solutions. It's not just one. You could, in theory, apply accurate regulations on equity. You could control housing markets.
How are we going to regulate equity?
So again, you can put legislation in. You can do that. I mean, that was the whole purpose of the union at its inception. But apparently you missed that in
regulating equity.
I'm sorry?
Regulating equity was the purpose of the union?
No, the purpose of the union was to ensure that they could pass legislative acts in order to facilitate a union that was equitable to all people. Unfortunately, they didn't realize it until about now, and now, even this age, you don't have it going on. But dipshits like you screaming for fucking socialist republics of fucking Germany and Nazism as an economic picture show me that, yeah, you really didn't understand how those implications work. But that's what you're preaching. That's all you're preaching is actually Hitler's economic plans for Germany. You're just regurgitating that.
Do you even know what Hitler's economic plan for Germany was? I mean, did I say it? Did I tell you what it was? The only thing I've referenced is that the National Socialist German Workers' Party refuted slavery to interest on debt. And I would ask that you stop and think about those words and just understand what that means. And I think everyone would agree that we should not be slaves to interest on debt. I know when I was a child, I asked mommy what money was, and she said, listen, don't go into debt. don't get a credit card, and I haven't. And as I grew up, I started to look into this. I could see the wisdom in this. Don't get into debt. She wrote about this, in Hamlet, neither a borrower nor a lender be, never forget, stay out of debt. The words the father passes on to his son.
Do you own a house, Diogenes?
No, I do not. So when we have a history of people who are pointing out the danger of debt, add interest to that debt, understand compound interest, and you'll start to see the problem. I see a lot of people want to glom onto this idea that I'm a socialist, and I don't want to be too defensive here. I absolutely believe that when I work together with others in my community, that we are creating a society, that our actions are pro-social, and that society allows for cooperation and for the product of an individual to be multiplied more than the sum of the parts. And that is a net benefit for the entire community. I encourage everyone to work together, and we should have a currency that facilitates that, not a currency that allows individuals to exploit the Cantillon effect and other money mechanisms to enrich themselves at the expense of other members of the population. And the fact that that can happen stands in contrast to the stated law wherefore all men are equal. So I absolutely am a socialist. I own that 100%. And in the United States of America, unfortunately, we have some socialist programs that are extremely asymmetrical. I'm for real socialism. Socialism where everyone who participates obtains the benefit for that participation, where only merit, only productivity allows someone else to exceed another. Not speculation, not nepotism, not relationships to the money printer, but productivity, real measured productivity. Productivity that values the most essential component of any civilization, which is the ability of its agricultural class to produce real animal energy to sustain us. Money that is not created from thin air, but that is predicated on a real good and service. I will not ever defend a law that allows foreigners to come into the country and more dangerous, allows private interests to exploit the foreign labor, to enrich their own private interests at the expense of the public, because it is the public who bears the cost for all of the public schools that are currently teaching 2 languages, increasing their class sizes, providing health care, providing other forms of welfare to people who do not legally reside in the country. As a matter of fact, I own the fact that I am poor. I am proud of the fact that I am poor. But because I am poor, I refuse to be stupid. And I would encourage some of you to really reflect on that. There is no shame in being poor, and I won't be cheated. I would rather be poor and have my integrity than enrich myself unjustly through speculation and participation in a completely fraudulent system.
Can I jump in, please? Can I jump in?
Yeah, absolutely, Seth. Yeah, go ahead. You got the mic, brother. Go ahead.
Awesome, thank you. Be quick. Just because you're poor, I know what you're saying. You're not trying to be stupid, but where I come from, I grew up as a poor country guy, and if you're poor, it's because you're stupid. Why? Because you're either stupid with your money, or you're stupid because you're not being an entrepreneur, or you're stupid because you refuse to think outside the box to project yourself forward. A stupid man subjects himself to the fact that, he's bad at something and he can't curve it and educate himself to go forward. So, if you're a poor man, thank you. If you're a poor man, that just means you're just a lazy man.
Hey, Stippy, I
never considered that.
Stippy, I got a question. How much do you make a month, Stippy, cattle hauling?
Speaking my language, damn, bro.
Stippy, how much do you make cattle hauling each month?
Fucking shit.
How much do you make cattle
Let's go
hauling?
ahead and establish that
Yeah, go ahead.
I average about...
I've made the argument pretty clearly.
About 21,000 last month. Made about...
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's usually what cattle haulers make. It's about $250,000.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and start.
How's your $18 an hour?
Hey man, it's a living.
I know, it's crazy.
Yeah.
How much did it take out child support?
Hey man, how are your children?
Oh, my kids are amazing. They're in the other room. I don't have to leave them. I actually am able to be home with my kids and spend time with them.
Hey, I'm happy for
My old lady didn't take them away like this.
Let's get back.
And you want to pay child support, Diogenes?
Let's get off the personal shit. Get off the personal shit. Get back on topic. So Stephanie, I wanted to respond. Brad had every opportunity to talk, and he.
He was being screamed over.
So he ended his mic, and then he yielded it back to Threesky, and then he got it back, and he said his piece uninterrupted. So yeah, that's a lie, Rich. So again, Steppy, I got a question. I hear what you're saying, Steppy, and I agree with you. A lot of people are stupid with their money. Unfortunately, the problem right now is that a lot of people don't have financial literacy and financial education, right? But still, no excuse. But even if what you said, what you're saying is true, as far as being an entrepreneur and shit like that, again, not everybody's an entrepreneur. The vast majority of people are going to be 9-to-5 employees. Henry Ford, and kind of what he did with Ford when he pioneered Ford. He had a heavy belief of taking away the power. I mean, goddamn, bro. I mean, you guys just want to fucking interrupt her or what? You guys have no fucking decorum and no self-control? This is crazy. Grown-ass fucking men, bro. Grown-ass fucking men. Can't even have a fucking conversation without stupid shit. So, Steppy, I don't know if you're familiar with Ford's model. Ford actually took the power away from the shareholders and believed in investing it into the workers, right? And that's how he blew up. And then I forgot old boy's name who founded fucking GM. But he took the exact opposite approach and gave powers to shareholders. And I believe the Supreme Court ruled against Ford in taking away his ability to take those earnings away and take the returns away from the shareholders and investing it back into his company. But it looked like Ford's model worked, and the workers got paid fairly. They had fair benefits. Like the Ford workers had a leg up, and then it seemed like once we went back into this putting the doggone ball back into the field of the investors and the rich and the wealthy. Absolutely, Stephen. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because I definitely want to hear your ball. Durant. Yeah, thank you, Threesky. Durant. So it seems like when we put it back into the ball back in the court of the uber rich and uber wealthy, that's when the average person started losing. And I'm sorry, but the majority of people are going to be worker bees, man. Not everybody's going to be an entrepreneur. But go ahead, Steppy, if you want to rebut.
I'm gonna go after Steppy.
No, I gotta clarify something. Like, say, the realization 3. Yeah, but I don't want to lose the opportunity. Shut the fuck up.
I'm going to let Steppy respond because I was responding directly to what he said. So.
Yeah, and I want to respond wrong. I want to make sure I get a chance to get it.
Okay, but Diogenes, I'm asking you, let Steppy respond, please.
Yeah, go cut there.
I want to give him a.
Well, Sid, thanks for letting me respond. I understand what you're saying. I hear you clearly, and I get the concept that you're explaining it to, and I agree with you on that matter. But when people tell me they're poor, but they're not stupid, maybe I'm biased to it. Me and you both were cut from the same cloth, my guy. We both have been in the barracks, struggling on them 2 paychecks a month. I had some good leadership roles growing up as a kid. I had good leadership roles when I was in the military. And the thing is, you gotta project that out forward. And the biggest thing that I project is you can be a worker bee 9 to 5. But if you're dumb with your money, you're gonna be dumb in life. And that's all the way. It doesn't matter how it is or what you do in life. So if you could be the most intellectual, smartest guy. You could know every constitutional literature out there. You could know the fundamentals of being an Einstein. But if you're done with your money, intellectually, you're naturally done with your life. And so I respect that.
Diogenes is one of the richest men I know.
Well, that, okay, but
Let me finish with Diogenes and go, please. Go ahead, Steph.
well landed. So I understand where you guys are coming from. I just want to make sure I just want Diogenes to know. You know, he might be a poor man, but he could be very smart. But it's hard for a worker like myself or anybody else who doesn't know the individual personally or has interacted with them. If he's saying he's poor but not stupid, some of us worker bees are going to be like, well, how can you be so smart but so dumb with your money? So go on ahead. I'm sorry for taking too much.
No, thank you, Steppy. I appreciate the way that you landed that. I want to clarify here because you brought up something that really could be synthesized, Sig, that really needs to be addressed. You pointed out that there's this conflict between Henry Ford, one of the most, if not the most impactful entrepreneurial men in the history of the United States of America, and the way that he was brought to heel by the Dodge brothers in a landmark Supreme Court decision that said that we are going to place the well-being of shareholders and investors above employees of the company. Now, I disagree absolutely with that Supreme Court ruling. I believe that is absolutely more fraud built upon the fraud that started in 1861. But think about the implications of that, Stig, if you really understand that that's what happened.
I was Henry Ford.
Please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me.
That's 500, yeah. Don't interrupt, please. Just wait your turn. Go ahead, Diogenes.
If you understand that the Supreme Court, that there is a fiduciary responsibility to shareholders first, and those shareholders are getting the money that is printed from nowhere, what that does to the actual value provided to the worker bee, you would understand that the amount of time and effort that we put in every day to feed our families, to feed ourselves, is actively being undermined by money created out of nowhere. And sheriff get this capital that is created out of nowhere, these banks, and they get to have the fiduciary responsibility given to them. Like, you understand how that works? They print the money from nowhere, and then they buy shares with it, and then the companies who are actually doing the work are prohibited by law, Supreme Court precedent, from allowing the employees who do the work from enjoying the benefits of it. And you know, men like Henry Ford are rare who would even have an interest in ensuring that the largest component of their profits were actually disseminated back to their employees. Ford was famous for saying that every one of the people who builds the car should be able to afford the car. And he was sued for this because people wanted to maintain profits without productivity. Ford said, if you are productive, you should be profitable. The shareholders said, no, speculation in equities should be more profitable. Not only that, by law, you should be bound under threat of subpoena and discovery to owe your profits to your shareholders first. And it's that simple. That is the game we're playing, and I will not play that game.
Yeah, that's exactly what I read and come across, Diogenes. And again, Durant put emphasis on debt, creating debt, having the average person, average citizen go into debt, to be able to, because he was the one that introduced, hey, let's make tiny little insignificant upgrades and convince people that they need to get the latest and greatest, and we'll incorporate the function of debt to allow them to do that. So we're selling cars and making money, and the bankers are also making money off the fucking interest, versus Ford's plan is, again, productivity equals wealth, sharing the wealth with the people who, you know, keep that company running, come in every day, keep that company fucking running, keep the gears turning, keep the cogs moving in the system. Again, what I keep seeing is, I keep seeing this small select few taking wealth, taking money, taking stability away from the average American and hoarding it to themselves. Whereas, and that's the same thing I'm seeing same thing I read about when it came to Chase, and they took the liability away from the government and put it onto the people, and then they took the profits and privatized the fucking profits and converted the debt, the responsibility and liability over to the American taxpayer. I'm seeing this same thing repeat over and over and over again. And again, Dodgen is right. Just from common sense, we know debt is not a good thing. You're in a better state when you don't have any debt, and you're able to accumulate tangible liquid assets for yourself and have them on reserve. This is just common sense to any human being. Is that being in debt is not good. So why do I keep seeing this government, this political system, and these politicians creating and implementing policies that create more debt? Again, we had a balanced budget in the 90s. Once this shit in 2001 kicked off, we're now at $40 trillion in debt, and we can just use common sense to say having debt and being beholden and owing shit to other people, it's just not a good fucking thing. It goes against everything we've been taught as kids.
It's it. This is the most nefarious part. It's at interest. It's at compounding levels of fucking interest.
That too, yeah.
You can never escape that. And you are literally enslaved. You are saying I have an obligation to pay a compounding interest on a debt that doesn't have to have interest attached to it. There is no reason whatsoever to issue money at interest as debt. If you have to do it, fine. You don't have to do it at interest either. The collective, cooperative society's efforts should all create a surplus of energy that is stored against the future.
So
the only president. Sorry,
No, my bad, bro. I'm gonna go ahead and cook. I just want to. Basically what I'm saying is from what you saying, Diogenes, and what Sig is saying, I'm noticing a pattern of basically the government telling us that we do need to be business owners. We do need to stop working and stop being W-2 workers because none of this shit is beneficial. It essentially makes you a slave. So we kind of need to be a little bit more independent because I feel like that's the only way that we can combat this bullshit is play the game the way that they wrote it.
But that's the thing. But that's the thing, Drewski. Not everybody can be. You need workers, man. Everybody can't be a business owner.
Sid, hear me out on this.
Yeah.
So everybody can be business owners. I get that, but I do think, and this is just my opinion. I may be wrong. I do think everybody can be a contract worker. So when I say run a business, I'm not saying that as in like you have a whole bunch of employees. I'm saying as in contracting yourself out to businesses.
Yeah.
And working under the 1099 tax.
Yeah, but here's the thing with that, Threeski. Uber drivers and DoorDash drivers are 1099 contractors, and they're still getting fucked. So again, yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry, what's going to happen? Go ahead. You're good. You're touching on it, right? So you're recognizing what is happening in the economy right now is that everyone has turned to speculation because it's the only way to keep their standard of living in the face of this money being printed with no real goods or services being produced. As Sig said, someone has to do the most important and most essential functions in society. Someone has to till the crop. Someone has to slaughter the beef. Someone has to change the trash cans. Someone has to do it. And as a society that thrives, we rise and fall with our ability to incentivize people to do that and reward them with a currency that allows them to buy things that they want. That's not happening. People are waking up like you are, to the reality that the only way to get ahead is to speculate, to try and start a business, to start a side hustle, to try and hustle to the side hustle. And they still can't keep up with the
Can we let us 500 go? Remember he asked if he could get it.
Yeah,
I'm about done. I'll land this and I'll walk away, if I might. So, you're right, 3. And that is where we are now as a nation, and this is why the powers that be have brought in 30 million illegal aliens to displace you. Because they don't ask questions, they have not felt any obligation. They literally have come in to do all the jobs that you can no longer you refuse to do. You refuse to be treated that way. And so you can't outrun this. You can only acknowledge the fact that it is fraud. Demand integrity in money, demand integrity in politics, demand legitimate systems, and don't accept anything else. You will never, because one of the things you're not really, you may not be aware of is the way private equity is functioning right now.
A lot of people created a robust middle class by starting their own businesses and finding out ways they could provide goods and services, right? And then the private equity just you'll never be able to compete. They will have more money because they print it from nowhere. They print it from nowhere, brother. They literally just have to go onto a computer and tell their friend, like, hey, give me more money. And then they buy real goods and services with it. They will buy your business and they'll buy you off. I worked for a business, and that business got bought out by private equity. They said, fuck it, I won't do it anymore. But where did the money come from to purchase it? It was fucking printed during COVID. You gotta realize, like, unless you're willing to step away from denominating value in a currency someone else controls, you will belong to the person who denominates that currency you depend on for your value expression. It's that simple. Thank you, guys.
Please?
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's 500. What do we got next? Yeah, that's 500. You got to go ahead. What's going on, man?
Thank you. No, I don't really have too much to say. It's just Diogenes said Henry Ford is the greatest American entrepreneur of all time. I mean, what about John D. Rockefeller? What about Andrew Carnegie? I mean, they were they were a different status or a different tier of entrepreneur than Henry Ford.
Carnegie.
Asking me a question, or are you?
No, that's not a question for you. This statement.
Because you're wrong. I mean, obviously it's a subjective opinion. I'm not stating that on a factual basis. I'm stating, and I didn't say he was. I said he may have been. Obviously, I respect Henry Ford for what he wanted to do for his employees far more than I respect Carnegie or Rockefeller. They were very greedy men. Okay, so
pronounce his fucking name right. It's Carnegie.
Hey man, do you have an opinion? Do you have an opinion? Or do you just sit there in the gutter? Do you just sit there in the gutter and snipe, or do you have an opinion?
Truck driver.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
A highly paid truck driver. Like, he's a truck driver.
Vaz, what is wrong with truck driving, bro?
Right?
I literally pull over. Like, I'm not gonna put my finances on it.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it.
Like, what the fuck?
Three. You have to recognize that what you're talking about, like 1099s and trying to build your own business, people are desperately trying to justify the things that they have done that are not productive and protect them. When Brad gets angry, it's because his industry, finance, insurance, and real estate, should be some of the least rewarding. Things like truck driving, things like primary productive activity. Without truck, our shit doesn't get where it has to go. It doesn't get bought. It doesn't get sold. That should be one of the most lucrative endeavors because it is the most essential to a properly functioning economy. But it's not what is most lucrative. Banking and speculation and equities is more profitable because the entire currency has been fucked.
And also, too, those industries, I mean, look at the industries that are thriving right now. Look at the medical industry. Fucking government subsidies, bro. Hey, you know what I'm noticing, too? I'm noticing a pattern of the most thriving industries get a lot of fucking government taxpayer fucking subsidies, bro. I wonder how they'd be hanging on right now if they didn't have all that fucking money flowing to them.
I was just going to say real quick, it's always the door swingers, the freight movers that complain the most because over here on the bull racks, the grain haulers, dude, COVID, man, shit, dog, dude, we're making bank, dude. Like, I see about 50,000, 60,000 a month hauling stock. So, like, the dry van haulers, shit, like, probably like that.
Y'all be stinking, though. Y'all be smelling like shit.
Shit, bro, that's money, dude. That's money.
I'm just talking shit, bro. I'm just talking shit.
You know, it's not fault that the actress is that 65-mile-an-hour freight shaker. I'm in the left lane game, you know.
So the way that it works is you make a nonprofit, and then that nonprofit like requests grants from the federal government, and the government will reward the grants to the people it deems best, right? So that's what it is. Like, that's why states like Massachusetts and the blue ones, they just make a lot of big nonprofits and they get all that federal funding.
Government subsidies, yeah.
But we can't lose sight, guys. We can't lose sight. We can't lose sight of this, right? The source is basically that money gets created without any real value being added to the economy. That has to be rectified. Everything else is just speculating about the way that it's unjust. The greatest injustice from which all lesser evils are spawned
is the fact that the money is printed from thin air. You can work as hard as humanly possible. You can be the smartest man in existence. It doesn't matter if someone can print the money and buy anything you have and claim ownership of it.
Yeah, like look at the Somalians with all the hospices. Like I'm sure that they just ask. They say this is what we're projected to do, and the good will reward them. You know.
And that guy that was doing all of that fraud shit, he just got a year. That's it. That's too fair.
Huge fraudsters didn't get any time. In 2008, in the global financial crisis, there were several different laws that are felonies that bankers routinely violated. We're talking about entire banking policies that violated federal law. And when Obama was asked, and when his Attorney General Eric Holder, when they were asked, why hasn't anyone gone to jail? They said, oh well, you know, we're worried about what would happen if we held them accountable for their fraud. Imagine that. Imagine believing that the system of governance and justice is fair, and that we're equal before the law when you can't steal a $10 sandwich.
I'm gonna dodge the fuck out of you. JB and Roger. Just like I did Roger and JB. Just wait for it, bitch. All your records, everything. Registries, dockets.
Vibes, I just got a question for you, bro. You seem like you know. Never mind. Here you go. Fuck.
Yeah, I just kick them from the room. Anybody threatening to dock someone personally, I don't tolerate that shit, bro.
Thanks.
Y'all a headache for real, bro. No lie.
Yeah, not gonna lie, man. I've been trying to be objective in this conversation, and the other side that I've been hearing, it's just been a lot of emotion, man. A lot of emotion, a lot of personal shit, bro.
No, what it is people want to be right, and I'm just like I come from the spot where I'm just trying to take in as much information as I can on either side, and then make my assertion after I do my research. But these people, they just want to be right, and it's like, damn, bro.
It's not that I want to be right. It's that I'm just laughing at it because again, when you have these,
you gotta be real with yourself sometimes.
Dude, I am real. You know what? You know what's funny about the whole Ford example being used is, yeah, he started out with this whole vision of this like socialist workplace and idea that was there, but you're also forgetting the fact that there were major labor strikes and fucking aggravations like destruction of property, all of that shit going on, similar to Hershey, Pennsylvania, when he created his fucking mecca to create a candy bar. But
Brad,
these guys don't.
Brad, you gotta admit your faults, though, bro.
Okay,
like
cool.
you gotta admit your faults sometimes, though, bro. Like you're not no dumbass dude, but you do be trying to be right sometimes, and it's like we can just collect the information instead of doing all the bickering.
Then if you're gonna collect the information, then collect the whole story. Because Ford ran his company into the ground, and it wasn't Dodge, it was actually GM that supplanted him because they diversified. Ford refused modernization. He refused upgrades. He never moved on from the Model fucking T. He never fucking wanted to innovate. In fact, despite the fact that his own workers who left him at a fucking rapid pace because they could make more money elsewhere, he thought, oh no. In fact, it was even written by diaries, journals, newspaper articles at the time that he was a tyrant in his own factory with his own people. So despite the fact that there was a great opening at the beginning, his control over that little economic socialist experiment proved to be almost futile. And Ford almost lost it because I forget the name of the guy, but the lawsuit that actually really hurt Ford was the fact that he lost over the gasoline engine, especially in the way it was designed and implemented because it belonged to somebody else. So that lawsuit was there. Now, to be fair, he did win against the American Licensed Automakers of America or whatever, ABLA or whatever they went by back then, but they actually didn't have a right to do it, and the Supreme Court correctly ruled on that decision. But it wasn't Dodge that put the end to Ford, it was GMC. And what saved Ford eventually
something of the history books was the wars. That's the only thing that saved them. And they turned around that fucking entire dynamic and became a for-profit company, and allowing shares and allowing investments and bringing in modernization, taking out loans to modernize equipment to pay off said debts. So this is how Ford propelled themselves into the future, by actually saying, you know what, maybe our business model kind of sucks, because clearly nobody wants the fucking Model T for the rest of their lives, and that's the only way it did. But you'd have assets on here saying, you know what, they were a perfect model to show what it was, but that model showed no innovation, no ability to make beyond what was set in there, and you didn't have the opportunities to succeed beyond the scope of what Ford decreed. So what this idiot is telling you is that Soviet Union was a great economic picture. The problem with their models is it's always contingent on everybody else's wealth. They always want to take from you or from that, and they want to use overall everybody else's opportunities to pass it along and, quote, divvy it up. But the problem again with that is, if you don't have new developments, just like Ford, the problem expands and you lose. You lose. You run out of fucking money. Because if you don't continue to develop, if you don't continue to be capitalist, then you lose. So these socialist programs that are, quote, being magnificent, and God forbid you have debt in your life, these models really don't work. Again, Venezuela did it. They nationalized absolutely everything. Where are they at today? Where were they before Trump came in? Nowhere. They were broke. They couldn't survive it. If these economic viabilities, Soviet Union, all of the fucking Soviet bloc states would be fucking following the similar model. In fact, China doesn't even follow this model anymore. They use capitalism to boost their economy. So again, these tired old rhetoric fucking Marxist approaches don't really scale up when you look at the picture. And the examples they pick, they cherry pick certain highlights that sound good, and then they leave off the rest of the story. And that's what we should say. The rest of the fucking story should be told.
Okay, and I hear what you're saying, and you brought up a couple points that I'm gonna definitely check into, Brad. But again, you're bringing up the socialist argument. Again, if Ford had his little utopia, which it doesn't seem like it was socialist, and people thought their value was, right, based on the profits that he generated from product that he sold and marketed to the public, that the public thought was valuable. Again, true capitalism would be, don't get the Supreme Courts involved. If he's not able to innovate, someone else is going to come up with a better fucking idea. Someone's going to come up with a better idea and say, hey, if the people want more freaking, whatchamacallit, more rapid upgrades, right, at a more frequent rate, then naturally he'll go out of business, and his only option is to compete. But again, once we saw the governments get in, then that's when things started going downward. So I'm trying to understand where you're getting this socialist. Understand where you're getting the socialism from the original.
So take it like this. Him and Hershey started with similar experiments. You know about the start of the Hershey candy bar, right? You know about Hershey, Pennsylvania, how it started.
Yeah.
So it's even a better example of how it goes wrong. So Hershey goes out, develops the fucking candy bar, goes through all these scientists. I think the guy eventually figured out how to add milk to chocolate. It was from Cornell. Some fucking idiot. So it's actually really great. One of the greatest inventions in here. But he figures out how to make the fucking Hershey bar. Hershey goes ahead and builds an entire town, buys thousands of acres on credit. But then sits there and said, hey, I'm going to put all my wealth in this. So I'm going to build the factory. Now I need to build the farm to milk the cow. I need to buy fucking workers. I got to give them homes. I'm going to create an entire city under this social paradigm. Now, when you look at what caused the collapse of Hershey, there were other people. There's competitors. Everybody should agree that competition is fair. No one should have the stranglehold, except for the idiots on here that want to follow Nazi Marxism, fucking socialist programs. When you had this the ability to make money, and he faced competition, the workers themselves revolted. The townspeople revolted.
went up there and they had fucking massive problems with the entire economic picture that Hershey built because he thought his socialist utopia would provide for all, and it didn't. It was not able to compete with that. Shut the fuck up. Sit down. So again, I don't give a shit, dude. Dude, you can go shut the fuck up. Go flip those fries.
Finish this thought.
Go flip those. Make sure that milk gets bought. Make sure that man that's children is got fucking food in the fridge for them. So again,
that's how they be talking.
Hey, yo, shut the fuck up and let the man finish his thought. Go ahead, Brady.
So again, when you look at these, the workers revolted. They wanted more of the price because, quote, their labor was what was important. They were the product. They believed that they were the prize instead of the actual Hershey bar. They realized, quote, that their labor wasn't the only one out there. They had farmers, they had townspeople, they had teachers, they had hospitals, doctors, etc., storefronts where you got your groceries, truck drivers to deliver this shit. You had all of these people mixed in together in a society, and you had people saying my labor was more important to the other. Then internal fighting started, all at the behest of Hershey. And Hershey was demanding, hey, you guys need to listen to what I say. And they demanded a bigger piece of the pie. Finally, the farmers of the cows kind of won out in their labors because the cows were getting fucking bloated, waiting for milk to be made. And they came up there and started cracking a few heads. I think they actually ended up killing a couple people. But at the end of the day, the experiment fell. Hershey himself was fucking so distraught with it. He said, this economic picture, this model that I built showed me its foundational weakness, is that A, capitalism needs to go ahead and be brought in. I provided free groceries. I provided free education. I provided opportunities for jobs. I provided all of, and it still was not sustainable. Ford model, again, was not sustainable because, again, he couldn't innovate and realize it. Now, you look to his sons, they innovated the fuck out of the Ford. It fucking went through a transformation. And Ford's model was okay for the time for the Model T. And his investments and the reason he was able to pay his workers the way he was and set it up was because of the initial success of the Model T. It had nothing to do with fucking all of this stuff. But as it lingered on, that success runs out. That money ran out. Because again, socialism is dependent on taking other people's wealth and not creating, innovating, or inventing. The same thing happened in Hershey with their little labor. The same thing happened with Ford. There was another group that happened in Kansas. It fucking failed abysmal. You should really look into the economic pictures that these guys all, quote, tried this approach that dipshit is fucking espousing. And you guys, you're clapping for it, and I'm laughing at it because we've tried it so many fucking times, and it's inherently failing. And if it was so strong and good, why wouldn't it last? Why couldn't it beat capitalism? Why couldn't it beat the economic picture of the U.S.?
Oh, shit. Yeah, I got to keep my body back up. Yeah, hey, Brad, you there? Is he on the phone?
I mean, I've been listening. If I could chime in quickly.
Well, let me just point out.
Hold on real quick. I just had a question. If anybody else can answer, they know about it because I'm listening. Whose wealth did Ford take? That's what I'm curious.
I want to point out that no one, I have not in any way, shape, or form argued in any way about whether or not Hershey's economic model works or Henry Ford's economic model works. That was all a whole bunch of great, very interesting opinions. But in actuality, the only thing Ford has to do to inform me is that Ford was sued by the Dodge brothers. I never claimed anything about GM's role in anything. It was the Dodge brothers who brought the suit against Ford, and they successfully sued and established a landmark precedent that there was a fiduciary responsibility to the shareholder first. That's the only salient point I'm taking from that example. All this fucking Ford failed. Well, I see a Ford driving on the road. I
I see Hershey bars in the stores. I mean, this is just fucking ridiculous. I'm in no way, shape, or form concerned with any of that. I'm concerned with our money having real, discernible, on-inherent value.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering whose wealth did Ford take? 'Cause I've never come across that. I was wondering. I just want, and two, it's like I don't see any evidence of Ford having any type of social program. As a man who came up with an idea, and Ford capitalized. His biggest capital was on the assembly line, which increased production at a cheaper rate, and
Wait, there's also one other thing Ford did. He designed the Model T to run off of ethanol so that farmers could make their own fuel. And then in turn, the oil magnates basically created the alcohol ban in order to get them out of business.
Yeah, the Rockefellers and Carnegies that were being mentioned earlier directly went to war to prevent alcohol from being used as the primary source. So then Ford had to transition because of prohibition to using gasoline burning engines because he had no fucking choice. They literally outlawed the fucking possession of alcohol. I mean, this is just such a preposterous misreading of everything in service of nothing but trying to prove that he's got a bigger dick, which is just preposterous. Like, we're having a real discussion about what does our money mean, what our values are, and none of anything anyone said was in support of, well, we have to have free school and we have to have free housing, and absolutely not. We're talking
that's
about
what I was trying to figure out
value.
that's what I was trying to figure out where the socialism comes in.
It's just insane.
Yeah, that's where I think there is. I'm by no means a fucking socialist. I think they should. I won't even risk losing my account. What I think should happen to them, but I can't. I mean, I can say I'm more like a Jeffersonian capitalist. Like, I'm extremely wary of big business or monopolies in particular, and the influence and the power that they'll wield over both the government and the people. And there's a reason to fear that. So our founding fathers absolutely feared that. And now it's just a bunch of fucking greed and consumerism. Everybody. I mean, it's how can you squeeze every last dollar out of the middle fucking class?
It's socialism for the rich. Socialism for the rich, ruthless capitalism for the poor. Because in 2008, when the banks' greed caught up with them, instead of prosecuting them, they said, oh, well, the public will have to pay for their debts. What? Why? That's the worst kind of socialism. You can have socialism. It meets the definition of socialism when I bring my paycheck home to my family and we use it as is best for the entire family. That's socialism. When a part of my paycheck goes to the national defense, that's socialism. We all agree that we should have some kind of socialism. The problem with communism, the reason communism fails, is because they lose the ability to truly express value. Just like this money printing, you don't know what something's worth. So the farmer doesn't know what to plant, the school teacher doesn't know what to teach, and it all falls apart. This is preposterous. It never has been an argument about whether or not people are going to work together and call the net profit social or communal.
Right, especially when it's privately acquired and then privately dispersed to the people who help run it. So yeah, that's where I'm lost. I'm trying to figure this. So I'm trying to.
I saw that. Yeah, this is disgusting. It's because he doesn't have enough. Because
first, second.
We agree on the basic. Brad ultimately wants the same thing that I want. We want there to be justice and integrity. I will not accept an illegitimate government, even if it does an act that I like. It is illegitimate. It has to be legitimate before I can endorse any of its actions. And that is not going to change. So, tough shit.
Anthony, what's going on, Anthony? Welcome, brother.
Hey, man, I've been on the phone a whole lot, and, I just been catching up on the conversation. Ray Boom said, I just wanted to say this, man. It's a very interesting conversation going back and forth. I'm going to be honest with you. In 2026, I think that it's a moot point. I think that, this current paradigm that we're in, it's over. It's on its last legs.
whether you like socialism, communism, whatever, I think it's on its way. It will be in full effect shortly. That's my prediction. I feel like, you know, when you combine automation with artificial intelligence, the worker really doesn't matter. So it's either the government is going to provide for the people, or we're going to have anarchy like we've never seen. It's going to be the real life purge. That's the way I see it.
Can't we all agree that the most surprising thing is guys like Brad that continue to try to tell you everything's okay, move on, nothing to see here?
And that's what throws up a red flag for me, especially when it gets emotional and all that. I'm like, if you stick to the point and just rebut the thing, it's like, okay.
That's what I was telling him. You don't sound like a dumb dude. You just gotta stop all of the ad hominems and talk, nigga.
Right, and it's like, I'm hearing the other side of the argument, and the argument keeps saying, well, trust this system, but time after time after time, I've seen all this system do is fuck me over, and fuck Americans over, fuck the middle.
You've had the little fucking erosion of the middle class.
Are you black? If anything, you should have no trust at all in this nation.
Right,
Black.
and that's what I'm saying. I've literally seen, you know, from my great-grandparents, them being financially stable, them owning houses outright within a matter of a few years, and having cars that were paid off, their dollar being...
Great-grandparents would die from a splinter. What the fuck are you talking about? They all died of heart attacks.
It doesn't matter.
High blood pressure.
Doesn't matter.
First world fucking problems, Pepe.
That is shut. I get really sick when
you threaten to die some more on bro. You can't come back into this world rich. Sorry, man. But that's what I'm saying. It's like I hear what the other side is saying, but it's trust the system. I've seen with my own eyes continuously fuck the middle class over, and the middle class is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And it's literally the uber rich that are benefiting, and the extremely poor who are benefiting because they're getting a bunch of fucking government subsidies. And who's paying those government subsidies? As far as welfare, Medicare, all the Section 8, other shit. It's the middle class. So again, I keep seeing, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's like, I hear what the other side is saying, but it's like, with my own eyes every day, I keep seeing the exact opposite of what you guys are saying. Trust the system, but the system is repeatable.
Man, I don't believe it's broken. I believe it's designed the way it's been always designed. The rich get, what's up with the shit? More so, let me say this. My point is more so we talk about the justice system, and then y'all talking about the economy. I don't think it was ever set up to be fair per se. I think it was never distributed fairly for certain groups of people, and I think what's happening in modern times, as we like evolved from, you know, our history of sorts, you see that class warfare is a real thing. It may have been masked over the years due to other issues in America, but class warfare has always been a thing. And we're seeing that now. Based on the conversation we having right now, it's like everybody can kind of agree that something about this system isn't functioning correctly. I don't think anybody wants a system like Russia. I think some of the communist systems that we have around the world, obviously we know what it is. I think some of the socialist systems we have around the world, we actually could look at them and see if it's anything that could work. Because the truth of the matter is, we have a socialist type of economy, like system. I mean, somebody noted that already. Defense system, schools, roads, healthcare, any of that shit can be deemed socialism. Yes, the big difference is our government isn't per se like owning business like China, but it still seems like it's rigged in the big business favor. So it is what it is. I understand. Shut your who the hell is? Weird. But yeah, that's what I mean. Like, hear the shit Brad be saying. I think Brad is a psychopath to a degree, but Brad is on a lot of levels. when I hear people talk about socialism like that, it's just like, how do you discount all of the socialist factors in our society and that have been there?
That's the thing. That's what we were questioning, and unfortunately, Brad had to take a phone call because that's the thing. Like from what I gathered from the conversation, Rob, everything the other side brought up were examples of true capitalism. Someone coming up with an idea, exercising that idea, bringing it to fruition, and then profiting based off that without any type of government subsidies or taking money from other people, without them knowing or against their will, or from the public, and then being able to profit off of that and then expand business and expand their idea. So that's why I was kind of wondering where Brad was coming in with the socialism. I didn't gather that from.
There you go, right there, Brad.
What? Sorry, I have a call. It was work.
Bring up socialism.
Is he going in now, or is that me?
Where are the examples that the other side gave? What connotation for socialism? Because you kept bringing that up.
Because their primary example was the Nazi Workers' Socialist Party. Those guys. That's their overwhelming icon. And so when you look at these Nazi socialists, and you realize exactly how their economic picture fell apart, and where, literally their dollars were worth nothing. And again, war has a tendency to pick winners and losers. You better be the biggest, baddest. In terms of it, Germany had good production. Its problem was its resource allocation, its inability, and again, centralized leader leading it under a socialist framework always turns to shit because their idealism is a stranglehold. You've seen that. You've seen it time and time again. Maduro, what fucking dipshit in Nicaragua, Noriega. And, again, we can see all of these things continue to go on. And this idea that somehow debt is inherently bad, that's not necessarily true. Charging interest rates, if I go to you and ask you for $10,000 and you take it out of your banking, you should expect interest on that. The way I hold on to it, if I don't pay you back for 10 years on it, and you're just like, well, you still owe me $10,000, but you're not getting any of that money back. You're basically taking out of your pocket, giving it to somebody else, and then saying, so you lose out on the opportunity to invest it, to buy shit with it, to use that at your discretion. You're taking it out of your own pocket without getting anything back. And unless you're talking about a flat fee, which that doesn't fucking really work too often. So, you want to have interest on these loans. You want to be able to do it, because otherwise, if you just had that straight there, can you imagine the number of they just borrow and never pay back and never have that debt? Interest helps ensure that.
I can agree with you on that. And that's, I think if a private entity decides to loan money out, they have every right to. But what I was gathering, Brad, was that once you start bringing the public, you start putting that liability on the public. I think that's where the point of contention.
One question like that, Brad, how much government intervention do you think should be? Well, not even, let me not say intervention, just oversight of things like loans.
How much government intervention?
That's why I said I think a lot.
I think you should have the ability to redress your grievance in a court. You should have the ability to sue. Someone should be arrested for not paying you, because if they're not going to pay you back your debt, you should have a platform or an entity such as a government to back up your ability to go after, say, assets, to go after them for that amount of money that they are not going to return to you. So yes, I agree with government oversight on that. Why wouldn't you? Like, if all of a sudden I borrowed from you and refused to pay you back and you had no entity to back it up, what do you think happens? The next step is we become kind of mafioso. You legal intentions, Brad. You know it's gonna happen. Right? But you want that way without doing harm. You want to be able to be. And so you're going to put liens on people. You're going to put liens on property. You're going to I don't know, if you were a private bank and you loaned out money for someone to buy a home, you're going to seize that home and liquidate it because that person refused to pay it. The argument
I don't have a problem with that type of stuff, man. Like,
there you go.
Like, I don't have a problem with the government doing and operating as it's supposed to, which in my mind, it should act as an oversight type thing. Let's make sure the systems are running efficiently. When it's time for us to step in on things, we step in to make sure things are distributed, justice is distributed fairly, whatnot. The problem is, we just have so many cases where it's not.
No, but we have this inequity of distribution of laws.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that's the human aspect of our system.
Rob and Brad, if we gonna have this long thing and you're gonna say it's right, I think that it should be, they need to work on it not being so many predatory loans and lending going on. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But in a free market system like it is, it's like, you know, what we gonna do about it? I used to work in the payday loan business, which is very predatory. But at the same time, if you don't have $500 to pay your rent, but you do have a job, you couldn't go into a bank and get no loan, right? But you can run into that payday loan and get that $500. Problem is, with all of the interest and all that shit, by the time you pay it back, you done paid $2,000. So it's like if you was to like compare that to a big loan, that'd be like getting $1 million and paying back $50 million.
Well, that's just part of doing business, Bob.
So it is predatory, but at the same time, like I'm saying, you fucked off.
Well, take it a step further. So let's do this. Let's say I build a hospital in fucking Steppy's backyard. I buy the land from Steppy. I build a hospital, provide services. Sig invest in. He sits there and says, I have $10K to invest in this hospital, and whatever you guys make, I want 2% of profits over the years, or whatever it is, whatever the terms come out to be, whatever we decide. If I fail to execute on that, if it's because I go bankrupt, well, Sig's out of that money. But if I make a profit and I tell Sig to go fuck himself, well, now Sig can actually provide legal actions. He can go to a court, because if I'm a big entity and I have millions of dollars and I don't pay him his interest, he has a way to, he can remove me because he's got control. He has some measure of control, and he's also part of the system that's there. So again, when we hear these like broad-based, weird Nazi socialist programs that, you know, labor, I'm all for labor. Yeah, you're all for labor, but you want the overwhelming dynamic to the slice of the pie beyond the share. You're not the product. You're the producer.
Hey, Brad, are you familiar with the book called 0 to 1 by Peter Thiel, where he says that in America, to successfully sue a corporation of that size, you need at least $10 million?
Yes, I've heard Peter Thiel say this, and then I kind of laughed at him because even when he came on Clubhouse and did his speech, I said, that's not necessarily true. That doesn't always happen, because quite frankly, the way we have our system set up currently, pretty much McDonald's got sued for a woman burning her vagina and a cup of coffee, and she became a millionaire. Now granted, it was really painful, it caused surgeries, and she had fucking scarring. That was horrific in and of itself. But the idea that we have lawsuits and you have a way to collect off of that shows that theory isn't true.
Personal injury. Obviously, we know that lawyers will do personal injury against big corporations for free. The thing about that, though, we're talking about regular civil lawsuits, not personal injuries.
I get it. And even civil lawsuits, you have a myriad of cases that go through. You can Google civil lawsuits that have been won. The insurance company is a prime case point in that. We've had civil lawsuits all the time against us.
Diego, the person that brought up the Dodge Brothers suit.
I don't know if he did.
Partially, I said that the Dodge brothers, Diogenes got into it, but yeah, the Dodge brothers sued Ford
I just want to ask you a question because my limited understanding on that. I talked to somebody about this about 2 years ago. That this is like the case that set the standard for like the profit dividends and sharing for like whether a business ultimately is a business at behold like a public business. Are they working for the public or they shareholders?
Exactly. They're working for the shareholders. Shareholders, yeah.
All right, your opinion of that. What's up? Go ahead.
It's very important to understand that the way, once again, it was represented, the suitcase was represented in a very dishonest manner. Had nothing to do with how much Ford was paying wages to his workers.
No, I'm talking about the president that says after the fact.
Yeah.
Not necessarily what caused the lawsuit.
Yes.
Because they just basically didn't get their money from being the investor, nor did they get paid for their part.
Correct. So the way it was represented by the Chinese guy, I think that's his name. It was Ford was sued because he was paying good wages to his workers. That's bullshit. It had to do with what the incentive for the profit would be. It's because Ford wanted to reinvest it to grow his business, to invest it back into the business and create more business opportunities for the company. What they were arguing is that like they're due their shares because they invested money into his enterprise and they were with their payout, and he was going to use the money that was that they were that was owed to them back into the company, and that's.
But you're also forgetting the other part where provided multiple, the Dodge brothers or family provided multiple, like literally today would be billions of dollars worth of parts to Ford, to Beijing, and he refused to pay on those parts.
But from his point of view, they took money from Ford and invested it to create the competition for Ford, and that's why he was pissed, and that's how he ended up, writing all his extracurricular books.
But Diego, if you're a parts maker, let's say, so the Dodge brothers started out being like manufacturers. They were just parts makers, and they did prefab and fabrication of work, right? And if all of a sudden you're like, well, I invested in this guy, he's the pinnacle, he's got the best freaking car out there, and all of a sudden he's not paying you for your work, your labor, because, you got dipshit saying, oh, he's investing in it. And then he's not paying the money you helped him get kickstart his company. Then you don't pay that back. So now you sue him, and you're like, you know what? We've got money. Why are we making parts for other companies? Why not just create a car ourselves? Wouldn't you do that?
What's the question?
If you are a fabricator, a parts maker, like Dodge Brothers were,
they weren't.
They made parts for Ford. That was part of, that's part of the lawsuit. That was a major part of the lawsuit.
They learned how to make the tools from Ford, and then they started becoming a parts manufacturer. You gotta read the history, man.
Again, Ford refused to pay for the parts. That's literally, go look at the lawsuit itself.
Y'all need to go look it up so we can just.
Go ahead, look it up.
Anybody know that? No, I just do Ford again. Ford versus Dodge Brothers. Ford, 1919. Is that the same case we talking about? 1919.
Yes.
Okay. What happened? The Dodge Brothers
invested in the Ford.
Shareholders.
Oh, you're reading?
They were shareholders. Yeah, I was gonna read it. The Dodge brothers were shareholders in Ford Company. Henry Ford was the majority owner. Ford's plan was to stop paying big dividends, use profit to expand production, lower car prices, pay workers more, and Ford basically said, I want to benefit the public and workers, not just, I don't even care about all of that. Why the Dodge brothers sued? They wanted their dividends, profits paid to shareholders. They argued Ford was holding back profits and not acting in shareholders' best financial interests. So that was why they sued.
There's also a part about parts.
I'm reading. This was talking about shareholders, stakeholder, share with. I don't see anything about parts, bro.
Okay, so I'm wondering what you're reading because, like, the best source would be probably some like historical thing connected to like Britannica or something. It will give you
want me to drop the link?
A better idea. Yeah, sure. Let me. Okay, here we go. So John Francis, 25, 1864, while his brother Horace Dodge. A year later, blah, blah, blah. The brothers grew up in Michigan and began their careers as mechanists. They co-founded a bicycle company. However, by 19, they had sold the business of open a machine shop in Detroit to make parts for the fledgling auto industry. Okay, so they started.
No, so Brad is right. I found the parts part about it. So it says
Oldsmobile, Oldsmobile's next Henry Ford contracted with the brothers to build engines, transmissions, and axles. Ford was unable to pay the Dodge full in cash, so he gave them stock in the company. So that is a culprit. Like, this is actually how it all started. So Brett is absolutely on point.
Yeah, I don't know why it didn't get hurt, but I put it in the parts issue, and it gave me the whole rundown of it. So you're right, Brad, and I don't do it.
That's why I said, like, you.
But three, do you understand how, like, one can spin that narrative in a very dishonest manner? Because the Dodge brothers, they filed a lawsuit not because Ford was paying the workers large wages. It's because he was unable to pay them the dividends on the investment that they made into the company by providing him with parts and later receiving a piece of the action. And Ford just wanted to reinvest the money to build up his business, which is also understandable. You know, like, he was a businessman. He wanted, like, expand his company, but he was not paying what was due to his investors.
And in fact, his workers, like, were, if you go even further in history, well, further up in timelines, you'll find out that those laborers that Ford was like, I want to benefit all of society, they rebelled against it multiple times. There was huge labor strikes. And then, of course, you had the depression.
They made engines, transmissions, and like other critical components before they started and shit.
Correct, yeah. And I didn't mean I was laughing at you. I'm just laughing because, like, it's almost like liberals, they take the cherry pick a little bit, and then they want to, like, make this whole pontification about, hey, you know, this is how the society should be. Look at what happened to him. No, that's not the story.
I just want y'all to stop fighting and get the information out. It's liberals and it's both sides.
Yeah, it's not liberals, it's demagogues. People who are demagogues, who are, you know, stand on the soapbox preaching for some sort of utopian future, whether it's, you know, monarchy, whether it's Christian nationalism, you know, national socialism, international socialism. They spin the narrative. They take, you know, they do 80-20. They do 80% truth and then 20% of the poison pill inserted into it that will create very specific. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just going to chime in after you. I just want to make a pretty bold statement, guys. I just want the good old-fashioned American swagger days of ride, rank, and bank money days, just chasing your dreams, making your money, and just, you know, be unified together. You know, and that's just where I'm at. You know, like, I understand
that
what
shit
people
over
say
with,
about
blood. I ain't gonna lie to you. I wanted to, because I never got to experience this shit. Where, man, I understand where you're coming from, Steppy, but that shit is, it's way too far gone, bro.
It's not. Like, you guys are just not understanding. So, how do I put this? So, the landscape has changed. It's just different. So, back in the day, I'm going to. So, back in the days, like pre-Civil War, for like a vast majority of this country's history, it was all about land. It was all about that. Then it shifted a little bit to the Industrial Revolution. People congregated in the cities. They left all these free plots of land, and like some of it was stolen, eminent domain. I understand that. I'm not ignoring it. But the vast majority of people went when they were deeded and passed on these large tracts of lands, they left it. They were like, selling, I don't care, abandon it, and they went to the cities to go make their fortune in the Industrial Revolution. They wanted to go work for Fords and Hershey's and Carnegie's and Rockefellers and fucking Campbell's and all, like Birdseye. They wanted to go work for these guys, and they did it. Con Air, the AC guy, like a fucking genius, literally developed the entire Southwest and South for production and manufacturing, all because of an AC unit. He put it in homes, and that made it feasible for development out here. And there was race for land is now, for the most part, divvied up. It's still there, but not. We don't look at it that way. So farm ag workers are kind of working. Their lands are shrinking. They're selling them to HOAs, and they're doing their thing. Hats off to them. But what you have now is you have a new age. We've moved on from the industrial age, the blue collar age, towering skyscrapers and all that stuff, and become profitable. Wait, hold on, Stephanie. Let me finish.
Let him finish so I can understand.
What you have is everybody wants the digital world. We're now in the digital world. And that's the new landscape. It's moved from land, industrialization, to now digital. And it's going to be the prevailing landscape, and you need to, unfortunately, figure it out. Now, some key industries will remain the same. Healthcare, a little bit, but even that's changing massively. The finance sector, that's becoming more digitized. You no longer have to go to the offices. Fucking most of Wall Street really doesn't work on Wall Street. Hats off if you know. You should come to Austin, Texas, or Dallas, and you'll see that.
My homie, a tech guy, he worked for Owens Corning. Been working for them for like 8 years. And after COVID, they stopped going to the. I understand what you're saying on that.
Yeah. So you're just dealing with a new game. You can wish for the old times, and there's still going to be a sector of our economy into it, but it's not the dominant one. And unfortunately, we have to navigate this.
But the only problem I have with it is that it may not be the most dominant one, but it's the most essential. So you have to take care of the most essential people in your nation, or it's gonna fail every time. And I don't think that they've been doing a good job with taking care of the essential people that they need.
Well, I just want to interject real quick on what Brad brought up. I'm not contradicting him. He's accurate on it, in my opinion. But the farming community, which that's what I'm in, we just went back to old swagger and hustling roots, like the HOAs that Brad's talking about. A lot of the smaller farmers have actually transitioned to basically renting land to HOAs because the suburbs and HOA communities are coming in and they're pressuring to buy up land. Well, we're fighting back, and almost all the states are doing it, where we're transitioning, saying, hey, we'll rent you our land. You do all the land development, but you're going to cut us a monthly check for so we can still have a living. And you're seeing it in South Carolina, big in Texas, Oklahoma, Phoenix, all the way up to the Midwest, and even some New England parts where we're straight up renting it out. We're giving like 20 acres out for HOAs, and I think the going rate is right about $1,500 per acre, and the HOAs are actually jumping all over that.
Oh, the other thing I was going to ask you, if you guys sorted out, sorry, I'm still working, but did you guys figure out the whole Federal Reserve thing? There's zero, what other things the Federal Reserve is using to control the liquidity, like, the constraints they put on the liquid assets and stuff like that?
Probably too high level for the term. No, these guys like the Ricos and the dipshits and Keegans who don't understand it will sit there and say the Federal Reserve needs to end, and that's their only claim. That's all they keep saying. It's the only thing that went wrong. We need to end it, and then we can go back to being a normal nominal nation. Because they still believe the Federal Reserve prints money.
Well, it issues currency in its vanilla when it engages in quantitative easing. But when it engages in quantitative easing,
There's other instruments that the Federal Reserve is using, instead of just putting some sort of reserve requirement in order to control it. Like liquidity requirements or capital requirements would be like, two main ones. And they still in place, so it's not banks can do whatever they want.
Well, Andre, look at that. Like, when I hear that, dude, they're not considering the assets. Like, even, so if you go and get a job, your Social Security number is an asset that can be used for the Federal Reserve as making money, because you're paying taxes. Then when you go into federal properties, like, well, there's a multitude. Even the market is used slightly as an asset in a world platform, because when I had a gentleman the other day was very argumentative about trying to have marketing, manufacturing. I was like, guys, I'm for bringing jobs back to America for manufacturing, but you gotta be very cautious, because the USD is high in value amongst the world. So if we dominate,
Can I ask you a question? What do you mean that your Social Security can be used as an asset, like a collateral? No.
Yes, as
no,
an asset.
You cannot use your Social Security number as a collateral, but to borrow money, to get a loan out? I don't think so.
Well, no, not individually. No, not as an independent. You cannot use it as an asset. I'm saying on the government end. Now, I might be completely fucking ignorant, just so you know, Andre. I'm probably just the dumb guy here on the platform.
No, don't say that. But there might be just some sort of confusion.
Well, I'll follow this. I'll explain to you how I interpreted it when someone brought it up to me. And see, maybe I was led by a fool that made me think like it. But I was explaining, after the Civil War, the United States of America was in debt. And that's, I believe, where Rockefeller came in, so that way the United States can work its way out of debt for being in a war, all right, a civil war. And say that's where the Social Security came in, and taxes, and they utilized as an asset that could give a line of credit to the United States.
I see what you're saying. Okay, I understand what you're saying. What basically is like you can use your Social Security, your futures and your Social Security as a collateral when you're getting like a personal loan or a mortgage or stuff like this, and then once
for the government,
but so here's a but. I think, and check me, I might be wrong on this one, but there is a certain amount that is protected regardless. So everything access to that protected amount, which is whatever, like a minimal amount or whatever it is, livable amount, that can be released to the creditors once the Social Security is deposited into your account.
Okay, maybe I misunderstand the rule.
No,
I thought
you're right.
You're
essentially right. Not the world, but you're essentially right in terms of using it as a sort of collateral for like a personal loan or like a mortgage or a car loan or something.
Okay. Well, thank you for a little.
Wait, I'll push back. Rockefeller actually did stabilize America, though. I mean, especially in the oil industry, because it was like it was so chaotic at that time. It would be up and down almost daily. He instituted massive pipelines. He helped reform some of the regulations. Now, granted, it led to a more monopoly kind of thing, which Standard Oil was then broken up. But still, he helped increase the tax revenue massively. And then he helped America achieve more equitable distributions from oil companies and allowed it. Not to mention, he also did a lot of philanthropic work. I mean, fuck, the guy started University of Chicago. So I mean, he basically, if he hadn't come along and did that for the oil industry, I mean, I imagine it would probably have been done at some point, but I would have shuddered to think that the federal government would have done it at that time frame, which a lot of the people on this stage that were here earlier probably would have cheered on for having the centralized government manage the ability to handle resources and distribute them, which would have been probably cataclysmic.
I mean, from what I understand, like what the type of system that's been promoted is the syndicalism, right? It's like the workers who are controlling the people who are making the product are essentially controlling the means of production collectively. I mean, and all you need to do is just like search for critiques of that. I mean, that's essentially like what the fascist economy looked like. There needs to, and even they had to do some central planning through ideological means, like they had to guide the economy and its assets into a certain direction. It's just so bizarre, and like just open any critique of it. Like one of the problems is that it creates stagnation because there's no incentive for competitive nature of the free market. You know, like once you monopolize a certain industry and have like class of people with the same or similar interests who want their paycheck to come regular and in stable manner, there's no reason for them to change anything about this.
I didn't disagree with that at all, but I mean, the guys on stage are all screaming for that.
That's essentially what brought Soviet Union to its knees. I mean, granted, they did have like central planning, but it was once again, it was ideologically inspired, and the sort of competition that was even at the early stages of the Soviets. It was sort of like a puppet competition.
Like again, I brought the examples of where that similar attempt was attempted by private industries. Hershey, I brought it up. Hershey, fucking Ford are two prime examples. Like early Ford, not new Ford, but for Henry Ford, the original, where they failed under that ideology. Oh, and furthermore, I found it ironic that they were talking about how great a champion he was, even though he took other people's money to go ahead and do it. He had no problem putting his hand out there saying, give me, I'll redistribute the wealth, and then didn't want to pay the debt that he owed to the people that he borrowed from. That was ironic, and then people screamed that there shouldn't be interest on loans. But
we're seeing socialism at its prime in New York City. With that mayor, he promised so much, and yet what has he actually committed to?
Well, he's going to start seizing properties. So he's going to take people's private assets, which are properties. Now, he's already claimed it. It's a policy in New York City now. So now he's going to take people's properties if they don't follow the rental paradigms or the way they can sell it, and the city now can buy it or take it from them at whatever price they determine to be fair market value. That's ironic. So some poor schmo goes ahead and buys a place, and now some dipshit in New York wants to be able to just go ahead and buy it because they're in the government and they can just take it from you, and that's your whole life savings rolled up into one. Fuck that. Like, why would anybody want to do that?
Well, because Brett, it's very easy to spend somebody else's money. I mean, it's very pleasant, and there's no strings or responsibilities attached to it. It's great. You spend somebody else's money, and you can do it as much as you want until it lasts, actually.
Yeah, Brad, and two, I don't think anybody was arguing against interest. It's that if you decide to lend out money, I think, yeah, you're taking a risk that person may default on that loan that you give them. So I think the reward for you taking that risk is that interest, right? No problem with that. But in a case like the subprime lending with the housing crash in 08, is that when you have the government take taxpayer dollars and say, hey, if you fuck this up, we'll bail you out. so now they start taking unnecessary risks because the liability no longer falls on them; it falls on taxpayers. People have a problem with. And if someone does default on the loan, then yeah, I think you should utilize the government to officially put on the record that hey, this person entered into a legal contract to borrow this much money, and you were paying back with this much interest by this date, and you default on that. Yeah, I think the legal system is justified in enforcing that contract. But again, I don't think the privatized profits, people loaning money should be. I'm sorry, the liability shouldn't be put on taxpayers for a private transaction.
That's a fair critique, but just 2 points. Number one, that the reason the market crashed is not necessarily because it was the government who was propping that house of cards, but it's the marketing of the product, financial product itself. The diversification or diversity is not necessarily a good thing always. And what they were doing, they were just getting subprime loans, like kind of chopping them up into little parts, making huge packages out of them, and saying that 1,000 people cannot all fail simultaneously unless the economy goes under, which is exactly what happened. It was just kind of a snowball effect. The bubble burst, and the whole thing kind of unraveled. And another thing I would like to say is that is not bad. That is good, especially if there is, if there is confidence of the loaner that you are capable of getting it to them at the end of the day. Because number one, they get their interest. Number two, it allows you expand at a very rapid pace, especially if you have a good idea and you have, if you are motivated to do something. So that can be a very powerful tool, and it shouldn't be shied away.
Right, but what happens is that gets mismanaged when you take away the liability on that person.
Absolutely.
Again, when you
100%.
People are gonna be more reckless with their loans when they don't have to pay the consequences for that recklessness.
But that's what they were preaching on here. That's why I was arguing back. So they were preaching that they shouldn't have interest. There shouldn't be accountability. There shouldn't be anything. Like if you take out a loan, literally, and I'm quoting this, you shouldn't have to pay interest or even compound interest on loans you take out, end quote. That was the statement. I mean, at the end of the day, what they're arguing for, aside from their fucking neo-Nazi socialist reforms, was literally it was the economic picture leading up to World War II with Hitler. Yeah, they had a strong economy. They were production. There was actually good work going on in Germany, but it was under ideology. It was under sieging. They didn't pay their debts, and they seized assets from other entities, and then to furthermore, they expunged people from the market, which is why it didn't even fucking remotely last beyond that reform. And then they had to be built up because they had nothing afterwards. There was no contingencies. So these ideas that these guys get on here and say, oh, well, the Nazi Socialist Party had the right economic agenda and we're going to preach from that Bible. Okay, good, but it didn't last. It was defeated.
You see, that's not what I wasn't hearing the entire Nazi socialist part. I wasn't hearing them saying the entire thing. I think they were picking out ass on it.
Well, they were cherry picking, sir. That's what they were doing. They were cherry picking the best agenda, and that's just my opinion, sir.
Sig works for a living. He's definitely no fucking sir.
You know what? Hey, beat me up, Chief, but you know what? I do like to show a little modesty to new people I interact with.
But my problem with it isn't that, say, I'll fight you all day long, and then we'll still drink beer. I'll still knock you. I'll beat you till you're white, and you can beat me till I'm black. It don't fucking matter to me. But at the end of the day, with these idiots like this, the reason I go so strong against them, like these idiots, is because what they want to do, and really you can see this because Pepe really went through this one night. He started like really talking just real soft and direct, and he was talking about literally these groups. These guys all go on Discord. They all talk together, and Pepe started explaining their economic theorems, and it was a controlled class where they want to be able to control the economic production, have the means of control without having to produce anything, and then determine who, under alignment of their ideology, would be beneficial from it. And Pepe went through all of them and said, I recognize their voices. I know who they are. I can tell them from Clubhouse, from Twitter, to Discord, to Telegram. And he started laying it out one night, and I was just laughing because he was, to quote one of the women on this app, he was spilling the tea, and he did a great job with it. I'm just floored that people give such a platform because, again, their models are never realized, and when you push back against it, they are like, oh no, I'm gonna pick Ford. He just wanted to pay his workers a higher wage. Yeah, sort of. That wasn't fucking boost his own power. He controlled his workers. They were determined. You should look at what he did, what their workday was like, and not just kind of gloss over the highlights of it. Like workers themselves saying working for Ford sucked. It was not great. In the beginning, it was okay, but then it became tyrannical. They were stared. They were threatened. They were abused. And when they went on strike, Ford himself had even offered, what was it? It's rumored, I'll say IRX, to threaten to kill his own workers. Like certain people that were leading these labor strikes. So, I mean, that's weird to like quote Ford and then not even realize it and then pull up lawsuits like, oh, he got sued, that's why he stopped. But you didn't tell the whole story. He didn't pay for the shit that he went and bought to build his empire. It was all built on a house of cards.
Well, the way I was processing as he was talking, like, I mean, he was talking quite a bit, but to me, Mr. Keegan, Mr. Agnes, it sounds like, you know, they just want stuff given to them for free, and if it's not that narrative, like Brad, you nailed it on the top. You know, it's not how it works. You know, there's a whole process, and you're giving examples of process and the reasoning of process. And if there's any contradictory in his opinion to your saying, then he needs to be resourceful and do his research. My whole issue that I was having with him is the same way that Brad, I'm sorry to speak on your behalf, Brad, but the way I was processing it is almost mirrored to how Brad was saying it. Is he, you know, taking without interest, no matter the reasoning. To me, that's not good business. It's not, you know, America, in my opinion, I might be a fool for having it. America is a business. If you look at America as a business pyramid, the fundamentals are the same at any type of corporate level, all the way down from the CEO as the president, delegate all the way down to the workers at the bottom of the pyramid. And, you know, the best I see with Keegan, I see with Agnes is they want to have the best outcome for individually versus the whole operation. And that's what I don't see eye to eye with them. I'll listen to them. I might not agree with them. But what he was saying, in my opinion, Sig and Brad, is just utter nonsense.
What I was hearing, and again, to be fair, you know, you guys kind of floated in and out of the conversation a few times, and we were talking about this for a few hours before you guys joined. Is that's not what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is that there's a level of unfairness that's going on. And when we talk about the interest, it's the fact that we have higher up officials who keep taking out more debt and more debt and more debt and more debt, and the interest is compiling, and they're they're not the ones taking the liability. They're the ones, again, it's privatizing the profits and socializing the liability. That's what I've heard from their argument. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to pick up where you guys are coming from. I didn't hear it.
So let's put it this way. You know, Ford, right? Or no, not Ford. Oh, fuck. I'm so sick and tired of Ford. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. You know Roosevelt, right?
Yes.
A lot of people point to 1913, the Fed, you know, all those transit. Those are the major issues and the turning point of what happened. Oh, and then the Civil War. Like, these are periods in times. These are snapshots. Yes. Blah blah blah. They some of the long-standing effects can be felt. Yes, culturally, economically. But really what they're arguing for is from the Ford Doctrine. Doing basically what Franklin Delano Roosevelt really did. He upended, he fucking made it illegal for people to own gold. He changed interest rates.
And then charged me.
Correct.
Like, price later, right?
Yeah, right. That out of there, and then he wanted to basically divvy up it, and they're arguing for that same centralization, but they're doing it under the guise of Bitcoin, or saying Bitcoin's going to solve it. And you heard them saying, "I don't think a digital currency should exist," and then meanwhile they're saying you should invest in Bitcoin. Like you can't have two contradictions together, and then have it go ahead and exist. Yeah, yeah, like partial Bitcoin bros too, like delusional ones. They just invest and then they're like, "Oh, look, I made $100. Woohoo!" So
any competency or merit.
Yes,
Like, you know, you won the lottery and you propose that the lottery should be won by everybody.
But they brought it up as an example. His main thing was a decentralized currency that the government.
But think about how that would work, Sig. Like, think about a decentralized currency. Like, we had that at one point. Prior to, like, the Civil War is a prime case that I can go to. States were printing their own money. The reason Congress said, "Oh, hold on a moment," was because currently, like, South Carolina's monetary value would be vastly different than New York's. Rhode Island would have been broke. It wouldn't have survived. Like, having states embody their own currency and then having to uphold it, like, fuck, Hawaii would be dirt broke. Well, maybe not. Maybe Hawaii would be okay, but I mean, you couldn't have a decentralized currency in a nation of the United States, because then if you're asking for that, what you're asking to do is create 50 brand new countries.
That's not true.
And that's exactly true.
Can I say something just in much broader strokes? I hear what you're saying, Zig. And just like all the economic analysis, whether on the left or the right, radically, you know, like Marxists, you know, National Socialists, they're making a correct observation. Okay, what you said is right. You know, politicians, famously in Thomas Sowell's words, they don't bear any liability. You know, like they can make decisions, grand decisions, economic decisions, and then they just go out of office, and whoever comes after them, plus the public, has to bear the consequences of it. That's a correct observation. What they're arguing for is redistribution of power. They're saying, give me power, give us power. We can do it much better because we're for the common man. We're for the little man. We're going to restructure it. The argument is essentially exactly the same as any kind of Marxism.
When he says us, what do you mean us? What do you mean us, Andre? When he says
us is the poor National Socialists who will give the power to the working man, who will create a syndicate. I heard him say exactly that. He said that the means of production should be controlled by the people who produce those things. He wants to cooperate and create syndicate-like entities that would control things outside of any kind of financier or loan office.
Yeah, what he was saying is putting that power and control back into the hands of your average American. Because clearly it's been taken out of our power, it's been taken out of our control. And one of those things was what Brad brought up, is that we actually had the federal government force Americans to turn in their personal private assets. And that's what he kept bringing up, is that the government, when we talk about monetary items, is is that the government is taking it. That's our private shit. The government should never be able to come and say, hey, give me your shit. And FDR was a good example of that. Is the government put in a law, said, hey, you have to give me your gold. And then a few years later, what do? They turn around, and then they allowed Americans to buy it back, but it was at an increased rate. That's what they were talking about. So when they say give us, he's talking about the actual American people, the actual citizens, not just a select.
Okay, so it's a class. It's basically, once again, it's redistribution of power. Now, Zig,
no, it's not redistribution. It's giving us back the power we already have that the government took away from us.
That's what redistribution of power is going.
No. But listen to the way that's
written. A clapper's thing.
Right, but again,
I know.
It's so technically yes, technically are correct, but no, it's returning it back to its rightful owner. They took that away from the American people and then squandered it away, and then created an even bigger problem that they're not having to suffer the consequences for. It's us who they fucked over. That was a.
Okay, so where bait and switch happens, in my opinion, is that it's the type of system that is proposed is a autocracy, right? It's giving the direct democratic rule, basically, by the masses. I think it's a very bad idea, personally. I'm much more in line with republicanism of some sort, of constitutional republicanism. I think there should be first principles that should be guarded and guide any kind of decisions. And whether the people, people with big P, or the government gets out of line and, tries to enforce some sort of law that is unconstitutional, it's not according to the first principles, the other part of the society should get a stick out or a whip and, make sure that we're all back in line with first principles. And I think the type of balance that we have is fairly good. Yes, once in a while it gets out of whack and it needs to be rebalanced, which is what I think is Trump is the creation of that disbalance. But, I don't think that power should be solely within the masses, the mob, or it should be solely within the government.
Well, here's the thing, though. What you just brought up is that it gets out of whack and what Trump is doing. You understand what Trump is doing. So because it's been getting out of whack, and why has it been getting out of whack? It's because there's been a bunch of unchecked motherfuckers dipping their grubby hands and taking a bunch out.
Really?
And they created a $40 trillion deficit. So the only way to protect that and keep that Ponzi scheme going and keeping Peter to rob Paul and accrue more and more debt is to go over there and start picking a fight with other people and fucking with other people instead of just taking the consequence that, hey, you mismanaged this shit. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go kill a bunch of people and kill a bunch of innocent civilians and then send our troops in there to get killed as well to cover up this fucking Ponzi scheme of mismanagement, bro. That's essentially what Trump is doing right now. It's that, hey, we started this away. Yeah, because you brought up what Trump is doing right now to rectify it. And that's not a viable solution, brother.
So, because the thing, I was just gonna share my understanding of the bigger picture. Now, I might be wrong because I don't, I lack full information about what's happening and all the top secret documentation, all that stuff. But
you're in the matrix, bro. You're in the matrix, Andre.
It'd be a good time.
I gotta ask you questions.
Hold on, let Mr. Edward go because he's been waiting for a while. Hey, what's going on, Mr. Edward? Andre, yeah, you're in the matrix, bro. You're in the matrix.
Okay. There is a.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Edward. I'll just do Andre.
I just want to say hello. And I don't know if any of you ever read the Federalist Papers, where there should be checks and balances. We have 50 independent states. We have 350 million independent Americans. If you just take the federal debt by itself, we're 34 to 35 trillion. And then you take individual debt, we're $18 trillion. So if that's $69,000 per every American right now, and you can look at your own personal spending and your habits, you got to be very careful on what you sign the dotted line to. And I think this is where we have a lot of unfortunate people who are what we call quote unquote elected officials, which I do not believe that they are gifted in finances at all. children. So until we, the people, wake up and realize that the people that we sent to our state houses and the ones that we sent to Congress and to the Senate comes from our actual states. And if we don't get rid of those people, I don't care what we try to do, guys, we're always going to be behind the 8 ball, because we got people right now who I call people in power, not purpose. We got people right now who want power, not the purpose of leading our country in a way that we teach people you cannot overextend yourself as a citizen, and you cannot overextend yourself as a government. That's all I want this year to say. I just try to be very practical. I try to be very practical. I don't need to get into all the economics or anything, because you know what? I tell my wife all the time, if right now gasoline, guys, is $6.30 in California, okay? There's nowhere in the world, my wife and I can continue, because I drive a lot. So we have to make adjustments. So we downsize some stuff. We decide to do things differently. You know why? Because that's my household. The situation we might have is my kitchen table. My wife and I have to do this. And I tell people all the time, you got to control what happens. And we can't just go being willy-nilly just because other people have chosen our leadership here in the state of California, my city, you know, because they're still trying to operate on the same budget when we all know that there are things going on. There's wars going on right now. Things are happening. And no matter what happens in our state house, and then what happens in other state houses, and then ultimately what happens in the White House, is going to come down and affect all of us. And it's all start with individual spending. You got to be very careful. That's why the debt of the individual, whether it's mortgage, whether it's cars, whether it's your credit cards, you got to learn how to get out of debt. And I always say, Sig, I land on this. If you're going to be pro-black, you got to be in the black. That's being pro-black.
Yeah. Right. Amen to that, Mr. Yeah. And that's exactly what my point is. And that's what like I said, I'm hearing from the other side is trust the system, but the system has done nothing. You know, again, I'm a fucking retard when it comes to, you know, high-end finances and all that extra shit. But I'm smart enough to know debt is not a good thing. You know, long-term debt is not a good thing. Unreasonable debt is not a good thing. Overextending yourself. I'm not done talking, Brian. I'm not done talking, man. You know what? Bye. I'm not dealing with your ass tonight. Fucking idiot. But yeah, and so that's what I'm saying is that you're absolutely right. The people that we have elected have mismanaged. And again, I place the blame on us because we're the fucking idiots and we're the retards that keep electing these fuckers and keep falling for this stupid bullshit that keeps our focus off of who was actually doing the damage in our country. You know, so my thing is this: where can we get to as an American people to get that power back into our hands? You know, because, you know, again, looking at the past 3 generations, shit has gotten worse and worse and worse and worse and worse.
You know why, right, Sid? We don't have any masculine people. No masculine men.
There you go.
No courage, man. There's no courage. People back stand up and crap out of you. I'm sorry, King?
The king is here. How can you say that?
Easy. This is very important because if we as men do not govern our own homes, how are we going to govern our cities? How are we going to govern our state? We have people right now in office in different parts of this country that should have never been elected. I'm sorry, guys. We're not teaching our children to vote for values. Last I checked, this is we hold these truths to be not what we call popularity evident. Okay? That's why a lot of people don't know what's really going on in America, because all they're doing is voting for their quote-unquote pet peeves. You know, the pronouns that we're supposed to have, who I can marry, you know, all this crap. Come on, guys. You are personally responsible for the outcome of your life. There's no central government anywhere in the world that should think about you more than you think about yourself. I'm 100% responsible for the outcome of my life and my wife's life. I'm not looking to any person. I look for solutions, not excuses. And our government is a big excuse of trying to govern other people when that was never our founding fathers' thought. We're the only nation that says in our Constitution, we hold these truths to be self-evident, not government evident, self-evident. If you overextend yourself and you become a slave to the lender because you sign your line on that dotted line, that's the problem.
Edward, but I mean, that's the key principle for publicanism, right? As I said, it's first principles and you follow them. Now, I have reception now. The way I see it, and once again, I want to give it a disclaimer. This is just my perception because I don't have all the information. I don't think anybody does outside of the government. That right now, everything revolves around our main geopolitical enemy, China. It's challenged the United States, challenged it for supremacy, challenged it economically, which is very important. It's trying to wrestle away power from the United States. So everything that is done by this administration is, as its focal point, getting China in line.
And why has China been able to do what we do? Because we allow them to devalue their dollar, so manufacturing would be cheaper over there. And we went away from manufacturing in the United States and allowed them to dominate. And they played the game well. But again, our politicians sold us out.
It wasn't necessarily politicians. I think it was like it was supposed to be a symbiotic relationship and neoliberal political theory, where if you give access to a country to a free market, that the free market is upstream from political thought and ideology. It's a false narrative. It has failed in Eastern Europe after the whole Soviet Union. It failed with China, and so there needs to be another type of strategy.
That strategy is to be a production powerhouse. And it's to be a production powerhouse, bro. We stopped manufacturing here, and then we started being a consumer. We put everything on the fucking oil. We put all our fucking bets on the oil market and the fucking oil industry, bro. Right? And because there were certain people in those industries that became fucking multi-billionaires on that shit. They did that shit on purpose and sold us out. I mean, that's what it comes down to, bro. Like, one of the things that made America one of the greatest countries is because of our manufacturing capability, bro. Like, this is why we were able to fucking get a whole bunch of money from European countries, from France and Britain, because we started manufacturing. We lent them the money to sustain the war that they were in, and then we also created the manufacturing to produce the goods and the food and the arms and all that shit for them to buy as well. So again, time and time again, what we see is we see a pattern that when you produce, you remain an economic powerhouse. Once you lose that, you go to shit, bro.
Well, that's what's
so why are we
China?
Why are we going away from that?
Now, that's the problem.
Right, and we see that's what happened in China. China was poor as fuck when I was a little kid. China was poor as fuck. And what they did was they went to manufacturing and production, and now they became a fucking powerhouse over the span of a few decades, bro.
Yeah.
And that should tell you something.
It's not as simple as that. I mean, I think it was a smart move by the United States to move manufacturing outside of the country, except for very necessary, for the country's defense industries. But what I think the mistake that was made, it was not diversified. Like in this case, I think diversity is a neutral, value neutral word and the concept, and I think in this case it actually would hold a positive consequence for the United States. So
I think you're being overcomplicated. You're being overcomplicated. The top 80 brands.
Hold on.
The top 80 brands in the West.
Simon, can I finish, please? And then you can go and rebuttal me.
Okay.
If you want
All
to.
right. Sorry, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all good. But it's, I think what would have been a smart move, and I think the United States is doing it right now, is moving its production to Vietnam, to other Southeast Asia countries, and some of them are probably going to hopefully move it to Africa and Middle East, whatever. But they had to create sort of competition among their producers in order to keep tabs on it and not allow one country to gather so much power as China did.
But why would you say real quick, you're to pin something at the top of the room from KK?
What's that?
You're to pin something at the top of the room involving political compass from KK, and there's a special surprise tonight from the political compass.
Okay, yeah, throw it in the chat, KK. I'll put it on top. Absolutely.
It just needs a review first. It's about 5 to 7 business days.
Nice try. I'm just letting all of you know. I'm just letting you all know there's a special announcement and a surprise involving tonight. That's all I can tell you.
Oh, you sent it DM. Okay, cool. Yep. Let me grab it real quick. Okay, I'll post it for you.
So are we still on the economic pictures of America, or have we moved on? Because I heard Africa involved.
Yeah, Andre was just, we were talking about
Diversifying.
improving, production and how we moved away from production, and we see that once China picked up production and manufacturing, it became a powerhouse, and how we got once we removed our production and manufacturing. And I was going to say, Andre, one of the things I'm noticing is if you look at, for prime example, the chip industry, right? We allowed, and what I'm saying is, look at what's happening right now. We're building a silicon chip facility here in the United States to be able to produce that. Why? Because we realized that being offshore, it was a vulnerability. So when you're producing and you have production in-house, you're generating revenue by selling the product. Then when you have revenue, you can continue to fund R&D, which keeps you ahead of the competition and keeps you competitive to those that, but now what I'm saying is, oh shit, we got away from manufacturing, we let these other companies do it, and now we're trying to hurry up real quick and build some of these key industries in our own nation. So again, why are we going back to it then? If diversifying and getting away from production was a bad thing, then why are we all of a sudden trying to hurry up and get back into it once we see these other countries starting? We should have just kept it here in the United States, bro, and stay competitive in that faction.
No, it's but you need to understand that to be able to satisfy the consumer at scale, the way the United States consumer market is, we cannot do everything inside. It's going to be excessively expensive just because we have a very limited resource of just people, like physically and space. So I think that kind of getting it out of sight of the country is great, but you need to be smart about this. Like I think what you just pointed out is one of those things. Yes, it's a vulnerability, a big one, like on the defensive front. So you need to kind of pick and choose what you're going to be diversifying outside of the country, and what are you going to be keeping inside.
So what you're not looking at, Sid, is like there's components to this where you're like a lot of people misnown this. Yes, the U.S. only ranks like what 10? We do 10-15% of overall production of manufacturing. However,
real quick, Brad, my bad. Just pause real quick. KK, it won't let me copy the link in my DM. Can you put it in the chat and then I can pin it? For some reason, the copy's not sticking for both those links you sent me. Wait, Brad, I'm sorry.
Okay. But where we actually make up for that is in the chip design. We're at like 50 to 60% of that. And our major players are like companies like Intel and NVIDIA and AMD, Qualcomm, et cetera. And you can go Apple, all of these, whoever makes all these places actually build, and they also manufacture, but they also go overseas to help produce them at what Andre said is a scale. So we have control over the market, both economically and with design. Like we're just top notch. Like Taiwan, China, South Korea they're not even close to us. They're not going to catch to us. We're just that faster. This is why, like China, for instance, they are barred and banned from working with these companies. We ban them because of intellectual property, and we don't allow them to go into certain fields in college, and we don't allow them to have work visas in these areas. And we don't do it with like Koreans at certain points, and various other entities. We don't do it with Russians. So it has to do with a lot with like how we vet them. We'll deny those outright, but like we only look at one side of the picture, and that production side, yeah, you're right. We don't have a manufacturing plant where at $18 an hour, some Joe Schmo is just sitting there with his thumb, pushing a button and making a chip. But we have massive factories that do chip design, development, testing. Like they do other parts, and there's a huge R&D factories that we utilize on our sites. So it's kind of mixed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but design alone wasn't cutting it enough, Brad. We had to move back to manufacturing them, build manufacturing facilities here in the United States. So design wasn't enough, and we went right back to square one, which is manufacturing.
But we actually do something else on top of that. We overwhelmingly have over 50% of the chip making tools. So we actually make the tools that make the chips, and then we sell them overseas. overseas to these countries to make said chips. So we have, like, this is a lot more complex on it. And it took a while, too, because when I first said, oh, the chips, and I started looking at the Biden investment bill, and then I started looking at why people, like true economists and true people who are in the industry, like Silicon Valley, were kind of against it, saying this is kind of ridiculous to invest our money there, was because, again, minimum wage jobs you're creating at a factory at an investment of taxpayer dollars, because quite frankly, it's an assembly line production. So, but if we have like strategic development of the tools that we can sell, and then you pay people a lot more to develop those tools to actually go ahead and make those chips, well, now we're talking. Now we control the design, we control the tools, and we control the market. The only thing we're leaving off is the actual minimum wage production jobs, the stamp job, the fry cook job. We're just not having those. That's the only part of this line that we don't dominate in.
When you lose competitiveness in a certain area, you have to, by definition, any business would have to do the same. I have to do that. You have to reinvent yourself. So that may be through a high-level technology. Yeah, if that relates to chips, I don't know. But, you know, because the reality is China is more competitive. 80 of the top brands in the West, so Apple, clothing, whatever they are, the top 80 have all got factories in the Far East, not in Europe and not in America, because the labor's cheaper. It's just that straight and simple. And in the same way that America, you know, Britain's well gone, you know, we had our manufacturing moment, you know, with railways and stuff like that back in the 1800s. Then it became America, and you had your time. So you have to reinvent yourself. You know, it applies to all Western countries, because China and those Far Eastern countries, they have got a commercial advantage. So that's one thing, and it is possible to do. The government has to support investment in the right industries to grow in the right way. The other thing is that, and this is my sort of like in my head, the problem is that the gap between the rich and the poor is bigger than it's ever been since the 60s. So pretty much in my lifetime, you know, you've got people making obscene amounts of money, and effectively has come out of the working and middle class. So that gap, I don't think is sustainable, and it's how we address that. Because it's all right going, yeah, well, it's opportunity, we're in a capitalist society. Well, my problem with that is I don't think it's a level playing field. So think of the banking crash in 2008, because there was subprime mortgages and people were defaulting all over the place, and that caused a massive issue. Well, the banks were bailed out. If my business fucks up, nobody bails me out. You know, and I understand why, because you've got to have a banking system if you're going to be a capitalist society. But we're going to have the first trillionaire shortly, and that gap, I just don't think it's sustainable. And what I would suggest as a solution will not go down, which is we should tax wealth, not income, more. But I would get accused of being a communist for saying that.
Makes no sense. You can't tax wealth. You can't. Like, it's not even feasible. How do you ascribe wealth? You're going to talk about unrealized gains. You're going to say, like, Elon Musk, he's a trillionaire in theory. But if you were going to liquefy his assets, would he be a trillionaire? I don't know, maybe. It's whatever speculation is or assets are. Most of it, 90% of that is mostly speculative. It's, what do you think Twitter will sell for? What do you think Tesla will sell for? I mean, you're trying to say we should tax wealth, which is mind-numbingly, like, you can't. You just can't. It's been tried, it's been done, and it's been an epic failure. You cannot just sit down there and say, I think you have too much, I'm going to take it. How do you take it? How do you break it? Are you going to break apart Tesla? Are you going to say, you know what? I'm going to provide 350 million shares of it and give it each a share to everybody else, and those are the only shares that can be leverage against the company. There's no way to do that to basically assess somebody's wealth. I could be a trillionaire. You don't know that because if I have literally all of my money out there in the ether providing jobs for the economy, etc., then I'm actually part of the progress going forward. And the reason why we looked at stabilizing the economic picture, even though I disagreed with it, I thought CEOs should have been leveraged fine. Some of them should have went to jail. Only a few people went to jail, and I think they should have been penalized. However, and I didn't agree with the golden parachutes. Those are different from the idea that, hey, the largest insurer in the world, not just in America, but the world, had global significant impacts. And we were like, should we bail them out? Yes, you absolutely should have. You had to back them. Because if you didn't, the downstream impacts would have been catastrophic. It's not just the fact that they would have went out of business because you think it's just a small mom and pop scope. But the fact that these companies had such large expenditures in everybody else, and they were relying on the banks as part of their backup, you didn't understand how bad that would have assumed. That would have collapsed hospital systems. We only have 6,700 of them in the country to take care of 350 million people. That would have been catastrophic. The fucking transportation industry would have been impacted. Your jobs would have been impacted. Can you imagine your employer going, I have to pay 50, 70, 120% over current rates for you to have healthcare benefits, and saying, you know what, I'm just going to go to an ICHRA plan, and here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you $500. You go find a health insurance plan, and you manage it on your own. And that's exactly what was looked at. I know this because we're still doing some of that shit today. Yeah. And so your idea of looking at it through a mom and pop business versus a global economic scale, and not to mention the impact that it would have had on Canada, Mexico, literally trade agreements, Europe, the Middle East, we would have caused massive devastation globally just by letting that major insurer go ahead. Now, you could blame the individuals. That part I agree with. But not bailing out a certain industry that literally was propping up a large or significant part of our economy and saying we should have just suffered with it, I don't know. You'd have to offer a different solution other than just let it fail, because McCain tried that and he was pushed out.
I didn't. The point I was making was I didn't say we should let it fail. I said we have to have a banking system. Yeah, and whatever that entails in terms of like the insurance company that you referred to. However, it doesn't take away the fact that the system had, so therefore you've got to agree that by definition, that means that we're not in a capitalist society then. Yeah, because you can't support businesses and not support everybody. No, that's not fair.
Actually, we can.
Well, capitalism is a fair exchange of value, where that value is dictated by the market.
No golden parachutes. And that's socialism once you give the golden parachutes. Especially when it comes to lazy behavior. That's exactly what happened to the big three. Why they started fucking tanking, and that allowed the Jap cars to come in and start dominating.
I'm not talking about the auto industry. I'm talking about someone who's looking at our economic picture and our stability from England and then telling us we should have let them fall.
No.
But like the idea that this insurance, which was the premier, like the downstream, like, Sig, I can tell you this. If we'd have done that in 2008, your daughter would be suffering today. That's how bad this would have been.
But why did it get to that point, Brad?
Because the banks, like, again, you can fault the people. I'm not discounting it. Lock them up in jail. Go ahead, get rid of the golden parachutes for these CEOs and execs. I'm not saying that. But if you had to financially prop up the industry because of those decisions of a few, then yes, those CEOs, yes, send them to jail. But in the meantime, are you going to allow the millions upon millions? I mean, what are we at, 350 million? Let's say about 125 million people who would have been drastically affected with both employment, loss of home, and income. Would you have, like, said, hey, you know what? We should just let that fail. Because our economic picture on that, we wouldn't have been able to recover from that. We'd still be going on that issue.
But Brad goes back to...
I didn't suggest that we should.
Yeah, that's the thing, Brad. Again, is that you're right. Throw them in jail, but that's not. There's no consequences at all for these people. So they keep making irresponsible decisions while they still reaping tons of profit, and there's zero fucking consequence. It's just a cycle over and over and over. So now we're at the point where we keep doing this, and now the whole thing's about to collapse. It's about to fucking collapse because we kept doing this, right?
Well, we're not going to collapse. We've actually put much more safeguards in, and we've done a lot of things on the back end to prevent that very thing from happening. And believe it or not, what's going on right now is actually a big dogfight. And yes, there's problems with the BUCAs and major insurance companies nationwide. It's because of the risk assessments and the inflationary prices from both medical and property P&Ls. And these are causing massive problems because they're overinflated rates. And to be honest, the insurance companies who were a stopgap, they used to be horrible, but now they're more of a stopgap against these inflationary prices. And people think somehow or another they're the cause of both quality of care as well as the cost increases. And they're not. They're the ones trying to fight back, but they're getting slammed from, guess who? The medical community and the rebuilders that are on the P&L side. So these guys are able to optically change your mind, and you're not looking at the correct picture. Once these insurance companies pull out, like California, you have a wildfire now, and you don't have homeowners insurance, you're not rebuilding. You don't have the capability or the financial funds. If you do, hats off to you. But the majority of people do not. This is the benefit of insurance. And is at the rates that have medical facilities, which you only have one or two in your cities, one of these determines what those rates are going to be. If you can't afford that care, all they have to do is fall under EMTALA. They have to stabilize you and kick you out. And then they'll apply for Medicare or Medicaid if you qualify under those programs. If not, you get some standard care. And we're aware that the most fucking inhumane thing, the most egregious care is under the Medicaid program. You get sub-care. So I caution you, like saying, oh, we should just let certain entities fail because, again, if you didn't bail out the insurance company, that, like, say, we all would have been, like, I was in pain. I would have been still destitute. I probably would have, like, honestly, say, I probably would have put a gun to my head and pulled the trigger over what would happen because I couldn't afford those bills. Like, if I didn't have the insurance to pay for my wife, that would have, like, overwhelmed.
But why did the bills get that high? Okay, again, I can look at the cosmetic industry. Okay, no insurance, no government regulation in that industry, and the cost has gone down, and the care and the quality has gone better. So why would that same model not apply to healthcare? And they're exactly mainstream healthcare. They're the exact same thing, Brad. So I'm not buying what you're saying because we have an industry that shows whenever you take the bureaucracy out of this shit, it goes back to natural capitalism, which is, hey, in order for me to stay competitive, I've got to get better at my skill and then find a way to become cheaper.
So a couple of things have happened. The number of cosmetic surgeries are truly down overall. What you have is repeats of individuals going for this, but you don't have the massive fluxes such as like the 90s and the early 2000s. That has kind of dissipated a little bit. Also, as well as a lot of the cosmetic surgeries, at first, almost all of them were denied by insurances. They are no longer denying them. So like breast reduction, breast augmentation can be covered by your insurances. It's even covered by a variety of private health plans. So you're not seeing that on the private side, you're seeing it on the insurance side. We also cover a lot more in terms of like a variety of these issues. So the cosmetic industry has actually made its way into your insurance coverage and actually is getting
not though. Okay, yeah, Brad.
I get that, but hold on.
I'm talking facial restructuring.
Facial reconstruction is actually covered. Like, it's literally covered under your insurance plan.
Prove that it's medically necessary. Outside of that, if you just want to go and get some...
No, it only has to be proven due to a medical cause. It cannot be to just improve your nose. Medical necessity is something different. But
that's what I've said. But if you want to just go and get a facelift, Brad, yeah, it's not going to be covered. You have to prove that it's medically necessary.
But the reason those private costs, like your like nose job because you want a twinkle nose, which Sig, I know you got a nose job. So, but I mean, like if you have that done, the reason why those rates are dropping is because the insurance carriers are actually paying onto it. So they can lower their prices, grab more clients, and say, hey, the pool is shrinking. We can lower down, make our rates a little bit more affordable so I can get to the tweet.
Insurance is not involved in cosmetic surgery. Voluntary.
Yes, it is. It's so involved. I literally
have everybody I know that
cosmetic surgery is covered under insurance, medical insurance, and there's a shit ton of plans like my own.
My wife's aunt just literally 2 months ago just went. She had to pay fucking $10,000 out of her own pocket for
Buffalo Teachers School can actually get a two-time Buffalo Teacher Schools. The entire teachers district can get breast augmentation.
We're not talking about,
but it depends on the plan. Your wife's plan may not actually cover that.
Okay. And what's the criteria? Yeah, what's the criteria for breast augmentation? It has to be causing some type of back pain, some type of discomfort. It has to be medically
cancer
too.
Cancer.
But just to go in and get a boob job because my boobs are too big and I don't like them, or because my boobs are too small, Brad, that's not true. What you're saying? That's not true.
Okay. Yes.
Well, it's possible for us to not get into the weeds here because Brad said something that I think that we as a country should have went through. I think we should have not bailed anyone out. I think if you decide as a company to do the various things, and say, I agree with you, there should be a penalty. And the penalty is you go bankrupt. And you know what? Because the people that got involved in subprime loans and all the stuff that we did as individual people, people knew they couldn't afford those homes. They knew they couldn't afford those loans, but they did it on their own. So you know what? We actually collapsed our own system versus having the bureaucracy, quote unquote, bail us out. They didn't bail us out. What they did is they patted mediocrity on the back. And you know what happens now? Now we have, again, $35 trillion worth of debt, $18 trillion worth of debt in the just individual people of the 350 million Americans because no one is being responsible for their own behavior. Again, it comes down to we the people, not we the government. There is no central government anywhere. I don't care what we do. We put a Band-Aid on the, what we call it, the Great Depression, and now we're putting a Band-Aid on 2008, and we're getting ready to put a Band-Aid again on the collapse that's getting ready to take place right now. So instead of us thinking that we can just keep printing money and doing whatever we want to do, we're going to mess up ourselves to the point where we're going to bankrupt ourselves because we're not holding ourselves accountable.
Well, I think it's only fair to say to a certain extent, the problem that you have is politicians take money so they can get power. When they get it, they owe these people money back. So our representatives aren't really representing us. They're just paying their debts back, which is why both Republicans and Democrats don't get shit done. It's one doing and one undoing of the other.
It's a little deeper than just personal accountability.
We got people in California. Yeah, we got people in California. We got people.
It's more than just personal. It's more than just personal.
No, I understand. I understand. But hold on. It has to be personal. It has to be personal first. You know why? Because it starts with each individual American, right? What I decide in my community affects first my local community, then affects my state, and then eventually affects. So all of us are involved. If someone's presenting my wife and I a subprime loan, and we go ahead and sign that loan, knowing we call it predatory, right? But if you know the predator's coming and you still going to do it, when do I hold myself responsible for anything? So I hear you loud and clear. And you know what somebody told me today? Well, maybe they don't have the education. Maybe they don't know. Well, don't sign anything if you don't have the education. Boy, you said me sign nothing. Don't go to the bank and ask for money. You'll be a slave to the lender for the rest of your life. This is just facts, guys. I don't know where we get this from, but listen.
Yeah,
the government almost does nothing.
You lose your house, but the bank doesn't suffer.
That's
not less problem.
Right, that's my thing too, is if we're gonna socialize a liability, then motherfucker be fair and socialize the fucking profits as well. We're not seeing that, Brad. That's been our whole
Well, and it doesn't work. I mean, sooner or later, you'll run out of somebody else's money.
But I have a question.
That's the idea of stock. That's the idea of owning companies, owning a stock. That's how they play it. Like that's how you get a piece of the pie. Say, by the way, But it's a systemic problem, and this is rewound 100 years. It's global. So I understand what you mean that it's personal decisions for sure, but it's a systemic problem, and it would take a while to unpack, and you only know it when you're inside the game, to really unpack what the real game is. So housing prices, all those things are just asset bubbles that are predictable.
I have a question for Mr. Edward, please. If you don't mind, Mr. Edward.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Mr. Edward, here in the Northeast, I know you're in California, but here in the Northeast, we get a very serious, I think you guys do in California as well, a very, very serious prescription drug problem. And a couple of years ago, what they did in order to help mitigate the prescription drug problem was to crack down on doctors and their prescription prescribing of painkillers. Because it turns out that I read a report, it was a couple of years ago, I read this report, it was 7 out of 10 kids, or 7 out of 10 people who were addicted to heroin had been prescribed opiates to help with the pain, right? So, do you agree that with that legislation to agree with the legislation cracking down on doctors to say, hey, like, look, in order for you guys to prescribe these crazy heavy hitter painkillers, you need to have a lot more than just this patient has pain?
At the same time, see, I still believe in personal responsibility. When I go to my primary care physician, I will always ask the primary care physician, okay? I had 3 years ago kidney stones, right? I took one of those pain pills and I was loopy for 2 days. I stopped taking it, okay? Because at some point, I still got to care for my own health. Now, like you said, when do we decide to take care of our own health care versus relying on a medical doctor? And to my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong, it's called medical practice. That means it's just practice, and they don't really know really what's going on. And unfortunately, when we have people who have substance abuse, this is a slippery slope. Because see, for me, I don't get involved with, because I have no substance. I try hard. I even hate sugar sometimes, even though, I fight it. It's diagnosis. I walked every day to try to stay away from the sugar. Because you know what I'm trying to do, Ben? Stay away from the United States healthcare system. Sure. The insurance system. But the legislation's important. But look what they did on the other side, Ben. They also legislate you can smoke weed and you can stick a needle in your arm. So which legislation is the individual going to really take?
No, and that's fair. And the reason I bring it up is not to have a discussion about the healthcare system necessarily. I mean, you can have that discussion if you want. But it's like when you're talking about predatory loans and that kind of thing, it's like I'm about as libertarian as possible to get, right? Like I don't want the government making a bunch of unnecessary rules and regulating things that don't need to be regulated. I generally speaking, have a massive fear, particularly of the federal government, but of bureaucracy in general. So I'm inclined to agree with you on a lot of those things, and that's why I find it interesting that you said it was a combination of things, and I would tend to agree with you. But it's like, I feel like, yes, I'm not going to sound on the dotted line.
How much of my responsibility of my life do you think some elected official, whether it's my mayor or my sheriff or my congressman or congresswoman here in the state of California, do I think Nancy Pelosi or our governor, Mr. Newsom, do you think these people have my best interest in mind? Absolutely not.
No, absolutely not.
Actually, they could. I mean,
they're supposed to, yeah. Theoretically, and that's why I bring this.
And they do pass legislation that benefits the people of their districts or states. So yes, I mean, yes, at times you may not agree with it, but they actually are representative of the masses on there. And the whole personal responsibility thing is a cute argument, but it doesn't apply to the wider swath of the economic picture for a nation to operate in.
Sure, but that's why I brought up that in relation to the loan argument. Is like, again, we talk about healthcare if you want to talk, but that's what I was trying to say. It's like, hey, like, and again, I'm the last person to say, hey, I want the government involved in this, but like, I think like having the FDA stamping food that's unhealthy or saying, hey, like, look, you're deceiving your customers when it comes to what is actually in their food. Like, I don't actually think that this is something where I'm like, hey, look, the government could get involved in this, and this could actually be a positive thing, right? So like, like deceiving the consumer, right? Like I think that there's actual room there for the government to be able to step in.
Right.
That was my
but then what we're arguing is that when it comes to the flow of money bureaucracy, every time the government gets involved, shit gets out of control. Education system's another example of that.
I agree.
You used to be able to go to a 4-year college, work summer jobs, and have it paid off and be on your merry way. Once the government got involved, what happened? The price of fucking post-secondary education is fucking outrageous, and it's gotten a shit ton of fucking retarded ass Americans in fucking debt.
But that's not necessarily the whole picture there. Like, so yes, I agree that the government should have done for a lot of those loans and just guaranteed the backing of the colleges. But then you're removing the accountability from the college who said, oh wait, there's a pool of free money. Let's market at a higher end, which they did because, you know what, they're on government lands, they got government grants, and there's a big pool of money there available for education. And they said everybody needs to go to college. And then what did they do? They turned around and by 1,500% up their rates. So like, I
in the root cause, the first domino tip was the government getting involved.
But wait, hold on. But that first domino actually helped provide education to at least opportunities to hundreds, if not millions of kids that would otherwise not be able to attend a university. So the good intention was there, but I mean, at the end of it, like, I don't necessarily agree with that. I thought maybe a better legislation would have been, hey, colleges, you know, you're in this state, you have to, even if you're a private school, you have to account for some of these individuals from the states. They could have done that and said you have to do it at a discounted or income-based rate, and it cannot be fluctuated, and no, you cannot take 20 years to pay off a student loan. You could have passed legislation like that. What you're arguing about is the way the legislation was passed, and yes, unless there's an alternative solution presented, that actually benefited America because we exponentially increased our wealth rapidly.
Wealth, we're $40 trillion in debt. What wealth? Debt is not wealth.
The conversation regarding healthcare, like,
but that is wealth.
We have the Hippocratic oath that doctors take. Not all countries have that. We have that advantage, and some people are very fortunate and have lived because of the Hippocratic oath. And there are very many people in other countries that don't have that.
Sure, but respectfully, we have this preconceived notion, and I think it's a bullshit notion that in this country, between the American people and their government.
I wasn't actually finished.
Oh, sorry, no, I genuinely didn't mean to cut you off.
But you cut me off to speak, and then you didn't let him
Sorry,
finish.
I apologize.
And you took a long ass pause. I thought you was done too. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, I thought you were done too. Yeah, but go ahead. You can finish. You can finish it though.
Like education, right? Like, we tried to open it up. We tried to make it available for anyone, and universities took advantage of that, unfortunately. Like, they're really bullshit degrees right now, unfortunately. And the only prospect for those bullshit degrees is to then educate other people in these bullshit degrees. So, definitely taken advantage of. We need to do like an internal audit, make sure that we're not promoting that or promulgating that.
Can you define bullshit degrees? I'm wondering what you mean by
Lesbian studies, underwater master. There's literally a master's degree. There's a master's degree for bagpipes. Like fucking bagpipes.
So you should be able to get the degree in whatever the hell you want, but you should not think that you're entitled to a job or a position after. A career is a whole other fucking animal.
Well, sure, but oh, sorry.
Okay, no problem. I just want to make sure you said that they took advantage of who? The universities. Did you hear me?
Yes, sorry. The universities took advantage of students who probably didn't know what they wanted to major in and recruited them for programs that were not going to be beneficial for their future.
Okay. university took advantage of students that signed all the documents to take the loans and go into what you call them today. I have a very hard time believing that the individual family, the mother and father, the student themselves, were not aware. Because unfortunately in America, we are still responsible for what we do.
I think you're also assuming that there is a mother and father that
I'm not assuming anything.
discussion.
No, hold on, E. I'm not assuming anything. I don't care if they are not a mother and father. If I, Edward, choose to go to college at any time, this is called an agreement between one party and another party. And when I chose to go to college,
Hey, Edward, I get what you're saying. So basically, these people have to start holding themselves accountable for making bad decisions. If you go to that university and you get a dumbass degree and you didn't do your research, just like, hey, think it out like this. And this coming from a brother that I went to the University of Toledo. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. So I went to the University of Toledo, and then I looked at it and was like, basically like, I don't know what I want to. I don't really know what I want to do. So you know what I did? I went and got a trade. I didn't build up any type of bill. I had like $5,000 worth of fucking I was gonna call it mortgages.
Student loan debt.
Student loan. Yeah, I had $5,000 worth of student loan debt, and I did my thing there and got the fuck on because I didn't know what I wanted to do. And I feel like people should literally. I think what it is, and I can't give you credit on this, E. When we in high school, and even the way that parents pitch college to kids, we don't pitch the importance of knowing what you want to do with your life. You got people just to go to college and that's it. We don't have a conversation of skills do you want, what do you want to do with your life and all of that shit. And I think that becomes an issue and a problem because a lot of people don't have critical thinking skills like me and be like, all right, I don't want to keep building up this bill that I know I'm going to have to pay back eventually. So I'm going to get the away from here and I'm going to get a trade and maybe I'll go back to school in the future if I want to add something to it or if I need to add something to it. Because that's a smart thing to do. And then on top of that, basically what I'm saying is because I noticed, like I was just listening to you with Edward's conversation, is we literally are breeding people to think less. People need to be more strategic with their life and the decisions that they make in their life. Even when you in college, because I didn't finish college, but I could have finished college. I just didn't do what I wanted to do. But I did realize, because I know so many people that have degrees and don't have a job. I know so many people that have degrees and don't have a job in their field because you want to know why? They were just going to school. And when I say they were just going to school, they weren't doing the shit in the summer where they was doing, what do they call it? Somebody help me out.
Internships.
Internships, yeah. They weren't doing internships and all that shit. Yeah. So they weren't doing internships and all of that. So when it came, but you gonna be quiet while I'm talking, shorty, because I respected you and let you get your point off. I would appreciate it. Thank you. But they weren't doing the internships and they weren't doing anything while they were in college, and then they wondered why they couldn't get the job. See how people just don't, they just want to talk, honestly. Because I just been listening.
I hear you, man.
For anybody else that wants to hear what I was saying, basically what I was saying is people do not think on their life strategically. I've actually go to college, finish college, not be in a degree field that they majored in because they did internships or put the work in or build the relationships to get to get that job. That shit is so important, and we don't pitch that enough to our kids. And this falls on the parents. This falls on the kids so that we got a safeguard to these people that are predators, because there's a such thing as predator lending.
So let me just say this really. Sorry, are you finished? You get?
Yeah, I'm done, bro. I'm done. My bad, I was long-winded.
No, you're good, dude. You're good. We got to get out of this mentality, left, right, and center, and piggybacking a bit of what Edward was saying earlier, of saying we can get out of this mentality of thinking that the government or these institutions, for that matter, are there to solve your problems. Like, if we ever look at the government and think that they're in the business of solving problems, they're not. Like, they're just not there. That's not what they're there to do. So this mentality that we have in America, where it's you pay tax money and then you get something in like as a result of paying in that tax money, is like there's a third party involved there, and that needs to be a factor. I'm not just like if you're getting a loan from the federal government in order like student loan or that kind of thing, like they're not doing that because it's in your best interest to get a loan. It's in their best interest, right? So we need to make sure that third party, the government, like we need to make sure that that's highlighted and very, very, very clear. If I'm paying tax money in, whether it be for the military, I'm paying tax dollars in for healthcare, or if I'm paying tax dollars in to fix local roads, like there's a third party there that if those problems get fixed, that might for them, right? There's a bunch of people in that government and that bureaucracy that are from that money, like. And again, I'm not saying that everybody in politics is corrupt. I'm not saying that at all. And there's a lot of really, really good people in politics that are working hard for their constituents, right? But if they solve your problems, that money, then they don't need that money anymore. Like, let's just be totally real about this. And this goes to colleges, universities, public institutions, all of this stuff.
Healthcare, everything,
Healthcare, schooling. Schooling is a huge example of that. The United States spends way more money per capita than basically any westernized country in the world when it comes to education, and our test scores are nowhere near the top. And you tell me why that is. You think it's because of the fucking money? It's not because of the money. It's because if they... I'm sorry, I said more. But no, so let's make for darn sure that when it comes to these, I'll just finish there. There is a third party there. And again, if you're getting a loan, if you're doing anything, if you're doing business with the government, they're not looking out for your best interest. They're looking at your best interest is secondary. Let me put it that way.
But that's a byproduct of capitalism. So I disagree with what you said, but it is a byproduct. You don't see those type of governments in other parts of the world support their people a little more if they're unsure of what they're supposed to do. But America's unique, and I think a lot of people believe that there's a net like there is around the world. In America, 5% of the population, controlling half of the economic value around the world is significant. So,
I have a question for you.
You're supposed to know what you're supposed to do. That's the underlying thought of American society, and it's not really true unless you go through the process of vetting yourself. And I like that idea that people are not vetting themselves. I just want to throw a little tidbit about California. California is governed on its own. It doesn't have the oversight. And just the fuel issue. I heard today that they have 1.2 billion gallons of fuel in an overstocked supply, but they're still allowing the prices to elevate because their overriding premise is eco-friendly, right? So the fuel prices there are not a result of this 3 weeks or 4 weeks.
Correct.
FYI, yep.
But I mean, Ben, you're actually wrong about the education standards. We're middle of the road amongst wealthy nations. But what ends up happening is when you look at the OECD test that people like to use and cite as the baseline, we far exceed almost everywhere else in the world in terms of college graduates and our college education level. The rules actually exist here. And so we have more people imported from all of those nations that people often cite to say, South Korea, China, Japan, etc., go down the list. They say, they're better at it. Not necessarily. In some areas, yeah, if you're going to do a comparison to say, I don't know, Roanoke, fucking Oklahoma in the middle of Timbuktu, yeah, maybe. But overall, nationally, we're not near the bottom. We're nowhere near the bottom. And on college levels, they're all trying to send their kids here. They're massively trying to figure out how they can get their kids to the American education system for college and post-secondary degrees because we're further along. We're just better at it. So, I mean, I get your point that we could do a little more on the education front, K through 12, but we're really not at the bottom.
No, that's fair. That's fair. And, I mean, I guess I've been in the education system for so long that I've seen the amount of waste, fraud, and abuse that goes on in the education system, particularly when it comes to teachers' unions. And I'm not anti-union by any stretch of the imagination. I'm not. But public sector teachers' unions are one of the biggest money laundering schemes in America, and it's not particularly close. The amount of money that those fucking corrupt-ass organizations, pardon my language, give to politicians in exchange for favors is just, it's sickening. We saw it during COVID. I could rant on this for ages, and I'm forcing myself to shut up because I get so furious about the American Federation of Teachers and Weingarten and all those people. It's a joke. It's disgusting, and it's our tax money. This could be actually used, either returned to the taxpayer or fucking used on actual kids that actually need money and the resources. But no, it siphoned off and donated to politicians.
Yes, sir. So I'll just take a moment. I know Political Compass is going to be opening up their room here in a few minutes. So the link is up top in the Jumbotron. Make sure you guys join. Brad, you and KK hosting that room?
Yep, and we have a special surprise for everybody that's going to attend. So make sure you get there. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll just say you'll probably enjoy it. A lot of truths will come out right away in the first 5 minutes.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and shut the room down so that way we can get people steered in the direction of Brad and KK's Political Compass. So, but good conversation. Brad, you see how much better the conversation goes when you get out the goddamn fucking feelings?
Listen here, you twat waffle, fucking bitchery. So, I wasn't in my feelings. I just hate disingenuous fucking talking points. I absolutely hate that. You know that it irks me. I hate that fucking...
Get out your fifis, bro.
So like this liberal... The liberalism that, like, or not the liberal, I shouldn't say liberalism. This, like, lefty fucking... Because we do have it on the right. For those of you that don't know, the conservatives or the right wing of America has a very goofy side. It's circular. Like, our political system is actually a donut. The right will merge into the left, and you'll hear people on the right scream, "Oh my God, those liberals are horrible," but then they'll scream for socialist approaches to solve equities, and they'll get upset when the socialist programs don't work, and they've already had them, we've tried them, we've developed them, we did them, and they weren't sustainable, and then they get proven wrong, and then they run to their echo chambers and then say, invest in Bitcoin. These are just red-painted socialists. They just exist on the right, and I hate when they cherry-pick things and then don't tell the full story, and then they want to regurgitate some fucking Marxist fucking economic picture from a philosopher out of a Twitter thread, and then think somehow or another it's smart.
Try.
All right, guys.
A lot of Marxist
All right, guys. Well, hit the link up top in the Jumbotron. Join Brad and KK in the Political Compass. And I'm going to go ahead and shut the room down. Thank you guys so much for listening and being a part of the conversation, man. Much appreciated. I appreciate it. I got a shit ton of notes here in front of me, so I'm going to do my due diligence. And
Start with Ford and look at the history.
And Hershey. I was going to look at Hershey as well. Yeah, I was going to dig a little bit deeper into that. Absolutely, Brad. Absolutely. All right, guys. Have a great night. Be safe. 3Ski, thank you, brother. And look at this, man. Me and 3Ski got started off rough as fuck. This nigga wanted to fight me and shit. Now this nigga got a mob game on my stage, man. So it just shows, man, having a conversation, being chill, you can build the fucking relationships, man. We ain't always got to be at odds with each other. We can agree to disagree. We're all Americans at the end of the day, man. We're all on the same team. So, all right, cool, man. Have a great night, everybody. You guys be safe. I appreciate everybody. All right, take it easy, man. Peace.
course, what's up, everybody? How's everybody doing today?
Vikings political compass.
Mr. Gerard.
The Vikings.
Well, you know, they're trying to get us out of there quicker than normal, so we got a lot more to give them in the next 2 years, I think. But it's actually very good to hear again, guys, and looking forward to tonight's discussion and to hear what President Trump has to say in about 30 or so minutes. But it's good to be back in Clubhouse.
Mr. Right-Minded, it's wonderful to hear you again and have you with us all. A lot of you, some people in the room already know your political leanings and positions, but I want to get your quick take on this whole Iran situation. What do you think of it? Pros, cons? And we'll make it short and sweet so we can allow some other people on stage to speak before we start the live stream.
Yes,
No. Your name is not Mr. Right-Minded. So can you please pause? Thank you so much. So, Mr. Right-Minded is our special guest. Go ahead.